Good morning, good afternoon, or good evening, depending on where you're at. I am Bob Mata, the host of Defense Diaries. We are back for day 7 of the Robert Diaz trial with him on the stand. Part 2 of Little Bobby's story today. So how you guys doing? Thank you for being here. I'm excited. I'm excited that the cross-examination of this dude is about to go down today. I can't imagine how much more he has to say. Because the one thing that we know definitively is that he's not going to have any evidence of what he's suggesting. If there was any evidence, then the state wouldn't be prosecuting him, right? So we know he's not going to come with any receipts. He's not going to have any type of receipts in terms of him being able to prove that Compass Mortgage and some, nefarious cabal of big wigs at Compass Mortgage somehow got somebody to or hired a hitman, and then they had their leverage on some cop who then planted all the evidence. So it's great. It's great. It got like the beginning of his testimony was boring the shit out of me. This is, I'm sure it was for you guys as well. It was very, like I was saying yesterday, it's like 1L of Real Property, which was probably my least favorite class in law school. I'm trying to think if there was something that I disliked more than Real Property. It's just dry. It's just dry. It's not a very exciting area of the law, but it picked up when he started making the excuses for the injuries that he had. So that was when he tried to explain the wound on his finger, the nearly severed fingertip that he decided to super glue together instead of going to get it replaced or get it re-sewn on, get stitches, whatever the case may be. That just doesn't add up, does it? Like that concept that, because look, if you get injured in the act of ending somebody's life, you are not going to go to a hospital in order to have your injuries tended to, because that leaves a very clear paper trail, right? So that's the real reason why he didn't go to the hospital. No one even asked him. That's coming on cross, and I can't wait to hear it. So, sir, he's like, is he going to use that he has superhuman healing powers? That unfortunately the super glue it interfered with his typical magical healing powers. It's a good one. It's a good one. I'm really looking forward to the cross. So let me get her pulled up. Let's see what we can see. We don't want to miss any of this. That's for certain. Let's see. Boop. Boop. Scrolling. All right, got it. I was running a little late today, so I'm a little behind. I've been trying to. Allie and I had bought passes for this music festival called Bourbon and Beyond, but unfortunately we cannot attend. It's in September. Great lineup. It's a 4-day festival in Louisville, Indiana. Unfortunately, but we're going to be in the UK for CrimeCon UK, so I can't feel that bad. I'm really excited about that trip. So, but I bought those passes, but I found a buyer, so I was trying to deal with that and trying to shower, so I didn't smell. I don't like when you guys can smell me through the screen. It makes me feel sad for you. All right, let me pull it up here. Okay, got her up. The old Great Seal of the state of Nevada. Louisville, Kentucky. It's Louisville, Kentucky, not Indiana. As far as I know, I've been there a bunch of times. but it's Louisville. Louisville. That's how you pronounce it. Otherwise, they'll give you the business. So what do you guys think? Like, I want to hear. I want to hear what you guys are thinking. Where are we at? I think I should do a poll while we're waiting. The other thing I wanted to do is I wanted to continue to read. Oh, we got movement. Oh, they're getting the robot like ready to do all the camera moving. All right, they're getting ready. Big day in little Bobby Tea's case. It's a big day. Let's see. Leslie thinks he was pretty creepy. He was creepy, polite on the stand. I agree. He was overcompensating. And I liked when Rob Schneidercuter was really started coming at him with the objections like that. That's how you frustrate somebody, especially a lawyer, especially a guy who thinks he's just so damn smart. Like you could see it was starting to get to him, but he maintained. Like, look, you get a guy like that to rage on the stand, it's beyond over. So, yeah, it does. JD, it is a great lineup. It's a great lineup. Allie and I are my Money Jacket fans, but that whole lineup is great. All right, okay. Got movement, got clerks coming in. Things are happening. Let me make sure I got the sound up. Sounds good. All right, I think we're ready to go there. Yeah, tell me in the chat, where y'all at? Where you at with this thing? I mean, I'm not missing anything, right? Like, this guy definitely did it, right? I mean, I don't know. It seems like a foregone conclusion to me, but what do I know? Yeah, he is a man-sized infant, Jordan. He's boss baby. He's definitely boss baby. So, sorry, y'all. I haven't eaten all day. I was going to have a little bite of banana, so I'm going to mute it. My producer of my podcast, Darren, when he was converting a live, I think it was one of our Delphi lives, he texted me. He's like, "Hey, man," he's like, "Were you like eating during the live?" I was like, I do snack. I snack. He's like, "Well," he's like, "there was this part was where you're talking and like I can hear the crinkle of the bag, and then I hear you chewing into the mic." He's like, "It was gross." I'm like, oh my God. I'm like, yeah, I guess you're gonna have to cut that part out. I was like, I typically try to mute when I'm chewing. Look, I'm not going to apologize for occasionally snacking during these lengthy lives. I've got to eat at some point, right? But I should have the courtesy to mute because no one needs to hear that. Like, Allie's very sensitive to chewing around her, so like I should know better. Like like she was on. I would have thought if she would have heard me chewing, she would have given me a stern talking to. She would have been like, "Yes, Afton, that's exactly how Allie feels. The chewing sounds are the devil incarnate." Spitfire, you're the best. Spit, I got your email. I hope you got my reply. Your email, for whatever reason, had gone to my junk mail, so I did find it. Amazing. Thank you so much for all. Spitfire spent a long time drafting a wonderful email, giving me all the UK tips that I could ever want. And if I can make the Scotland trip work, which I really want to, because I am a quarter Scottish, I'm Italian, Irish, Scottish, and allegedly Cherokee. I've got some indigenous Cherokee blood in me. It's word on the street, and who am I to deny it? Like, that would be, I think that would be fabulous. If I had some indigenous blood in me, that would be really cool. So yeah, I'd love to be able to get to Scotland. I'm going to have to price flights. It looks like just because of the length of our trip, I probably don't, as much as I want to take the rail, because we had a very, very generous sub and listener of the podcast, like, who works for one of the rails over in the UK, like, offer to bump us up, like us and the kids, to first class on the train, which I thought would be phenomenal. But like, I really want to try to maximize what we can see and do at the time, because I thought we were doing, uh, yeah, well, we're doing the UK, we're doing CrimeCon UK Sinead. So I really want to try to be able to, like, I wanted to make a trip to Scotland for sure. I wanted to do like some of the castles, and it's motherland for me. I got 3 motherlands, and maybe 4 if the Cherokee is legit. And it's like, I've got confirmation from a bunch of different people. If you're wondering why don't I just do 23andMe, I'm never going to be on the grid. Like, I'm not giving the government my DNA. I'm sorry. As much as I want to know, and I really do. And I know they're private databases, but are they? I'm very, I wouldn't say I'm anti-government, but I'm very suspicious of them or it. So, all right, hold on. I got to chew this banana. Don't look at me. Don't look at me. Chat amongst yourselves while I chew this banana. All right. Sorry. I needed that. I really needed it. Yeah, same. Like Lisa, I'm just, as much as I really want to know. I'm going to ask my brother. I have a half brother. My parents divorced when I was very young. I was 5. My mom remarried, and she got pregnant and had my brother. I was, I think, 12 at the time, and then big custody battle. My stepfather was in the Air Force. I was real excited about the concept that we were supposed to be getting stationed in California next. Like a week before we're set to move, my mom comes and tells me that we're going to Spain, that they had changed the orders. And I'm like, oh my God, I'm like 12. Like, now as an adult, that would be the most amazing thing ever. At 12 years old, I didn't even know where the hell Spain was. I'm like, what's Spain? So I called my dad up, like, oh, Dad, can I come live with you? Of course, just crushed my mother. But it was scary for me. So whatever. So my brother, I've got, like, I really want to tell this story, but it's not my story to tell. I gotta check with him. It's an unbelievable story that relates to DNA. There's a direct connect with DNA. It's a DNA story, but it's unbelievable. It's unbelievable. Just found out like a year, maybe a year and a half, 2 years ago. So it's crazy. I'm gonna check with Brando, and if he gives me the go ahead, I'm gonna tell the story, because it's just a mind-blowing story. It's like the kind of thing that they make Netflix series out of, type shit. But Susie Q, you need to make a Scotland trip on its own. I agree. The Black Isle and the Highlands, Argyll, Oban, all amazing places. Is it Argyle? Like, am I mispronouncing that? Oban, all amazing places. I go to a destination every year to research for my book. I really, really want to get out there. It looks glorious. It looks so lush and green and beautiful. And I've been telling Allie for the 25 years we've been together that I wanted to get a kilt. I've wanted a kilt. I would sport a kilt because I think they're amazing. I think they're super, super cool. And I just don't care if people are going to judge me if I'm wearing a kilt. Like, I want one. I would wear it proudly. It's my heritage. It's part of my heritage. So yeah. Like, I got to get consent from my bro. As much as I'd love to tell you guys the story, it's like I said, it's not my story to tell. But I gave you some background. It's good to know a little bit about me, what makes me tick, why I'm so weird. And you guys, for the most of my life, I mean, despite the fact that I have a brother, I was really an only child, up 1 through 12, only child. That's why I can sit here and just by myself and talk forever. That was like me in my bedroom my entire childhood. Like, I didn't have a sibling. I didn't have like a ride or die sibling that we could play together, do all kinds of stuff together. It's like, it's interesting, the whole concept of only children versus kids with siblings. I mean, obviously, when you get older, I think the preference would be to have siblings. It's nice to have, like taking into consideration that all families are we're all weird. Like we're all weird in very different ways. We all like there is no such thing as a perfect family. Some people hate their siblings, but I think that it would be really cool to have, just a crew of siblings. Like Allie's got 3 siblings, so and she talks to them all the time, and like they're my siblings now too. Like so, like I was lucky that I married into a nice big family who's very loving. So like I get that part of it. Yeah, me too. Like I don't know, me too, kind of. Like there's parts of it that I liked. It definitely formed my personality. I think I'd like obviously I think I'd be a much different person had I had like all the voices come from me with that very same recorder that my dad used to record Gacy, which is just weird and creepy. But I used to sit in my room for hours and hours and hours, like mimicking voices, especially like old cartoons. So I could do a million voices because it's how I entertained myself when I was young for a long time. Before I got into the law, I really wanted to be a sports broadcaster because I love sports. Seems like I barely have time for it anymore. Well, I guess what I should say in terms of sports is like I've grown old and wise enough to, if one of my teams sucks, I'm not wasting 1 second of my life watching it. Like I'm not doing it. Like the White Sox are the biggest piles of goo potentially in the history of baseball. They're on track to being the worst team in the history, beating Jay's beloved Mets. 62 Mets have the record for the most losses. The Sox are currently on the path to destroy that record. So I think I did. I definitely think I did. I had a big imagination. Like, so y'all know I'm pretty old. So when Star Wars came out in 77, I had every Star Wars. Like Star Wars blew my mind when I literally saw Star Wars in theaters probably 15 times. Because it was a quarter to go to the movie. As crazy as that sounds, like a matinee was like a quarter, maybe 50 cents, maybe $1. Like I think I'm dating myself back to the 1920s. It couldn't have been that cheap, right? I don't know, man. Like I remember gas being $1 though, which is crazy. Like when I was just starting to drive. Da Bears. Oh God, QB. I am so excited about the Bears. This is the first time this is the most excited I've ever been like about a Bears team since like coming out of the 1984 season when the Bears lost to the Niners. I think it was 26-0 in the NFC Championship game. Like going into that 85 season, you could just see that they were there. Like you could see that it wasn't fluky, that their defense was unbelievable, and that, McMahon was ready. Yeah, Super Bowl shuffle all day. That season was the most magical. I don't care like what like fan of like team you are. Oh my God, Rachel, I love you, but you have to go right now. Get out. Oh, look, Rachel, I got news for you. Your time is coming. The reign of terror by the cheese-headed ones up in the great state of Wisconsin is coming to an end because I got news for you. Caleb Williams, he's the truth. And I'm not just talking about he can make every throw. It's like you can tell. Like, I don't want to get into a big sports talk. Everybody who hates sports can be like, what's this guy talking about sports for? But I'm really excited. I'm really, really excited. I do not think Caleb Williams is going to be a bust. I think that he's every bit of everything. And it's his personality. It's his intelligence. It's the way that he interacts with his teammates. It's that he loves playing the game. Like that, like for me, that's the most important element, even more important than the physical traits, because if you have a guy that's just like a Rudy, if you put the heart of a Rudy into a guy that has physical talent, that's how you get superstars. And that dude is all of it. Like He is the truth. Meg, oh my God, all the Packers fans are showing their faces. Oh, we own.
Have your order be seated, please.
You can bring the panel in. We can put the witness back on the stand and you can bring the panel in.
Do you want him up there first or?
Uh-huh.
Kathy, thank you. Thank you so much. God, I'm so sorry about your husband. What a float. Beautiful. I feel sorry for your loss. Thank you for letting me. Aw, come on, bro. He looks ready. He looks ready. As ready as the human Q-tip,
All right, you're entering jury.
Casper the Murdery Ghost, all the things. Ready as he can be.
Does the state stipulate to the presence of the jury panel? Yes, Your Honor. And the defense?
Yes, Your Honor. Thank you, Lauren. Please be
You'll
seated.
please remain standing, raise your right hand so the clerk can administer the oath.
You do solemnly swear the testimony you're about to give in this action shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I do.
You may be seated. Please state and spell your first and last name for the record.
Robert Tejas. First name is Robert,
Thank you,
R-O-B-E-R-T.
Finally,
Last name is
no.
Tejas, T-E-L-L-E-S.
Okay, you may continue.
Thank you, Your Honor. And again, with respect to Compass Realty's motives, I wanted to show you a probate court video. I'd like to see if we could share that.
This is going to be D3, and it's not been admitted yet.
Did my sound go weird? Did y'all hear that? Did you hear it?
Approach.
So that is them having a sidebar. You can't hear me still? Okay, sounds good. All right. I'm always worried about my internet. I just wish we lived somewhere where I could get an actual well-known service provider instead of what I imagine is 4 people in their garage just providing internet to rural areas I don't know, MetroNet. You guys ever heard of MetroNet? Can't get AT&T, can't get any of the big dogs for internet service out here. It's weird. It's we're literally okay, good. As long as I sound fine, that's it. So clearly there's some issue about playing this video. I mean, this theory just has no legs. You guys, if you weren't here yesterday, just a cursory search of Compass Inc., which is the large corporation. I call them a megacorp. The company's worth over $2 billion. They don't give a shit about $6 million. It's a write-off. If it's a loss, it's a write-off. It's like bad debt. It's like they're not worried about it. They're certainly not plotting to kill people because this guy cost them cumulatively $6 million. Ain't buying it. Sorry. Just ain't buying it. What I really want to hear is how the cops get drawn in on this, because it's not just one cop. It has to be multiple cops. And
The state has withdrawn an objection, so it will be admitted. It will go back with the jury panel. However, I'm not going to allow you to publish.
Okay. So when you do go back, if you could please review that video. I would like to ask if, getting back to where we were yesterday, if I could ask that we please share, well, first of all, I'd like to share a picture of the killer.
all right, so right from the get, like in his cell last night, he's sitting there thinking, all right, I'm going to start with this video, which was obviously some kind of video of, I don't know if it was a court proceeding or a closing or something. So in his mind, he's like, all right, this is how I'm going to start this thing. So right away, this dude who's shitting his pants up there because he's really trying to weave just an insane tale, gets a huge gut punch from the judge, wherein she's not allowing him to show that video. So now he's got to pivot. Like, watching him navigate through this is going to be fascinating.
First pants, I believe it is a zoomed in version of one of the videos that was provided by the state.
We have it.
Yeah, we have the photo, we have the thumb drive, it's better representation.
I have it on my computer as well. It's clear if we do it this way.
Okay,
As
and
been
it's
previously
exhibit.
submitted. Yes.
It states exhibit, just for the record.
I say 370. Do this.
And what are they trying to show?
It's the-
The state exhibit that's been admitted. I just,
It's
before you
the lowest.
publish.
Oh, I'm here for it.
What was the flash? Oh, the flash drive?
Correct, we addressed it yesterday.
Okay,
It's also the flash drive that they gave us money as well.
that's going to be court's indulgence, state's exhibit 338.
There's 338.
338, and you may publish.
What am I missing about the jeans? What am I missing about the jeans? You're talking about the jeans that he was wearing when he was arrested, right?
Chris. You guys are in here every day, so.
Do you guys want me to pause the chat a little bit? Do you want me to put a little timer on the chat? I can do that. Is it going a million miles an hour? You guys tell me. That was hilarious. Where'd that go? It's like my thing. Yeah, spiteful. It's so funny. He loves those jeans, Bob. They saved him in Nam. We were at the Aaron, whatever. Like, let's just go. All right, you guys let me know in chat if you want me to slow down the chat.
What are we trying to do?
Just that picture. I
I'm
don't
just zooming in.
I don't even know where that's coming from.
Well, my guess would be you have this item. It's like,
Interesting. I mean, his lawyer definitely said he was the last witness, but
If I may, I'd like to publish Exhibit A.
yes, okay.
You want to hit it in there?
can stand up here.
Sure.
Thank you, sir.
The defense is publishing to the jury Exhibit A.
I'd like to show the two, my jeans versus the killer's pants. I personally don't believe that they look the same.
His opinion is irrelevant.
Right, sustained.
And I'd like to also note that none of my other pants, jeans, or anything else were taken from my home on the day of the search. As a result of my jeans being taken from me that day, I was put into that paper suit. And you've seen the photo of the paper suit. And the room was cold. I asked, well,
What
when
is this guy
I
talking?
attempted to have the temperature adjusted,
What's happening?
there was no help there. So I spent the day freezing in that paper suit.
Oh, boo-hoo.
I'm sorry.
Guys,
There
is he
were
trying to garner sympathy? Is that his move?
various things that were done to, I believe, break me. I had conveyed concern all along about my family. And as time went on during this detention, interrogation, whatever, I learned of various things that I believe would tend to, and did for me, break someone's spirit. Being informed, I was informed that all of my vehicles were being taken away. And this was early in this interrogation. This was before they supposedly found a shoe, that they were taking all my vehicles away, which made no sense to me. When I wanted to reach out to talk to my family, to try to put them at ease, I was denied the ability to make any phone calls. When I wanted to speak to an attorney, I was denied the ability to talk to an attorney.
Okay,
It's
dude,
my
you didn't
understanding
confess.
that my rights were being suspended because I was not arrested. I was just being detained. Later, again, detectives took advantage, I believe, of my feelings for my family by referring to them over and over. And, it was a lot. Then all that finished. They were finished with the search, and they took me back home. And the media was outside my house, and somebody followed me all the way to my garage door with a microphone in hand. If I'd say chasing me per se, but she was walking pretty briskly all the way up to my house. And well, that was, I'm sure, her right. I wasn't. It didn't help the situation. To know that the media had been tipped off and they were swarming around the house. Then I walked into the house, and what I saw hit me even harder. I'd like to share the photos of my house after Metro finished their search. I think it's A2 to maybe S2.
That's going to be A2 through I2. Yes, A2 through I2.
I don't know why they have to turn the sound off every time they're just like doing something administrative. It's weird. Not Bob. Jay, are you? Love Bob too. I think I bring the humor to the next level too. I think I'm pretty funny. I think when Jay and I are together, though, it is hilarious. So that I think Jay's got he had an interview today, so I'm hoping he's gonna pop in. He went live with Donna this morning, right? Or with Charlie's retrial, right? Yeah, I'm sure he'll pop in if
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay, they're admitted into evidence, and
And Mr. Dreskowitz, oh, I'm sorry.
do you want to publish?
I would, if you wouldn't mind, could you take maybe 10 seconds of photo and flip them for me?
Okay.
Thank you, sir.
Do you want to see the photos? Take turns.
Well, I guess maybe, but when we publish them, if you could publish them for about 10 seconds a piece. And then what I'm concerned about, I'm publishing are the photos of the inside of my home
They are.
and what,
Yes.
so, thank you, sir.
This is A2.
So this is what I walked into in my house starting.
This is A2, A1.
All right.
Okay, I don't know the similar looking photo.
Yes.
Okay.
Are you done with this photo?
Yes, sir.
All right. This is B2.
And coincidentally, I was
All
led
right,
to believe
so the
that
chat, just every
they were not going to make a mess of my house.
This is C2. This is D2. This is E2. This is F2. This is G2.
it's a noise.
This is H2.
This dude like crying. You know what's happening right now?
This is I2.
Oh. This is he looking at his like kids' rooms and he's crying.
And this is J2.
Oh my god.
Sitting on the floor in our bedroom in the middle of this mess. And so this for me was, the thing that just broke me. I'm sorry. I knew I didn't do this thing, and yet the police claim to have this evidence. They did what they did to me, and I have a $1 million life insurance policy. I didn't want my family to have to go through more torture, and so I don't know what I was thinking, but I thought, you know what, if I can avoid the pain that they're going to suffer during this whole circus, then some money into their hands to make up for me not being there, then maybe this is the thing to do. But it was, for me, never. I'm not guilty. I didn't kill Mr. German. But as you can see, I attempted suicide. And SWAT came in and pulled me out and put me into that ambulance. Detective Jappy came into the ambulance, and when he came to the ambulance, he came in to extract a confession from me. It was conveyed that if I would just plead guilty, that
Sustained.
and in response, I said that I'm innocent, but I don't want my family to go through this, this thing that's going to happen. I guess what I said exactly was, I know that I would prove I'm innocent at trial, but I don't want my family to go through the pain. And I wish that I had the audio to prove that to you, but apparently it doesn't exist. I'm not certain how we ended up leading off with Mr. Gurman's, I guess the response to Mr. Gurman's request for the messages between me and Roberta, the emails and the Microsoft Teams. The production of those items that were given to, or that they were going to give to Mr. Gurman, it's a lot. I think it's probably hundreds of pages. So I think we were trying to see whether or not we could produce them electronically so that you could review those messages for yourself and see whether or not they're a motive for murder.
Your approach, please.
Oh my God. The crying thing, looking at the pictures of his disheveled house after they stormed in, pulled him out of the bathtub. Wow. This is next level bad. Like next level bad. I keep saying he's going to get destroyed on cross. Like I honestly don't know how much the state really has to do with them. Like he's done nothing but hurt himself. Nothing. Hasn't provided any explanation as to anything. The only explanation that he's provided with regard to the injury to his hand was ridiculous. Like, I don't know. I don't know if he's going to need to go at him that hard. I just don't know.
Okay, it's my understanding, based on the representation, that exhibit will be created and it will be marked and admitted after it's created. The state's going to put all those, I guess, communications onto a drive and it will be admitted.
Thank you. And and this is my understanding they already produced that item. I don't know if we can make sure that what they're producing.
Could he actually be worse than Murdoch was on the stand? I mean, it is a neck and neck race on which guy was shittier on the stand.
Producing is
It will be provided to you shortly.
Oh, yeah, absolutely. You'll be able
Okay.
to review it.
I would like to now share a photo of my Yukon that was taken at the police impound in their garage. It's 02.
We can move for a submission, or at least being admitted by stipulation. No objection.
It's admitted,
If we may publish it.
absolutely.
So this is a photo of my Yukon that, again, was taken by the police at the garage. If you will note, my Yukon doesn't have worn paint around the windshield like the killer's does. I'd like to note that I am in jail. I don't have access to Photoshop this photo so that to remove any alleged paint, worn paint. I don't also have Photoshop to modify the picture that Mr. Mogg took that shows allegedly that there was worn paint on my car. I'll also note for you, just because, the way that courts work and building records, that the doors on my car do lock and unlock. They do open. They do work. If someone were to open my car door, the visor, it works. It flips up, it flips down. So at any point, at any time, anyone could have opened the car door, flipped up my visor, flipped it down, even just prior to Mr. Mogg taking his photos. And so that's what I've got for that photo. Thank you very much. The cameras that are in the corner of my house, I did install those on September 5th, after my wife and I heard what we thought was a gunshot in the neighborhood. If, you know, and I think that it'd be pretty easy to, you know, well, I know that I said that to Detective Gaddis in my interview. And also, it was previously discussed that those cameras were not there during the surveillance on the 1st. So Mr. Mogg would not have found videos for the 2nd,
What is this
for the
weird
3rd,
shit he's doing?
for the 4th.
Like,
Personally, I believe that when there's no videos for all those days, I'm not sure how it could be so.
Sustained. And
Sure, no problem.
testify regarding your observations.
Of course, Your Honor. Like that, sir? Is that okay? Okay, thank you.
wow. This dude, the crying
So-
over the state of his house.
I believe both, well, I mean, I can't tell you what other people testified to, but I will say that that day on September 2nd at 8:50 a.m., I did make a text message from my house. And I did not leave my house. And I'm just going to hit this one point really quickly. Through 9:10 a.m. at the very earliest. Okay. As I testify later, it was much later that I left my home, but that's, I believe, an important point. So 8:50 sent a text message, 9:10 I was still home. Now, I would like to share, if I may, R2, I believe, I'm not sure if that's been admitted by stipulation or not. These are the tweets that I made that had any reference to Mr. Gurman.
It's not yet been admitted.
Yeah, it's marked as.
R2.
The state had produced a Twitter file that was not in, you know, your typical web browser format. And so when we went to review this, this is how those tweets came up.
Any objection?
No objection.
It's admitted and you may publish.
Here, let's. So now you'll notice that you heard about that tweet where I talked about where I joked.
It's really going to be more the state starting to make relevancy objections and just kind of hammering him. At some point, he's going to run out of shit to say. I mean, there's no cohesiveness to this story. This thing's all over the place. It's like he's just thinking of things. He's like, oh, yeah, I want to bring up this. Oh, yeah, I want to bring up that. This, like, his lawyer just has to be sitting there like, oh, my God. Like, oh, my God. And it's like, I'd love to know what the conversations between him and his counsel were. His counsel must have been like, dude, you cannot get up there. Like, I'm going to run you through, like, run your narrative by me. Let me hear what you're going to say. And this guy, if he gave any version of this, had to have been like, yo, dude, no. Hard no. Whoa, guy. Doorbell.
About hearing rustling in the trash, you know, just a dig at Mr. Gurman. And that was the one that's listed on 6, I believe, that's 6:18 at about 7, at almost 8 in the morning. You don't see the other tweets because, again, for whatever reason, they didn't, when they produced this document, they didn't produce replies embedded in it. So, but that's the same one. And you see that my last tweet regarding Mr. Gurman is on 6:19. And there I say, at J Gurman RJ at Review Journal. Actually, it wasn't lashing out so much as making sure that you finish the story about the website and maybe poking a little fun. A winky face emoji. You know, I had created, and you'll see that as has already been admitted, I created this portion of my campaign website that talked about the stuff that, that was different things I disputed. And so I wanted to draw attention to that. So that's why I goaded Mr. Gurman into that a little bit. At the same time, it was actually June 16th, I had sent a text message to a friend who had reached out to me about, because he was, he just wanted to check in on me. And on the 16th, I conveyed to him that it's all good. I'm not actually mad at it. At this point, I was over it. I'm happy to move on. And
Are you?
I said,
Could have fooled us,
although,
buddy. Could have fooled us.
Gurman says he's going to do a third article, one about the website. I don't give a damn. LOL. I don't know if that's something that we can, thank you, sir, that we can admit, this text message.
Well, that's it. Case over. He didn't do it. He sent tweets out.
If we may, or if you could present it for admission.
Something like a self-serving tweet to show that you're innocent.
To offer. Yes.
Wow.
This is going to be J3.
Absolutely.
If y'all didn't watch yesterday and you're not sure why this guy is just allowed to kind of like ramble on like this, there was a motion that was made by the defense. And I'm assuming his attorney is the one who suggested it, wherein they asked if he could testify via a narrative as opposed to being direct examined. So that's, and I don't know if the state didn't object. I wouldn't object if I was the state. I would allow this guy to go on forever. Like, you see what the result of him doing a narrative is. It's like a gift wrapped in a big, beautiful bow being handed to the state by allowing this guy just to go on and on and on. I think at some point, so that's why this is happening. If you weren't watching yesterday, and it seems weird because it is weird. I've never personally seen it. Apparently, Kathy Russin from Law and Crime tweeted that there was some other dude that did it. Of course, pro se defendants do it all the time. We're talking about somebody who has a lawyer. I've never seen this, and it is just beyond bad. It's beyond bad. I mean, this guy's relying on tweets that he sent to show that he isn't a murderer. Oh, see? Look at my lighthearted tweets.
No objection.
There being no objection, it's admitted and being published.
So you can see the content of there again, 3 days before I sent that last tweet. So again, there were never any messages where I would threaten Mr. Gurman. I'm certain that if there were, they would have been produced. Thank you, sir. The way that I handle things is I figure out ways to do things legally. And I'll discuss that in a little bit as to what I was planning. Your Honor, may I just stand up for one moment to show the jury why I didn't wear name brand shoes at the office? Just for a moment, and
You just want to stand up?
right where I'm at.
Yes.
Okay. So, I don't know if you noticed the height difference. I I wear lifts in my shoes. I'm about 6'5.5", and call it a vanity thing, right? I just wanted to feel a little taller. And so if I may just demonstrate why this is important. So these shoes that have built-in lifts, they're designed in a certain way where they don't slip off a person's foot when you're wearing them, right? You can see how this is so elongated because there's a lift in here, right? So you can't put, it's not, from what I've tried, I could not put a lift in a name brand shoe because that shoe would slip right off. There's not enough of the back of this, once that lift's in there, in order to grab a hold of your foot. So essentially, I'd be kicking my shoes off every time I walk. So, I never wore, again, any type of name brand shoe at the office. And I think that's something that will likely be discussed at closing, and how that's relevant. Which, of course, brings me to the shoes in the house. I did not cut up a shoe and hide it under my couch. I did not cut up a hat and put it
Yeah, you did.
in an open door of my toolbox.
You stuck balls.
I did not kill Mr. Gurman, so I did not take a bag with my children's basketball and football out of the bin and use it during the commission of a murder. So, again, I didn't kill Mr. Gurman. I guess, my next statement would have been argument, so let me skip that. And I think my attorney has already kind of discussed with you the deletion of this body cam video. I guess next I just want to share, I'm going to try to share some thoughts with you about the killer.
I can't wait to hear this.
It was strange to me that the killer.
Objection, proper opinion.
I didn't get to hear, so, what did you, what's the topic?
Well, I wanted to talk about my observations about the killer.
Okay, you can testify about any facts and observations that you've made.
Observations that I made about the evidence that I've reviewed, Your Honor?
Sure, go ahead.
Okay. It was strange to me that the killer walked around the neighborhood.
Okay, again,
It's hard.
facts and observations that you have made.
Right, and I was clarifying earlier that if I reviewed the evidence as provided to the state, but it's okay. I'll
Thank you.
I'll move on.
See how calm and cool and collected he is? What a guy. What a
I
guy.
did not. Make sure I get my order right here. So you saw a document with certain searches that said Jeff Gurman, Las Vegas, Jeff Gurman, Las Vegas, Rob 4AV, those type of things. I'd like, and my apologies, I should have actually sought this out earlier. I don't know if we can, it's a state's exhibit, if we can dig that up.
What is it?
It was a list of searches for Mr. Gurman that was provided by the state, a lump of Cellbrite items.
This is bloodbath. This was an absolute bloodbath. Oh my God, his lawyer was just texting. He must have been like, oh my God. This guy. Oh, this is. Oh, wait. They cut the sound? What are they doing? Okay, that's not me. It's on the stream. What is happening? Yeah, he wears lifts. He's like, dude's like 4'3". Oh, there he is. What's up, man? Jump on, foo. Let's go. Where you at? Why is Jay in the chat when Jay should be on the stream? Inquiry, did you already do your interview? That's what we want to know.
A lot of search results actually get pushed, or like pages get pushed up, is when people review or when people do a search and they visit a particular page based on the fact that they did these search terms, that would actually increase the ranking of the page. And so I'll explain. So for example, again, if you Google Rob Tejas or Jeffrey German, Las Vegas, Rob Fort,
It's his shit. What are you talking
then
about?
you go to my page and you find the page and you click it, then Google's going to say, okay, we're going to push this up, right? When people search, we're going to get it further up
Relevance.
the chain. And so when I was doing these searches, you'll see, sir, is it?
I may approach.
You may.
Yes. State's Exhibit 356.
Thank you, sir. And sir, may I ask you to kind of go through this slowly on the Elmo, if you don't mind? If you don't mind, please.
You may publish.
If I was trying to search for Mr. Gorman's personal information, I don't believe that I would repeatedly Google him over and over again. If you might focus, I don't know if you all can, if you might zoom in just a little bit more, if you don't mind, sir. So you see that it starts off Jeff German, Las Vegas, 4 times. Then I added Jeff German, Las Vegas public administrator. And if you could flip that page, please, sir. And then from there, if you could go down just a little bit, if you don't mind, just so I can read the very top. Okay, Jeff German, Las Vegas public administrator again. I did that a few times. And then if you could, and again, so if I was trying to find his address, I would be putting public administrator in the same search, right? If you could please flip that as well. So here I was trying to build a pattern. So next I searched Jeff German, Las Vegas, Rob Fort, NV, which is my campaign website. All right, so later as I continued to research, I found out that the only thing it was going to do is bump the search result up on my own browser. But thank you, sir. So I ended up finding that there were paid services where you give them a credit card number and a certain amount of money to spend, and they have either one of 2 ways of doing it. They either have people in some other part of the country or the world manually typing in these search terms, from different spots to, and I guess it's, I don't know if you'd call it cheating to have somebody artificially pushing your website up, but I felt like, with what Rita Reid had done, that, if she was going to lie, that it was fair game for me to try to push my website up so that people could read the truth, right? So that was the purpose of those searches. But I never searched for Mr. German's address. And yeah, I would think that if I had, you would see a landing page of some sort that actually showed it. I searched for his address. So when I saw these supposed searches where I supposedly looked for his car, you got to have a man's address when you're putting it into, at least from what they showed, that supposedly they found the car by way of his address. I didn't know his address.
White pages, dude.
So
Whitepages.com, bro.
And I think if you would have seen some landing page showing that I knew it, I didn't know his address. Never been to his house. Didn't do a Google Maps search of him. And when it came to these photos that are supposedly surveillance, I don't know why anyone would do that. Sit there and take 100 photos of different cars. I don't even understand what the purpose of that is. It's my understanding that surveillance means you go tail a person, not sit there and snap off a bunch of pictures. And then there were these other items that the state had introduced, photos of articles, like screenshots of articles, screenshots of the, was it Facebook messages, like a discussion that I had with John Cahill. And those are items that I was actually collecting for a lawsuit. And did you all bring a copy of that lawsuit, the lawsuit draft? Rick, may I?
Only guilty man in Shawshank.
So I had been writing a draft of a lawsuit, and as I said earlier, this is the way that I wanted to handle this issue. If we may take a look at it so I can tell you.
Thank you.
Buzzing for the truth. No, he's got a lawyer, but there was a motion that was filed that allowed him to testify via a narrative, meaning that he doesn't get questioned. Law and crime stuff.
I couldn't sue my employees because that would just look bad. But I felt that after I lost the election, they were fair game. Because my original thought was that, if I won, or if I tried to sue them in advance of the election, that people would say, he's just trying to shut up people, right? And I got advice to that extent. And so I took it. I said, okay, well, I'm from an attorney. I'm like, all right, well, I won't sue them now. And my hope is that I was going to win. And I think I came pretty close, but it is what it is. So once I lost, I said, you know what? Fair game. I'm going to sue them. May I? Oh, I am so sorry, sir.
Doesn't he realize the fact that he?
Okay. And so again, this is a draft of a lawsuit. It's an unfinished lawsuit that I had started drafting, and it was going to be on behalf of myself as my own attorney, as part of the law firm that I had, Accolade Law. And I would like to ask that this be admitted.
Any objection? Is it admitted?
So you can review that and see that, again, this is the reason that I had actually captured some of those pictures.
Luna,
sorry,
I'm not far
okay.
enough behind to blue. We do real time in seconds.
Now, the interesting about, this situation, and I guess, I had done my own research on cases, and I had found that there were actually cases where even DNA evidence had been planted. There was a case where apparently it was an officer-involved shooting, and the police were pretty sure they had their people.
What is happening?
Objection.
Why is this? Thank you. Thank
The objection
God.
is sustained.
Enough is enough. Let's go. Stay on track there, dude.
It goes to my theory, but
It
I
doesn't
guess
go to your
we'll
theory.
have to save that for later.
It doesn't. You don't have a theory.
Um,
No theory. I mean, talk about how you went to the Planet Fitness, bro. Give us something. This guy's got, holy
day.
shit. I'm going to say this right now. I'm going to pause this real quick.
September 7th.
If I'm his lawyer, I see some comments in there. If I'm this dude's lawyer, I am thrilled that he's doing this, because you know what? That takes all of the guilt, the pressure, everything that I be feeling anytime I have a client that's convicted, that is sworn up and down that they're innocent of the crime. Like you can't help. We're all human beings. You feel the weight of the world when you're defending somebody. This guy removes all of that for his lawyer. His words are sinking his own ship. Like his lawyer's got to be thrilled. Like his lawyer doesn't even have to count this as a loss on his ledger. Like this dude is convicting himself. What's up, J-Bo? Get in here, you bastard. What's up, dude? You done? You done interviewing?
I don't know what Bob. I already had my interview. What interview?
Friday? I thought you said you had it's Thursday. Shit, sorry. Never mind.
No, I don't have an interview Friday either. I don't know where you're getting that from.
I thought you were doing like an interview for the social media thing on Friday. Was that? I must have.
No, oh, I have like a. You mean the freelance thing? That's on. If you're talking about that's on Monday.
Oh, all right. Yeah, that's what I was talking. Yeah, I wasn't talking about working for the Spawns of Satan. The
Yeah,
insurance.
they denied me.
They did. You
Yeah.
got- oh, good.
It's fine. It's fine.
I hate to say that, but good. I'm glad. I'm glad I didn't get that job. Sorry, not sorry. All right, dude. Shit show. Have you been listening?
I just posted the the lifts. I mean, what kind of man, a politician even, would wear lifts? What kind of insecure?
Stallone.
What
Sylvester
kind of
always wears lifts.
Stallone? I know some other people, politicians, that might wear lifts, and man, that must be some insecurity to have
Dude.
have some lifts.
Dude. Like lifts might be worse than like stuffing a sock down your crotch. Like in terms of insecurity, I don't know which one's worse. Lifts are pretty bad. It's like I was just watching that Seinfeld episode where he had the little person, like Kramer's little
Mickey.
person, Mickey, and like like the kid that he was standing in for was growing. So Kramer convinced him to wear lifts.
And they all turn on him. They're like, you can't wear lifts. You're wearing like it's like a scandal. Like he's wearing lifts.
Right. Everyone like freezes him out. Yeah. All right. Yeah, it's a shit show here, dude. It's a shit show. Totally.
Back in 2022. As I mentioned earlier, I sent a text message, hung around home, had no watching TV or working. Somewhere probably around 10ish, I went for a walk. Came back home, and then got ready and went off to the gym. And if I could republish T2.
This has already been admitted.
Jay, who's worse, Murdoch or this guy?
I mean, it's this guy. It's this
Yeah.
guy.
Well, I mean, at least Murdoch was smart enough to allow his lawyer to guide him through the test.
Exactly.
Sir, if you could please turn to the appropriate page.
Oh yeah, did you hear the crying?
No, I missed the crying.
When they were showing,
As I said before, I'm techie.
pause it real quick. They were showing pictures of the house after the police made entry and pretty much trashed the house. You can hear him snivel. Like it was pictures of his like shit, like his hair product, like his room's disheveled. You can hear him crying. I'm like, out of all the shit this guy's gonna cry about, that's the thing that he picks. I mean, he is unhinged.
And as Josh Ritter made a great point when he did his analysis yesterday, he's like, we're all ragging on this guy, but in his head, he is crushing it right now. He is like, I have their attention. He is like thinking he is just crushing it.
Crushing it. I said the same thing yesterday. Like in this mind, this guy is just knocking it out of the park. He has no idea. And I was saying, like, I really don't know how much the prosecutor has to do. Like this guy, like you just like, this isn't somewhere they're going to have to hammer him for 3 hours. This is going to be like 7 to 10 questions, pointed questions, just directly relating to the evidence, the very powerful evidence. I don't know, man.
Honestly, it would be like, I know they wouldn't do it, but it would be super ballsy just to be like, we have no questions. Like, we know this is bullshit. We don't have any questions for you, sir. Like, I don't think they would do that, but they don't have to. Like, do they really have to say anything to him?
That's what I'm saying. Like, it would be ballsy, but I think they could do it. I think they could say, we're good. We're good.
We're not going to entertain this.
No. Oh, wow. Let's see. I can't wait. But selfishly, I want to see the cross.
Yeah. You see that my actual login, after you consider everything I do, to get ready to go to the gym, when they were ready to scan my phone, it was at 12:09. And I say it was my phone because I'm a techie person. The tag that was on my keychain, I abandoned it long ago. So that was from my phone. May I next republish, I believe it's States Exhibit 374 regarding text messages I received that day.
So that's all he's got for his alibi. He's a techie guy. I'm a techie guy, and I abandoned my actual tag. I'm assuming he's saying he took a picture of it, so that he just shows a picture of his tag that they scanned. Really cool if they could have shown through Cellubrite him opening it,
Would you,
proving that.
if you don't mind, if you could publish it, please.
374 will be published.
It's about 20 pages.
If you don't mind, we can just go through it briefly. My apologies. If you could go ahead and turn to the next page, please.
This fucking guy, man.
Fucking guy's unbelievable.
I love how he's trying to be so like faux polite, like
Yeah.
they're gonna love
So
him.
If you could
At
turn the
one
page,
point, he
please.
was sitting there with the jury with his hand on his
And
chin.
if you could turn the page, please.
So just like a fireside chat.
You turn the page, please. If you could again turn the page, please. Now you see again that conversation I had with my daughter. Had my phone, responded, no problem. At 9 o'clock, still had my phone when I got an email from Jimmy John's. You could turn the
Jimmy
page, please.
John's.
Hey, you get the big veto.
Still had my phone when I got this message from, if you bring it down a little bit, or the other direction, please, from Cora. And when I got this text message from this spam, talking about how they wanted to sell my home, I didn't respond to that. If you could please, when I got the message from Macy's, I didn't respond to that. And again, still had my phone. When I got this, if you could go to the next page, please. This is, so we had recently changed our, at the office, the way that, or our vendor for the answering service. And with that, I asked that they create a system or implement a system where we're automatically texted for these things. Again, no response required. This is something that was assigned to Rita. It was just provided to me for my records. So nothing to respond to. Again, another email, no response needed, just junk mail. Sir, please. Again, another message from the answering service. Then at 10:36, I got a message from my wife with a picture from my daughter. And then if you can go up, my wife called about 10:43. I'd been out for a walk. I was just about to come in anyway, so I didn't respond.
Oh.
You'll notice that she did not call me again. She did not text me again. That's because honey, I'm home. So can we go to the next page?
Why didn't your wife testify, dude?
Yeah.
Again, another junk mail.
Jim, bro.
Then a phone call from Reputation Defender, junk. I don't feel the need to pick up the phone from everybody who's calling.
Oh no, he's at the gym allegedly at 12:08. So can you read that? I think
No.
I can't fucking read that. Come
I
on.
can't see shit. That's worse than the overhead projector at my school. I mean, this is like, what is this?
I mean, it's illegible.
And then another email, again, automated email. If you could change the page, please. And calendar invitation, junk mail, calendar invitation. And you'll notice by this time it's already 12:53 when we're at number 32. So I already have myself at the gym, right? So it's not like I've got to answer any of these things, right? And then I was done at the gym. I want to say I typically take about an hour there. And so it was, I don't know why I would have missed this call if I was in the shower or whatever. This would have been from the vendor for my daughter's diabetes supplies. So they left a message. And if you scroll down, it looks like they left a message about a sensor for my daughter. Have we had, and if you could go up. So here again, like I said, you should have no doubts about the fact that I had my phone on me. Whatever anybody tries to argue, because again, I clearly had it. Went from the check-in. I say I had it all day. They may try to argue otherwise, but so when we continue on again, there's that message. Then my ex-wife sends me a message at 1:26, and I don't immediately respond to it. And I don't feel the need to respond to every single text message immediately. I don't know, I'm personally that way. If I don't find a sense of urgency in it, I believe it can wait a bit. Sometimes I won't respond to, even if it's a person who's sending me a text message, I won't respond to the next day. It's
Wow,
just whatever mood
cool,
I'm in.
dude. Thanks for letting us know that.
So I personally don't think that there's anything suspicious about my phone use here.
Only guilty man in Shawshank.
Thank you, sir, very much. So I went to the gym, like I said, at about
Terrible.
12 and got checked in about 12:09. Did my workout. Went home. Picked up kids later. And, I can't imagine the kind of person that would.
Sustained.
So I personally can't imagine myself to be the kind of person.
Sustained.
I am not the kind of person who would stab someone.
The objection was sustained.
Okay. So I've never beat anybody up. I've never killed anybody.
Uh-oh, is he almost done?
He's done.
I didn't kill Mr. Gurman.
Thank you.
And that's my testimony.
And
Guilty man
scene.
in Shawshank.
Okay. Cross-examination.
Oh, here we go.
Oh, that's true. Okay.
I'm gonna need a break.
We're going to take a recess. During this recess, you're admonished not to discuss or communicate with anyone, including your fellow jurors, in any way regarding the case. Remember, questions don't come till both sides are done questioning. So when they're done questioning, if you want to ask a question, I will ask it then. But we do that because your question might get answered in the interim. So during this recess, you're admonished not to discuss or communicate with anyone, including your fellow jurors,
Jury
in
writes
any way
questions.
regarding the case or its merits, either by voice, phone, email, text, internet, or other means of communication or social media. Read, watch, or listen to any news or media accounts or commentary about the case, do any research, consult dictionaries, internet, or reference materials, do any investigation,
No
test
consulting
a theory,
dictionary.
recreate
Shit.
any aspect of the case, or in any other way
I've never heard that one
investigate or
before.
learn about the case on your own, or form or express
Definition of
any opinion
bullshit.
regarding the case until it's finally submitted to you. Will be in recess. Is 15 minutes okay?
Yeah.
15 minutes. Thank you.
All right, you're actually adjourned.
This guy needs to go change his Depends undergarment because he just shit his pants. He's about to get crossed, bro.
But do you think like I don't even think he should his pants because he thinks he's just like he doesn't care. He's like gonna just blow away he's not even worried about prosecution because he's innocent in his dumb head. Oh, he's so
Oh my
bad.
god, dude. Like,
No one tell Jack to analyze this because Jack will end up with Chief Bromden in the psychiatric hospital if he has to try to analyze this guy. Don't tell him to do it.
oh my god. Oh my god. That was painful. I mean,
Yeah.
honestly, it was painful to watch. It was just an unhinged, angry little man who has somehow convinced himself over 2 years that he didn't kill this guy. Like people do that. Like, I mean, you can fool yourself into thinking anything. And like this guy just sat up there, and I absolutely think he crushed it in his mind.
Oh yeah. Oh yeah.
You know, like in reality, it was the biggest shit show I've ever seen. It was like there was just like, dude, you had 2 years to figure out what the hell you're gonna say. You know, to cohesively figure out how to explain away this incredibly powerful evidence that they have, and he did none of it. Like so let's look at it. So he cut his finger making his
Chicken
world
fried
famous
rice.
chicken fried rice recipe for his daughter. Decided to super glue his finger together instead of going to get stitches, which, you know, any normal person would. But, you know, when you've just murdered somebody, it's probably a good idea not to go to the hospital to get medical attention because of the records. As far as the Tahoe, he's got this thing where, look, and I couldn't understand what he was saying, that there's like some kind of paint around the window.
Oh, I thought it was the rims. I thought it was because the rims were like certain.
No, like, well, that's one of the things he said. That was yesterday. Today, he showed a picture of Tahoe and said that around the his windshield that there's like a paint strip or something. He kept saying. I couldn't understand what he was saying, but that, you know, and I was in jail, so I couldn't Photoshop the photo for it to look different than that one. Doesn't address anything else other than to say, I didn't leave cut up shoes under my couch. I didn't leave a basketball and a football in a duffel bag in the garage that are my kids' balls. I didn't use it in a murder. I didn't, I didn't cut up a straw. I mean, dude, it's like I was saying before it started. It's like, look, he's in a tight spot because of the fact that there's no way to explain this shit. And he's additionally in a bigger tight spot because there's no evidence that Compass Mortgage hired the two little gray men to go, do this crime. Had that existed, I imagine law enforcement would have probably picked up on it. And maybe he's not under arrest. So he's certainly, from the comfy confines of jail, is not going to be able to unearth anything that law enforcement wasn't able to unearth during their investigation, right? So brutal. It's like it's that conversation that we were having, Jay, about whether or not, he testifies. When you're having that conversation, when I have those conversations with my client, like, you have to be truthful with your client and say they have very powerful evidence against you. That's a fact. And we have little to no way to rebut it. Like, it does, the fact that they don't have a DNA expert to at least try to attack, because like DNA is a very subjective, DNA analysis is very subjective. Like, you can get 10 different DNA lab techs to give you 10 different results. It's not, it's not just like a magical machine that you pop something in and it pops out, boop, it's the person. It's not what it is. It's a very scientific process, and it's subjective. It's very subjective to the analysis, and for them not to have hired a DNA expert to at least challenge it speaks volumes, because they very well could have sent it to their own DNA person, at least the, all of the data, the raw data from the DNA profile being created, and your expert looks at it and he's like, lab looked good. And they're like, the lab, like, because you can attack the lab, you always talk about cross-contamination. You can talk about the fact that it was multiple contributors, of course, one of them being Jeff Gurman, but if there's like, if your lab guy or if your DNA guy's like, I got nothing, dude. Like, you're saying, all right, well, don't write a report because we're not retaining you. You know, I mean, it's like the lack of witnesses on behalf of the defense is as powerful as the state's evidence that they have against him. You know,
You know, I was thinking, I have to say, now I didn't watch all the, obviously the whole thing, but I give this defense attorney, I feel like, a lot of credit because he's been dealing with this asshole for, how long since he retained him. He did his job as best he could, trying to, doing his job as defense attorney, trying to poke some holes, trying to get some reasonable doubt. And then he got to the point where he's just like, I'm not fucking doing this, dude. You want to do this shit? Go ahead. So, like, I give him a lot of credit. He wasn't, from what I saw of him, he didn't appear snarky or like being an asshole to most of the witnesses, at least that I saw. And he's been dealing with this prick this entire time. I mean, the guy was pro se at a certain time, lost it to like, I know a lot of times we'll shit on these, defense attorneys sometimes when they're like total assholes. But this guy seemed like this team like has had to deal with this prick for how long? And I just feel like he seems like he did his job the best he could.
I mean,
it got to this point. He's like, I'm not doing it, dude. You want to give your judge? He wants to do his deal. I'm not going to be part of this. And like, I got to give him credit. I feel like
100%. Like, I mean, we talked about it early on. Like, I mean, you have to play the hand that you're dealt, and if you're dealt a 7-2 offsuit, man, I mean, it is what it is. Like, you can't, like, lawyering is not magicianship. Like, you're not going in there waving wands and magical things happen. It's like the evidence is what it is. If you can attack the evidence, you do that. If you can't, you try to focus on the law. If you can't, the law is not going to help you. Then you pound the table. And he wasn't even really pounding the table. I mean, he was very cordial. Like, that's what I was saying. Like, through the course of the trial, everyone was cordial. The state was cordial on cross. The defense was cordial on cross. It was a very cordial proceeding. It really was. There was little to no snark ever from either side. It's just one of those kind of cases where you go in as a defense attorney where your client's insisting on going to trial. That's what you do. You just go in, you do the best that you can, try to protect your client's right to a fair trial. You do what you can in terms of trying to create a little bit of doubt. You put on a couple of witnesses that say that the guy's not a total dickbag. You put on some psychiatrist or forensic psychologist to say, that him trying to kill himself while they're storming the house was not consciousness of guilt. And you roll with it, man. It's like there's nothing that he did or didn't do that is going to equate to a winnable appeal, in my estimation. Like that's what you concern yourself with. He was certainly not ineffective. You can't, like I said, you can't, sometimes you just can't turn lemons into lemonade. Sometimes you just gotta, sour pucker that thing and deal with it, because it is what it is. But the conversations that had to have taken place leading up to this day, or yesterday, really, in terms of, that's where I want to be the fly on the wall. Like I'm sure Josh said the same thing. I think everybody was coming up from what I heard from other LawTubers, like when Allie and I are like, it had to be this. It had to be that this guy was going to get up there and say things that this guy either, and I'm talking about his lawyer, knew wasn't true, and that he was not willing to go up there.
By the way, Bob, sorry, I don't mean to cut you off, but I don't know if you have it on pause. It looks like they're showing like the two of them talking right now on
let me see. No, let me just slide it up. No,
it's audio only, but they're kind of just they
Okay.
were just chatting it up a little bit.
Get up to current. All right, so we're live.
Now he's talking to the court officer.
It's like, so when you're going to take me into custody for good,
can I keep my adult crayon? Can I please?
do I get the wax pencil? What did they say it was?
A grease pencil, right?
Yeah, the grease pencil.
Oh, and by the way, can I just share my screen? I'm going to share it real quick, folks, because I've been talking about this, and I don't know if I just want to do this real quick, guys. I just want to show this. So if I've been saying Billy Eichner is the defense attorney, everyone look at the defense attorney. And if you've never seen Billy Eichner, I just want to share this real quick. Tell me that's not the freaking defense attorney to a T. I just have
that is Billy Eichner after he lost about 25 pounds. When he was a little chunkier, yeah, that looks like that's the slimmer 2.0 Billy Eichner for sure.
Yeah, so
Got the same-
sorry, guys. I had to
Same
share that.
hair, same glasses. I don't know if it's as spot on as the prosecutor being Rob Schneider, but they're both very, very spot on.
And I think I love that you called him that, because that is what I called him during Tommy Boy. So it's
It is.
yeah,
No
that's what I
shit.
called him. I'm like, he looks like Rob Schneider.
He really does. It's like uncanny. It's uncanny. Like all of his buddies, like when they're out at the bar, and like somebody says, you know who you look like, and all his buddies are like laughing. Yeah, he fucking looks like Rob Schneider. It's like it's like a running. Like I've got a buddy who's a real diminutive guy. He's like 5'7". He's one of my closest friends. That spares like he has a striking resemblance to Robert Downey Jr., except older. So, but he looks like him. Like a lot of people are like, he looks like, and like that's kind of like a running joke. I'm like, you ain't got his money though, bro. I'll tell you that. You're way too little. You can never play Iron Man ever. Oh, there he is. The Rob Schneider cuter is ready to go. This is going to be, I'm going to go over under half hour. I'm going to go under.
Well, here's the question, Bob. Let's just say if he ends today, well, I
Do we
guess
have
they
closings? Well, it depends if there's going to be a rebuttal.
well, that's honestly, I was thinking like, what about a verdict? But I didn't even occur to me about we got closings first. But like, how long is it going to take this jury to convict this guy?
Not long.
Less than an hour. I mean, I know that seems like that's too short. I feel, but you never know. I guess.
I think that every jury kind of feels like they can't come back in less than an hour.
Right.
You know what I mean? It's like you just can't. You can't do it. Like they have to.
It just appears. It just looks bad. They don't want to.
You have to give the appearance that you went back there and talked it out. But yeah, this is going to be. I anticipate it's going to be a short verdict. Like I can't. And you know how I am, man. Like I'm all like, if it's even close, I'm always leaning into hung juries. It's like, because I perpetually live on the fence. I'm the on the fence guy. It's my thing. It's like I'm always like, and then you get cases like this, which should never have gone to trial. Like, in this situation, Tejas is demanded trial. That there was no way. I don't know if they offered him a plea. If they did, he rejected it. He's like, I'm going to trial on this shit. And if you're the state, like this is one of those cases where you've got everything you could ever want, right? Like everything you could ever want. And maybe you don't make an offer. Maybe you go in. I mean, but you never know what a jury's going to do. That's always the X factor. It's like, do you get some crazy jury that just buys this shit that he's putting out there, and you get one juror that's like, yeah, Rock and Compass Mortgage, they foreclosed on me 4 years ago. It's you get somebody like that. But I mean, you just have to know that this was not his lawyer advising him to, let's take it to trial. Because like when Allie and I, we were always incredibly transparent with our clients in terms of the odds of winning. I'm like, dude, like if I've got a client and I'm like, they have incredibly powerful evidence, we need to be talking plea here. Like my job is shifted from trial work to now trying to get you a sentence that fits the crime.
Negotiations.
That's it, man. Because and that's primarily the bigger role of a defense attorney is trying to get the state to get, because like I said, like we all watch murder trials, but a vast majority of the crimes that are committed in this country are not murder. There's, you've got just a huge amount of crime that is committed, and it's burglaries, it's domestics, it's battery, it's, all the different things. And there's huge ranges in sentencing. And depending what prosecutor's office you're dealing with, we know the prosecutors that we work with a lot and have been working with for decades. We know who the hanging prosecutors are who never budge on offers. And, and that is really the bigger part of the job. It's like you rarely get to trial. It's like these guys that are public defenders are always going to have the most trials under their belt because, a lot of times defendants that have PDs, they got nothing to lose but to go to trial. Because that's the concept. Like in this case, if the offer was, we're giving you the max offer is all we're giving you. We're not walking back 1 minute of that time that we're offering you. Then he's like, all right, well then I'm going to trial because I've got nothing to lose. You're like, I'm not just going to give it to you. I'm not going to hand it to you. You know, so that's how you end up at trial sometimes. But
It's funny because really civilly, it's so similar. Like, it's very rare that we, like, from an insurance, I mean, just in general, it's very rare you let a case go to trial because you never know what a jury could do.
Yep.
But there's so many cases, and like, it's just when you were describing that, I'm like, I'm like, as an attorney, as a defense adjuster, I knew the attorneys that were just going to settle this because they're like they knew their case was kind of BS, and I knew the attorneys that are like, I'm taking. When they told me they were taking it to trial, I was like, shit, I got to get my trial prep ready and get like everything in order because this guy's really like, it's so interesting how civilly it's very similar. Obviously,
Yeah.
different stakes, but very similar
Especially
process.
like with soft tissue shit, which I'm
Yep.
sure you saw a huge amount of.
Yep.
You know, in soft tissue, which is like, you know, your typical rear end or whiplash cases, which are incredibly difficult to prove from the plaintiff side because there's just nothing that's going to show up on MRIs. You're not going to be able to have a doctor get on the stand and say that there's some kind of permanent damage if they're not seeing it. It's one thing if you have, you know, like a ruptured disc or, you know, bulging discs, things like that nature where they can actually see it on an MRI.
Well, the cases that I handled, all show shit. Well, see, New York is a little different than almost every other state because New York is a no-fault state, which means no matter who's at fault, your medical bills are paid by the car you're in. A lot of other states, it's the car that hits you pays for, and then you can settle beyond that. So New York was very different. But I was talking to the guy I had the interview with, and it was when I started my career at Geico, it was like there were those soft tissue cases, and then people would get scopes. They get a shoulder scope, they get a knee scope. That was the majority. That was like, and now it's wild. These people get fusions. And for folks who don't know what fusions are, they're these surgeries where they put your two vertebrae, they fuse them together with metal, and it's pretty serious. And when I left Liberty, Liberty Mutual was the last place I was at, or just even at Geico when I was there, people were just getting fusions because it meant if it was a decent impact, 150 grand, depending. But like, not always and not definitively, but it always blew my mind that like they would do this because they wanted to get. I mean, some of them were legitimately hurt, but a lot of times they weren't. It was like a 65-year-old guy who had degenerative issues and happened to have an accident, whatever the case may be. But it always blew my mind. Some of these people would have these super serious surgeries, but they were trying to get that bag, trying to get that
right. But and you're still not ringing the bell on those cases. Like you're getting your med paid, and like the way that we always tried to figure out specials is like we do treble damages. Like that would be, we'd take whatever the specials were and we'd multiply that by three and come up with our demand, knowing that it would but it depends so much on the county and whether you're
the venue is massive. Like, so I live in Suffolk County, which is considered pretty conservative. Like we had a system, and it would be like, it was called Claim IQ. I don't even know. It was a system where you would put the same injury, and you would just change the venue and see. And like I was talking about, an arthroscopic surgery could come back at 50 grand, whatever in Suffolk, and then you go to the Bronx, Brooklyn, 120 grand, like it, and it's because the thought is like the people people there like, yeah, get them their fucking money. You're so right. The county is huge. The venue is huge. Well, does the plaintiff look like the people in that county? You know what I mean? Like it's
100%. Yeah, like Cook County, which is where Chicago is. Obviously, you're going to get the biggest. You're going to get the biggest awards if you do go to trial there, and and that turns into, you're going to get bigger offers when it finally on the, because I mean, the defense attorneys for the insurance defense, they're paid hourly, like for plaintiff work in civil cases, it's contingent, meaning I'm taking a risk at taking the case and trying to work through the process and knowing that the attorneys on the other side are going to drag it out forever because that's how they make their living. So you're going to get all the deps, all the depositions are going to take place, and you're having to invest your own money as a lawyer, to get experts and you're hoping. So like if you're a plaintiff's lawyer, you got to make sure that you're evaluating claims properly and trying to sniff out a case is bullshit. Like there's those, ambulance chasers, those guys and they'll settle everything's
Yeah.
value. They'll get rid of the cases. And they're churning like 1,000 of those a year. You know what I
Yep.
mean? They
And
never.
they're sending them to the
Wow.
same facility that has AcuChiro and PT in the
Yep.
same room that the people probably don't even go to.
Right.
Yeah.
Yeah, exactly. And like from your end of it, like from the insurance side of it, you're like, all right, well, we'll spend less just paying out 15K than going to trial. You know what I mean? Like that becomes the evaluation
Right.
in terms of trying to deal with it. Like, because I would always try to settle with the adjuster prior to going to suit. Like, because like you would sit there, like in Illinois, you got a 2-year statute of limitations, and you're like, and if you miss that day by 1 day, you're done. Like when I talk about the law having like hard and fast dates where if you don't have something filed, it is dead in the water and you've committed malpractice. Like the law is very, very strict about that. So you can spend 1.5 years, trying to negotiate this thing with an adjuster, trying to get the thing settled. And, if you just can't get the movement, then you file and then the shit show starts. So that's why civil cases take 5, 6, 7, 8 years, because you'll have that front end where you're trying to negotiate something with the insurance company themselves. And the interesting thing is, I don't know if people know this, is that if you get to trial, like as the plaintiff's attorney, I can't tell the jurors, well, we're not really suing poor 83-year-old Gladys, or her insurance company. We're suing her. They have no idea, if they don't know how the process works, that we're really trying to sue the coverage. You know what I mean? You can't talk about it.
No, the second that insurance comes up, mistrial, gotta do it again.
That's it.
Can't talk about insurance.
Yeah, can't do it, man. So it's it's interesting. But yeah, the county is so huge, the venue is so huge. And it's like for me, it was like the age of prosecutors was such a big deal, because you had so many young prosecutors who just didn't have life experience, and I'm sitting there and I'm a very, I'm an empath. I'm a emotionally driven guy. And like, I'm always in there trying to humanize my clients. And, especially if I had a young client who just fucked up, and who's not a monster, didn't do something horrific, whatever it was. If it was like, I'm like, just always trying to appeal to their better nature and say, look, let's not ruin this kid's life. I mean, you hang a felony, some bullshit felony for a bar fight where one punch was thrown. This kid's life is ruined, like, let's not do that. Let's try to figure out a way to punish him so that the message sticks, but without hanging a life-ruining charge on him, because a felony just haunts you forever. You never escape it. It's like, it's just constantly there. Anytime background checks, you can't get jobs. It's like your whole life is altered in a way that's unfixable. And
at a time when sometimes your brain isn't fully developed. Not that I'm saying it's okay, certain things aren't okay, but like if it's like it's supposed to be you're supposed to be rehabilitating, not certain people, like you said, to your point, like some kid who gets into a bar fight, he just had a few too many drinks, and then the state is like, this guy needs, like you said, a felony, when like, yeah. So right. I get your point. Yeah,
just send the kid to like he's like force rehab, make him go to like a
right
back panel like they do with DUIs, like make him go to some counseling, just make him feel it, make him like you're not trying to give passes, but you're trying to, like I said, like the goal is to make the punishment fit the crime, which is oftentimes a very, very uphill battle. Like what it took Allie and I 10 plus years of taking cases to trial, when we just thought, and beating them, for them to realize, like, look, if you've got the evidence, we're not going to trial on it. We're gonna talk to our client. We're gonna get them to plead out. We're not trying to waste court resources. We're not trying to waste the taxpayer money trying cases that are bullshit. So when we're coming to trial, that we've got a fucking case. So it's and we're like, again, no one really knows what happened, because like, it's not like in the movies, man. It's like the lawyers aren't saying, "Oh, you got to be your lawyer. You have to tell me, did you do it?" Like, you don't ask that. because it doesn't affect your job, like whether or not they did it or not. It's like your job is your job is your job. So, you know, and everyone says they didn't do shit. Like everyone denies it, you know, and like that's what I've been saying. Like we've talked about this a million times. Like when I have to slide the discovery in front of them, I'm like, all right, well, I know what you're saying, but this is what the evidence is, and it's a problem. Like they're just gonna. It's like we're gonna have a really hard time getting this thing to an NG with the jury. It's like, you know, but sometimes you get those cases where, and when they're circumstantial, it's so hard to know, you know, it just
Yeah.
is. It's
Yeah, I
so-
saw that. Someone just commented the prosecutor and the lead attorney just went in the hallway to have a little chat. And by the way, do you guys notice? I know it's not him, but there's like a Dr. Kinsey lookalike in the back row, like all the way to the right. Kind of looks like Dr. Kinsey all the way to the right in the back row there. But yeah, the
the way the gray T-shirt next to the guy in the suit.
no, all the way in the back. He has a suit himself. Back row, all the way to the right. You see, he has glasses.
Oh, so there's one guy.
There's a guy in between. Yeah, not all the way to the right. The guy next to the guy in the gray.
Okay,
shirt.
yeah, I see it. He looks a little like, I'm not going to tell Dr. Kinsey. So that guy looks like a little heavier than Dr.
Oh
Kinsey.
well, yeah. I'm just facially. He's got the
Yeah.
glasses, the beard.
Fair enough. So this guy all the way in the light blue shirt, like I tweeted, he sent a he tweeted his name's like his account something Moon. He tweeted a picture with him and Lauren Matthias yesterday, like on one of my Tellus tweets. He took a picture with her in the hallway, I guess.
Nice.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, Tejas has no, look at him. Just look at him deep in thought right there. Oh my God.
Waiting.
Like what is going through that dude's brain right now?
Good question. Good question. Because it's like you can't try to think what would I be thinking, because he doesn't think like any of us. Like what he did, whether it's the murder or just his test, like he isn't the world in his head is not one that's attached to reality like most of us. Like who knows what he's thinking right now? Thinking about like when he walks out of there free because he did such a good job. Like who knows what this guy is thinking right now?
Dude, we all have idiosyncrasies. Like we're all weird in our own special ways.
Absolutely.
Like he's a special type of weird, you know, like he's got some kind of like, I don't even know what kind of disorder. Like, I mean, obviously the narcissism, but beyond that, like he's just not able to deal. Look, he's kind of talking to himself right there. Did you see that? Like he was like I think he's like he's like practicing his answers, his facial expressions. Yeah, we need a body language expert. Yeah, I'm talking about Tejas. But yeah, man. So Luna's mom, thank you so much for that $10 holla. Bob, can you just start reading the phone book? Between you and Jay, it would be far more entertaining.
Just wait for Cross though. But thank you, Luna's mom.
Yeah, we appreciate you, Luna's mom, always. Martha Chapman, another $10 holla. Extra small men's furry, please. This time, officer. Thank you so much, Martha Chapman. We appreciate you so much. And Julie was a new member. Oh, family hug.
Welcome, Julie.
Love having you. Love having you here. Miss Kelly, I don't know if I got to say thank you. I think I typed it. Thank you. And the Bears. I'm excited, Jay. Like I was like early in the stream, I was bearing it up, man. It's like I just love like this season. Like I've been waiting forever for the Bears to be on Hard Knocks. And it's just, I love being able to see kind of like that behind the scenes shit, you know, especially with like the front office stuff. That's like, I really like the season with the Giants where you got to kind of see them in their off season, which is cool. It's just shit you never get to see going down, but like you get to see their personalities more. And dude, I just love fucking Caleb Williams. I love him. I love his personality. He's so bright. Like he's got just an unbelievable amount of talent. Like he can make every throw. He's got and knock on wood, but he's got that Mahomes thing going on where he can just make throws that other dudes cannot make. Just, you know, contorting his body. I'm like, I have not been this excited about a season since
when's game 1?
I want to say the 9th, September 9th.
Man, that's so close.
It's so close, dude. Let's see. I forget who we play. I'm gonna check. I've had season tickets for a long time. Let's see. So the Bears play tonight, preseason, but the starters aren't playing, so I don't really care. I like to watch the young guys trying to make the team. So let's see. Bears. Oh, Titans. High noon. The 8th of September. September 8th. High noon. Like, I love that. Like, it's weird for you guys. Your games always start at 1. It's like high noon in Chicago. That's game time. So, like, we go and tailgate. So, like, I'm out of the house by like 6 because I'm about 45 minutes out of the city, and we like all gather up.
6 a.m.
Fuck yeah, dude.
for a 12 o'clock game.
Yeah, well, you figure by the time we get down there and get set up, because I have to stop and pick up my friends. We all carpool because we're all going, like my seat partners. So we get down there and then we set up. And now that I don't drink anymore,
I was just gonna say you don't even drink.
but I'm the cook. So I typically, for years and years, I was the cook, which was so much work. Like typically all my Saturdays were spent getting ready for the tailgate, going to the butcher, whatever I was doing, whatever I was going to cook, prepping shit to try to make it easier. But man, it's been so long since I've been this excited. Like the last 4 seasons, I've been going to maybe 2 games a year, and then we just sell them on StubHub, but no one wants to buy them because they suck. So we but like I've got, our seats are literally the 400 level, which is the top level, the very, very last row, which we love. They are the bird's eye view. And I've had like really good seats on the other side, like the United Club or whatever. And I prefer these. We've been in these seats. We don't want them to move us down because we have a wall behind us, because we all like to stand. And like, if you go to sporting events and you'll get that crabby old bastard behind you, sit down, you son of a bitch. I'm like, man, I'm at a game, dude. If you want to be a crabby old bastard, go sit on your couch. It's like an exciting play just happened. Like, I'm in a game, so like, we like being able to stand against the wall. And it's like, we're like on the 45. It's like a great view. That walk though, up those stairs, dude.
Oh, I bet.
Because they built Soldier Field, like when they put the spaceship on the colonnades, is like that angle is unbelievable. Like, you can't do it more than twice. Like, it's like you go down before halftime, go to the bathroom, then you never come back. Like, otherwise you won't come back up. It's like, it's that steep. And it's like, I don't know, 700 stairs.
I mean, that's gotta be tough if your buddies are drinking. That's gotta be not a fun.
Oh my God. I've had so many of my buddies like tripping up the stairs, like, because like those stadium stairs are weird. Like they're shallow stairs. They're not like big steps. So like, yeah, I've had to, but fortunately they're falling up as opposed to falling down the stairs,
Right.
Because they do have a railing there in between. But yeah, I'm ready. I'm ready for it. Pammy, since he did a narrative, is a rebuttal narrative? No. I mean, the state's just going to get to cross him. He'll never get to get back on the stand, ever. Because it's like that thing where if the state is going to do a rebuttal, which I'm not sure if they have rebuttals in Nevada, I'm assuming that they do, but what happens when you assume things. So I don't know. And I don't know what they really would need to rebut, because remember, rebuttal evidence is like literally rebutting what the defense put on in their case in chief. And they didn't really put much on. Like, what are they going to put a psychologist on to say, yeah, no, that's definitely consciousness of guilt, or it could be. So like, I wouldn't be surprised if there is no rebuttal. This has turned into like a half an hour break, which was supposed to be 15 minutes.
Yeah, I wonder what to do. It seems like he's ready to go. And the prosecutor came in and he seemed ready. And then all of a sudden they went out. Someone asked if there may be a plea deal. I certainly don't think that there's any sort of plea negotiations, but
I mean, when you've gone this far, if you're the state, you're like, hell no.
right. Especially after watching that shit show.
Yeah. I'm like, you kidding? Did you see your client testify? Yeah. Let's see. Michelle had asked, when Rob Schneider crosses him, is he still allowed to do this narrative answering? Not if Schneider-Cuter is going to do an effective cross where he controls it. Remember, with a cross-examination with leading questions, you're always trying to control the ability of the witness to be able to slip into a narrative by asking questions that basically require only a yes or no answer. Like in a perfect world, you're sticking with questions that do not give them the wiggle room to start yapping. It's like I was a little critical of Creighton during Murdoch because he kept asking him questions that was just allowing Murdoch to go and go and go. But, then you kind of realize, and when I ran into crime, I asked him,
Okay, the record reflect the hearings
like,
taking
you let
place
him just kind
outside.
of to make his own
Is there an issue?
on the road by allowing all the
Yes, there's a question as to what
yeah,
doors
just talking.
perhaps were open in reference to communications between Mr. Tellis and Roberta. There's been a production made. We've had certain communications produced. We need to go through those. I think there's going to be a dispute as to what the scope, what's to be turned over, what's not. If there's been a privilege that's been previously asserted or not, if there's been any waiver. I think that's something we're not going to get done until after lunch. We're going through
Okay,
them.
but can we start and then that issue can,
I would prefer to know we can just lay it out pretty easily. Mr. Tellis got up here and it wanted all of the team's messages admitted into evidence. So that would be our request. There has been a production that we have, that the defense has, of team's messages. We provided those messages. Sounds like the defense's concern is maybe there's another production of team's messages because, the long and the short of it is some of the team's messages contains information that I think Mr. Tellis finds fairly damaging. And so he wanted them in. We agreed, fine, let's let them in. And now there's an issue of, well, I don't necessarily, I don't know that those are all of the messages. So what we're trying to nail down is the information. They have these have been produced, like I can see in our files, these have been produced. I don't exactly know what he is looking at. I know the nature of the emails, the nature of the team's messages that are the source of consternation for Mr. Tellis has nothing to do with an attorney-client privilege. It has nothing to do with, something that would be privileged to the public administration's office. It just deals with something else. So.
what's the privilege?
Again, too, it could go into bad care. Well, we need to see what the privilege was previously asserted or not. It's the state's argument, and I understand their argument. They're saying that Mr. Tellis, by his request, opened the door. As we addressed yesterday, Mr. Tellis is testifying in a narrative sense. We put the court on notice. The court had allowed that to occur.
Sure.
My concern is we would like to pull up on the jabs or otherwise what specific request he had made. There may have been a misunderstanding on the part of the state what it was that he was asking to have admitted. We want the break to go through that because it's the scope of what his request was. Obviously, it wasn't in response to a question or request that I had made. It was actually made by Mr. Tellis. But again, I'd like to see that on the video, which we'll be able to address over the lunch break, because I think it's concerning a scope of the production.
Well, what do you think it was, Mr. Draskowitz? Because it appeared to me as though, just a minute, it appeared to me as though he was requesting the witness that came and testified and talked about that production that was about to happen, I don't know, at the first part of September. That appeared to be what he was asking the state to put on a disc and produce.
Yeah. So what I was supposed to produce is actually what was produced to me.
Okay.
In support of what was going to produce to Mr. Gurman. And so any and all, messages of any personal nature in the review of the documents that I saw, and anything personal, like, talked about perhaps going to the mall or whatever, that was already removed by the time I viewed it. So when Mr. Hamner is coming here with these messages, that was pre-trimmed. So I believe he's going to say that, look, this is why Mr. Tellis decided he was going to be angry, but that's not true, because the version that I saw had already trimmed out all these personal messages. So it's misleading the jury about what Roberta
It's not being trimmed out. You
So
mean by the
basically,
county?
yeah, Clark County has a policy where they run it through various personnel because their policy is to only produce business records,
Okay,
no matter what. There's, they do not allow for the production in public records requests for messages of anything of a personal nature. And so, again, I believe it's in bad faith that Mr. Hamner is
I can't
trying
believe this
to
guy's allowed to
show
argue now.
the original
So-
production and not what I personally saw. Because what I saw had nothing that referenced the mall or anything like that. And, and if Ms. Kennett, Lee Kennett, had any such concern, she would have said the same thing. She would have said, well, yeah, I had a concern with this, but clearly she saw the same message as I did. We saw no concern because personal messages had already been stripped out. And now we're at the point where Mr. Hammer's trying to mislead the jury about what I saw.
And obviously this predates this gentleman being charged. This predates, we're not talking about production due to course
it's the
of
Freedom of
discovery in a
Information
criminal
Act
case.
request.
And this obviously predated this case. So we're talking about back when Mr. Tellis was at the public administrator's office,
Right.
what he was given, what he saw, and I think that goes to the very point. It's referring to what his knowledge was back in that time, and that's why we want to address the scope of what it is the state intends to produce.
Mr. Hammond?
Our position is, we have these Teams messages. It's not about taking a walk. Look, we'll call it out for what it is. I mean, it is, they are romantic messages between those two. Okay? I mean, that's the reality of it. That's what's in the Teams messages. I have Teams messages here that contain that. They may be right. Maybe there is another version of this, but the Teams message that we have, that we've produced to them, contain this information. Mr. Tellis got on the stand, and when he told this jury, he was like, oh, I looked at those Teams messages. I'm like, I didn't have any issues with it. I'd like them all admitted. He did not put them together on a USB drive or anything, right? They did not come here and say, and here they are. They didn't produce them to us for us to review to see if there was any sort of discrepancy. I said, we have the Teams messages, we can add them, and now they're reviewing. And that's fine, like if we want to get clarity on this, but clearly it changes the tenor of everything, right? And listen, if he looks at the jury and says, oh, I was totally fine with those messages, and let's say they missed them. What if they read them and they missed the couple of instances where they were telling each other how they felt about each other? You know what I mean? Like, then that's a misstep on his part. Now, listen, if it wasn't produced, and there's some county law that's out there that doesn't allow that, but if we think about what the FOIA request, which we actually have here from Mr. Garman, which has been admitted, which was, we want all Teams messages to tell us, and all of his articles when raising her has to do with the inappropriate affair, it seems to me that absent, some attorney-client for some applicable privilege, it is beyond me how that would somehow be pulled out.
And again,
Didn't the request ask for communication?
All
between those two?
communications, he wanted personal text messages, he wanted Teams messages, he wanted emails, and he said from January of 2022 till this request is filled. And these messages appear in February and March and roughly around there. I don't know it all off the top of my head. I mean, I have excerpts of them. I have a paper version of excerpts of them as well, if the court would like to look at it. But I don't have any objection with trying to get to the bottom of, did DA Civil really claw back, the romantic messages? I don't have an issue with doing that, but we need time, and I don't want my cross to start without this clarity.
And again, as to the scope, there was testimony, and I would submit that his testimony, his narrative testimony and that of Lee Kennett was similar in that in August of 2022, there wasn't an issue. Apparently he had seen what was going to be turned over to Mr. Garman, and she did too, and there were no concerns. So my concern is what the state is attempting to present to the jury is outside of the scope of what my client's knowledge was at that point in time.
They both saw what was going to be produced?
Yeah, I mean, the bottom line is this. This guy got on the stand and said, I want every Teams message admitted, but I haven't really compiled it. State, little help, here's the Teams messages that we have. And now they have a problem with them. And again, I reiterate, I am okay with taking the time to try to delve in to see.
Okay, but how much? I mean, 30 minutes, we can break till 1 o'clock.
Oh, God.
I don't know if it lasts that long. I mean, my thought would be, can we take a lunch break? Because if it
Right,
takes
that's what
long,
I'm saying, it's 12:30.
Yeah.
Just take 30 more minutes till 1 o'clock,
that's fine, yeah, you're right.
1:15.
Sure.
We can
Okay.
attempt to. Yeah, we can.
1:15. All right, we'll see you
All
guys at 1:15 then. But what, we brought lunch in already, so we'll just have
Okay.
to carry it down.
Jan, thank you so much for the Venmo. Legal Mama Jan.
Love her.
best.
Yeah. All I have to say about this this break is where is it? Oh, I can't find it. I feel like where is it? Allie was playing it the other day. It's a thing where I say son of a bitch. Son of a bitch. Yeah. All right. Well, I think we'll just play through. I don't know.
Why don't you that thing you did with the documentarian? Why don't you throw that up, or I don't know if you want to, or something
yeah.
you could put.
Oh yeah, that's a good idea. All right, I'm not going to play the whole thing, but what I do want to play, I want to play the 6-minute, like it's such a good trailer for this doc. All right. So while we've been watching little Bobby Tellez come up with some bullshit, frame up job, I'm going to show you some. It's about a 6-minute trailer of a cop that really did frame people up, a lot of them for murder, and they all went to prison, and 44 of them have been exonerated. So it's pretty interesting. Yeah, let me pull it up real quick.
Bob, it sounds like Jan also sent you a Venmo, so make sure you check.
Oh,
that.
all right, cool. I will. All right, let me check real quick. Let me see. Oh, Jan, thank you. Thank you for the legal commentary and entertainment with Jay during this train wreck. Legal Mama Jan, we love you, Legal Mama. Thank you so
She's
much.
the best.
Constant support. Constant support. We really appreciate it. All right, let me see. No, not two. Yeah, from. Hold on, bear with me. I got to figure out where the hell I put it.
Michelle says, I think I sent Bob a Venmo a few days ago. Michelle, check back in a week, and Bob will probably have checked.
Accurate. Let me see. When did you? Oh, yes. August 14th. I think.
Oh yeah, that's the one yesterday. You saw.
I actually read that on air yesterday. I was very surprised and thankful. So thank you for covering all things. Fam hug. Thank you so much, Michelle. And that was the same day that Sheba had sent me $20 too. I must have missed Michelle, because I knew I shouted Sheba out. All right, let me try to find this thing. I think y'all will find this. Don't leave. This thing's worth watching. I promise. It's interesting. And like the guy that you're going to see it in it is the guy that I'm working with in trying to find additional Gacy victims. Former Chicago homicide detective Bill Dorsch, just an amazing guy. He's like, I mean, there's heroes out there, but like this dude's like a legit hero. Like the shit that he kind of exposed himself to potentially, and in terms of coming forward and doing what he did when he whistle blew was something else. All right, here it is. Found it. Okay. All right, so let me pull it over here, get it up. Yeah, I got way too many goddamn windows open, dude. That's the problem with me. Just way too many. All right, pull that off. So I'll be back in a half an hour. So in what sounds like it was going on, if you guys remember, during yesterday's part of the narrative, Tellez had asked that he wanted all the messages entered into evidence, and the state didn't object. And now I remember saying it. I'm like, dude, you better watch what you're wishing for, buddy, because you might just get it. And it sounds like that's exactly what happened. So sounds like it's got a lot of sexy time messages between him and whatever that gal he was having the affair with. So, and he doesn't want that to come on. And then his lawyer starts making a, beyond the scope argument, saying that Tejas, during his little narrative there, did not go into that. So that's beyond the scope of the direct. So, all right, this is cool. This is cool. This is so Margaret Byrne is the filmmaker. I had her on Tuesday night. She's been working on this for 8 years, like interviewing everybody, just following these cases. And she's doing amazing work. And so is Bill Dorsch.
I was a career Chicago homicide detective. I retired in 1994 because I saw what was going on. Things weren't being done correctly, and I thought that innocent people might be going to jail.
Former gang crimes detective Reynaldo Guevara has now cost the city $38 million.
Dozens of convictions have been thrown out. Cases linked to the now retired Guevara, accused of framing the innocent.
Thrown out convictions connected to the detective Guevara now total more than 300 years in jail.
I was 17 years old. For 22 and a half years, I suffered.
I missed my daughter's first step, her first words, her first everything.
There's other men in there who are wrongfully convicted by Reynaldo Guevara, and they need to be freed.
When I worked in Humboldt Park, there were always cases that had very little information or no witnesses, and suddenly you're being told, come on, we're going out with Guevara, we're going to pick up these guys.
Yeah, old squad.
You don't even know where the information came from.
Back then, what happened with the cops is you get caught, you're like, hey, I could get you something else, something bigger. When Guevara came at me, what they were doing is they were going to set somebody up.
Everyone knew that if you got pulled in by Guevara for questioning, you might not end up coming home.
When I alerted my supervisors to occurrences that I had been witness to, I was told, you let Guevara do whatever he's doing because he's clearing cases.
Guevara was not the only detective. He may not have even been the worst detective, but he was the most high profile of this crew of Area 5 detectives. There was a whole infrastructure, supervisors, all the way up through the prosecutor's office and the judiciary that knew exactly what the fuck was going on.
Mr. Masonette was framed by Reynaldo Guevara, who was essentially extorting money from Jose Masonette. He did 27 years in the Illinois Department of Corrections wrongfully. Nobody can give you back 27 years.
The Hernandez brothers case bothers me the most.
My name is Juan Hernandez. I wake up in a cage knowing I am innocent.
What do we want?
Justice!
What do we want?
Today!
The first years, summer would come, I would not even go outside. I couldn't. I'm thinking of my boys being in a hot cell.
I'm now more engaged in Esther's son's case. All this time, they were sort of just running questions by me. But then they asked me to take a more in-depth look at it. And boy, I see things there that were never investigated or followed up on.
He had false witnesses, faulty lineups, but yet they're fighting to protect him.
He's got these two witnesses who are about 15 years old. And the guy's looking at the photos and he's not picking out anybody. And then out of the blue, Guevara goes, "That's him." And the kid immediately responds, yeah, that's him.
God gave me the strength to get up and fight for your kids, because if you don't, nobody else is going to do it.
You got more patience than I do, because you know what? You said you're not angry, and I'm angry.
We have a chance of bringing him home. When? I don't know.
It's calendars that I count.
My agreement, July 12th. We'll see you then. Thank you.
Because to me, time is like, it stopped for me.
This court is adjourned until August 22, 2019.
23 years, I look at it like 23 months.
The matter continues with September 24th.
That's the only way that I can knock these calendars out. I don't let the time eat me up in here, because it can eat you up.
I testified for Juan Johnson's post-conviction. When they first came to me, I was like, I don't want anything to do with that. I'm on parole. I ain't going against Guevara and them. But a mutual friend came to talk to me. You know, I sat down and I thought about it, and I was like, you know what? My testimony was the key.
You were the detective who secured all of the identifications that were used to convict
Juan and Rosendo Hernandez, correct?
Take the fifth. Having a detective plead the fifth, I think it is one of the darkest days for our criminal justice system when our law enforcement officers would choose to remain silent because of their own fear of their bad acts.
The code of silence in Chicago is stronger than any other police department I've ever sued. And I've sued NYPD, I've sued other departments.
There is no blue code of silence as far as I'm concerned. You see things sometimes as police officers that you wish you didn't see, and that maybe you just unsee somehow.
My oldest son to the police department, I was told that he'll never go anywhere. They'll put a brick on him because of me. We don't talk anymore. It's a price you pay.
You ended up identifying someone as the shooter for the police.
Some Spanish officer, he convinced us all that it was him. The officer kept insisting that he admitted to it. So that's why I went along with it. It's not my fault. I just want my uncle back. Somebody has to pay.
This building is all about secrets, and secrets that everyone knows.
This report is a condemnation of the entire city of Chicago, state's attorney's office, police department, all the way up to the mayor.
I get tired of telling my son, this is it. He don't want to hear that anymore.
My whole life, I thought that my dad was guilty of this crime.
There's 57 victims of Detective Guevara alone. We have to push, we have to make noise. That's the only way we're going to bring our loved ones home.
I beg of you, let the truth be told.
So there's that. Yeah, so that's called Fighting Time is the name of the doc. So said it's going to come out in 2026, you know, and it was a really interesting conversation, Jay, because when you talk to like documentarians, like true, you know, and independent documentarians are different than like the commercial shit that we see oftentimes on Netflix, where, you know, you'll see documentaries that are during trials, like Murdoch shit came out during the trial. You know, it's like when you look at independence, and I was asking her, I'm like, what is that? It's like, I have always like found myself much more attracted to watching independent documentaries because they're like, have you ever seen Hoop Dreams? You ever seen that doc? It's great. It followed like these two young basketball players in Chicago, you know, that were hoping, you know, coming in an underserved neighborhood, trying to get out of their shit. You know, both had mad basketball skills, and it followed both their families through their journey, you know, and like they take years making these documentaries. It's like, she's like, you know, you watch these kids growing up. And I was asking the question, it's like, for a true documentary, you know, the documentarian is supposed to be a fly on the wall. You know, like in Hoop Dreams, there was a scene where the electricity was going to get cut off because they couldn't pay their electric bill, you know? And it's like, obviously the documentarian could have said, well, here's $300 so the electricity doesn't get cut off. But like ethically, you can't do it. Like if it's an authentic documentary, you know, I mean, you're just there recording the story. And Margaret, just like this woman who does these documentaries, just does really like gut-wrenching, important shit that like she really digs in. I'm like, really, I told her, I'm like, you've got to, like, when this thing's coming out, you know, I will promote the shit out of it because it's like, to me, it's one of the most important unknown stories out there. It's like I was saying it the other day. I'm like, we're all like talking about the same trials and the same shit over and over and over. And then you've got this story, this incredibly disgusting story about abuse of power and corruption, where this cop ruined thousands of lives by putting these innocent men and one woman in prison on murder charges. And it made it through the system. You know, it's one thing for a cop to pull the shit where they arrest somebody and plant some evidence, but for it to make it all the way through the system this many times just shows there are flaws in the system and it's not just here, it's everywhere. You know, it's like, so when people are always like, oh, why am I always yelling and screaming about the Constitution and the power of the government and this and that? This is why, because it matters. This is our reality in this country. And it's like these groups, this group of mothers. And I was saying, like, to me, the moms are the heroes. It's like, you don't see any of the dads out there. What you see are these mothers fighting for their sons, fighting to get justice in a system that's damn near impossible to make it happen. It's such a incredibly tough task to make it happen. Once you are convicted in this country, the odds of getting it overturned are, I wouldn't say it's like the odds of winning the lottery, but it's damn close. It is. And you just have prosecutors that just refuse, like, where they're covering for a prosecutor that prosecuted a case 25 years ago that still will not admit that they screwed up, that they got the wrong guy. Is that a money thing? Like, I don't know what it is. Like, I'd like those answers. You can't get them to answer the questions, and it's like that like, there is nothing worse to me than a prosecutor that just is going to die on a sword that they know is wrong. They know that that the case was wrong, that they have the wrong person, and they're just going to sit there in order to either save money or save face and just keep an innocent person in prison. It's disgusting. It's like such an abuse of power that it's like unbelievable to me. And with cops, see, I say it all the time, Jay. With that badge and that gun, you have the ability to be able to change somebody's life in the blink of an eye. The blink of an eye. And this guy was like a neighborhood. He had a beat, like Chicago is just filled with neighborhoods. And these cops who work these neighborhoods and their beat, like every one of these kids, whether they're bangers or not, I don't give a shit. You're a product of your environment. You're gonna fall into what you're surrounded by. That's just facts. You hear stories about kids that make it through and achieve amazing things when they grew up in these types of areas where it's filled with gangs, and that's in the recruiting kids at a young age, 10, 11, 12 years old, to be corner boys or runners and shit like that. And the mothers are fighting to keep their kids off the street, but they have to work 3 jobs to keep their families fed, and the kids get sucked into it. It's the whole thing. Like, so like I'm so thankful to Bill Dorsch, because Bill Dorsch is just a fucking hero, man. Like, he gave up his career, his life was threatened. Like that thing that I say about him hiding in a secure location somewhere in Europe is not tongue in cheek. Like, he left the country because he was receiving threats, because he turned on his own, in order to right all these wrongs, man. I mean, the dude is like, you saw the scene where he's talking about that his relationship with his son is destroyed. He sacrificed that because he whistle blew on Guevara. Like, without Bill Dorsch doing that, you got 50, 55, 56, 57 people that were innocent spending their lives in jail. It's crazy, man. So it's like, all those folks out there that just are of the mindset that corruption never happens, frame ups and all dirty cop shit never happens, just need to look at reality. That's not the world we live in. That is not how this thing works. Prosecutors are interested in one thing, and they have the ability to throw that word justice around all the time. And, and they have the empathy because they're theoretically, trying to do something on behalf of the victims' families, which is true in many cases. And then, when you look at the reality is that they don't give a shit who they convict as long as they convict somebody. Like, that's where the problem lies, is it's not just about convictions. It can't be. Like, the search for the truth, and I take a lot of heat. Jay, I guess Jay lost his internet. I take a lot of heat. I took a lot of heat on Delphi, and I don't give a shit. The guy's got a 6th Amendment right to a fair trial. I have no idea what the evidence is in that case. I have no idea whether or not Rick Allen did it, and I won't know until trial, till I see what they've got on him. But I can tell you this: his his constitutional rights were absolutely destroyed in that case. And I don't know that it's anything that can be repaired, you know? So, and when you're talking about trying to get justice for families, I mean, families want the right person convicted of crimes, and families rely entirely on what they're told by law enforcement and prosecutors. They have no choice but to believe wholeheartedly what they're being told, that, look, we got the right guy. This is the right dude. This guy did it, you know, and the families are emotionally invested in that. And, you know, I mean, and when you have a situation where tunnel vision takes hold with a cop to the exclusion of looking at anybody else, that's how you get, you know, that's how you get wrongful convictions. You know, I mean, if you get cops that are, you know, that's why it's like you see a case like this Tejas case, and it like it makes people think that it's bullshit, like that this shit doesn't go on because you got this guy putting on this whack ass defense that clearly is not true, and it casts shade on all the people in prison. I mean, can you imagine how many people before Gideon v. Wainwright, which was the trial that, you know, established that if you're looking at prison time, that you have a right to counsel, and that predating that meant that defendants in criminal cases in this country were going to trial without lawyers on massive felony cases, and there was nothing in place to ensure that those people could have representation to represent them at these trials. And you see, like Tejas is a perfect example. And that guy's a lawyer. He had no idea what he was doing on the stand. He had no idea how to get evidence in. He had no idea how to work around hearsay objections. He didn't know what was relevant. He didn't like, imagine being a defendant with a high school or lower education that the cops have set their sights on you, and then incorporate race into it. And you can't dispute what the history of this country is and how people of color have been treated in this country by law enforcement in general. It's a whole thing. Like, obviously I'm passionate about it. You know, and you should be too. If anybody who proclaims to care about justice, but just walks around with blinders on, it rings hollow. You don't give a shit about justice. It's like you just want people going down for shit, regardless of whether they did it or not. You're not willing to see things through till trial happens, where evidence can be vetted. And let's see. So I hope you guys, if you haven't, I hope that you do take an hour of your time to watch some content that is not a repeat of the same things that you're watching all the time. Go check that live out from Tuesday night. It's important work. Those two people that are doing that work, Bill Dorsch and Margaret Byrne, are a real credit to our society, because Bill risks things and Margaret spends her time trying to shed light on important issues for our country. So I'm huge fans of both of them as human beings, and it's worth your time, I promise. Let's see, Bob, have you and Allie looked at the documents for the LawTube streamer? Are you talking about Rakita? I haven't. If you're talking about Rakita, I have not looked at those. Yeah, tomorrow, depending on what happens, we might be over at Jay's house tomorrow. And when I say we, Jay, depending on what goes on today, I don't know what's going to happen. I've got something that is unmovable. I've got somebody that I'm working on a podcast with, flying in from out of town, and we're driving down, doing a prison visit, and then we're driving down to Marion, Illinois, to interview people on what we think may be a wrongful conviction case. So I'm doing some boots on the ground. I'm not doing it tomorrow, Legal Mama. I was trying to find out, like, typically a status hearing is where you're advising the judge on where you're at on certain issues pre-trial. Like, it's not set for any substantive hearings, and so I'm not going. I can't go. I'm hoping that it's nothing major. It's strange to me that the first portion of that hearing is closed to the public. It's weird. I wish I knew why. Like it always makes me wonder and worry when something like that goes on. But yeah, so I forgot that was going on. Yeah, no, I can't do it. Like, and like I always want to be there for it. Because I consider myself a watchdog on that case, because there's plenty of people on the other side of that are just convicting people without the benefit of a trial. And I just will never do that ever. And that doesn't mean that I think that somebody's innocent, even though, that being said, I'm very curious to see what evidence that they have beyond what we know in the Richard Allen case, because based on my experience of actually trying cases for 20 plus years in criminal courts, they're going to need more to convince me that he's the right guy. That's all. And if he is, then thank God they got the monster who did it. But they have to prove it, and we owe it to ourselves. We owe it to the victims' families. We owe it to everybody that it's proven definitively, and that it's not some railroad job where they're trying to cram something through the system, which it happens. It happens all the time. It happens way too much, and it should concern you. Concerns me, certainly. I mean, like when I started the podcast, I wasn't going to even lean into the lawyer thing. And then I realized immediately that I wanted to educate people on what defense attorneys are really all about. We're not some dregs just going into court trying to get guilty people off of crimes that they committed. That's not what we do. We protect our rights as citizens in this country. Just know that definitively. When cops are cheating, the only person that can stop them is a defense attorney by filing those motions that people like to call technicalities when somebody's rights have been violated. Because if we don't file those motions to suppress, and if that evidence isn't suppressed, which can oftentimes end the case, because it's typically the most critical piece of evidence that gets suppressed, and they're hard to win. They're very, very hard to win. Most cops are very good at covering their tracks. Most judges tend to believe everything the cops say. Still, to this day, despite all the shit that's been coming out in the last decade and a half, starting with, and if you guys have never seen We Own This City, which is I think it was a 6-parter by David Simon, the guy who did The Wire, who was a Baltimore guy. He wrote for the Baltimore, I forget if it's the Sun, for years. And the guy has his finger on the pulse of Baltimore. Like The Wire is my favorite show of all time. But this thing was about this, the gun trace task force, this rogue band of cops that was robbing, killing. It was unbelievable. It got to the point where they could not put Baltimore cops on the stand at trials because no one believed them. Can you imagine? Do you imagine? I mean, we need the police. We need police officers. We need prosecutors. But good God, we need good people doing that work because of the amount of power that they have. Prosecutors, when they decide to move forward on a case, I mean, it's life ruining shit. It just is. I mean, God. Oh, Susie Q. I love that. I love G. She's so great. I adore her. And she's like, and you know why I love her so much? Because of her intellectual honesty. Like, we all hate creeps. We all hate monsters, and there are monsters out there, and we're all like-minded on that. Like, we all know, when that monster yesterday got the death penalty for the horrific acts that there was no question that guy committed those crimes. There's no question that he tortured and sexually abused and I mean, that guy deserves what he got. We all feel the same way about horrible people. That's not what's at issue. But G, when they first made the arrest on Richard Allen, she was all about it. And then but she's a digger. She looks into shit. And when things started not adding up for her, she was intellectually honest about it. She was concerned, and she doesn't even live in our country. You know, Giselle is, you know, she's like, I forget if she moved to Sweden or Switzerland, one of the two, but like she's over across the pond, you know, but she cares. She cares about justice. Like she actually gives a shit about justice. I adore her and I love the Grizzlies. So, and she knows that. And I think most of the Grizzlies do too. Like I try to go in there whenever I've got time to hang with them, because I just think it's another great community. There's some great communities out there, and the Grizzlies are definitely that. All right, so I want to see if I missed any questions. Do y'all have any questions? I saw Oksana, where you been? I haven't seen you. Thank you so much for that $20 holla. He is worse than Murdoch douche canoe. Definitely, he is. I mean, that testimony was painful. It's painful. I mean, that's a guy who just had no idea what to do up on the stand, despite having nothing but time to prepare for it. You know, he knew what evidence existed against him, you know, and he didn't have answers. It's hard to make shit up that's, you know, going to turn into a reasonable answer for some incredibly powerful evidence that exists against you. You know, sometimes you're screwed. And you know what? If you committed the crime, you should be. That's it. You know, and that's why I say all the time, I'm like over 90% of cases don't go to trial. It's like we all get wrapped up in the true crime community just thinking, oh, well, everything's murder. No, it's not. And everything goes to trial. No, they don't. You know, like I was saying to Jay, if you're late, you know, our primary job is to make sure that people get a fair trial, make sure they understand their rights, make sure that the cops did their job properly, didn't violate people's constitutional rights. Because that constitutional right thing that I'm always talking about, if you don't have defense attorneys filing these motions to suppress or to quash arrests or to quash warrants, where we're saying the cops cheated, they didn't follow, there are rules. We have to have rules in this country, because in those rules all relate to our constitutional rights, our rights, our Fourth Amendment rights. Read the constitutional, read the Bill of Rights, read what your Fourth Amendment rights are. And the reason that we created those is because we were escaping England. No offense to our lovely friends in the UK, but like we were tired of it. Like we were tired of all the things that they were doing in terms of the colonists. And we declared our independence, and we came up with a system, which the Constitution is a beautiful document. It's a living, breathing document that changes, and the law is always evolving, you know, because we have a ugly history in this country, and, you know, the law is what, and it takes forever to change it. It takes forever to change the law, you know, because sometimes you're not going to change people's minds about their feelings on certain things. And, you know, and the law reflects that, you know, because the law is made by legislatures that we elect. Like if you're ever thinking, oh, like I don't give a shit who the state senators are, or the, you know, like my my representatives are, it's like you should, because they are the people that write the laws, you know. So it like the system is all interconnected, and the checks and balances are there for a reason. So you know, it's like, if you love true crime, it's so much deeper than just watching these stories that are being told, you know, that are terrible. They're awful stories that we all find ourselves so fascinated by. And it's like, I just love to see. Did you get booted? Did you get booted? Did your internet go down?
Yeah, I've been having major computer issues.
Yeah, it's good. I was just soapboxing anyway. You didn't need to hear any of that. You've heard it plenty of times. You've heard me on the old soapbox plenty of times, my friend. So yeah, but no, I'm excited about that. I'm excited about that. Oh, let me pull the case back up. I don't know how long it's been. When I ramble, I can go. You know, I can go, Jay.
I do, dude. The thing, it looks like it's about 4:15. If you want to like get something to eat and want me to talk to the people before they come back, if you want to go break ski, it looks like it's 10 more minutes. If you want to just leave on the court, and I can.
That would be
talk.
awesome.
Yeah, put it on the court, so just in case it comes back early, and then I'll talk to the people.
Awesome. You're the best. All right.
Got you.
Got that. All right. Okay, cool. I shall return.
All right, what's going on, everybody? If you haven't already, hit the please hit the like button. What do you guys think? You think we're gonna be done with his cross today? So, like, was it just a half hour? Was it just a half hour lunch for the jury? So, have I been to the New York Public Library? I feel like when I was very young, my grandmother probably took me there, but not that I remember. Mia, you did not miss any of cross. They had an issue before. Shockingly, there was an issue that came out of Tellis doing his own narrative. Shockingly, an issue came up. So you didn't see, they didn't do any of cross. They did no cross. Are any of you guys on TikTok? I got a TikTok song. Every now and then a TikTok song will be like an earworm and get stuck in my brain. And I have this TikTok song in my head and I can't get rid of it. Anyone else on the old TikTok? What's his name? Tommy Davidson? Not Tommy something. Anyway, I got that in my head. Did they break to look for the evidence? They're going through some Teams messages. Taya said he wanted Teams messages admitted. The state's like, all right, let's do it. And then they're like, oh, well, we don't want all of them. Hi, Maya. I think it's the devil is no lie or something. I don't know. TikTok, I'm telling you, TikTok, there's too much money to be made for TikTok, in my opinion, for them to really ban TikTok. But I'm just what do I know? But to me, there's way too much money for them to get rid of TikTok completely. Spitfire, our state legislature banned TikTok in Montana and Pornhub. Yes, Tommy Richmond, not $1 Million Baby, his new one. Tommy Richmond, Devil is a Lie. That one, Brooklyn. You got no confidence, something. Da-na-na-na-na-na. Wait, there's no TikTok in... What are you talking about? Like, you can't download it? What does that mean? It's the worst. Wendy is the worst, Maya. I feel you. The worst. Guys, I have products on TikTok. If you follow me, I have some cool things. I've been making some videos. I'm going to be making a video for another thing today. I don't understand how you can ban TikTok from a state. Like, if I drive into Montana, does TikTok not work? Guys, check me out, The Shaming of Jay. I've made some videos for some security cameras, some flashlights. What else did I make a video for? Armrest. I just keep asking for free samples, and if people send me shit, I'll make a video. Grandma Guy's trial starts on 9/16. 9/16. Just for people, but I don't understand. So people who live there can't get it on the App Store? So people in Montana can't get Pornhub? That's outrageous. That is outrageous. Idaho banned it as well. I don't understand. How could you ban a website? So if you are in Idaho or Montana and you type in Pornhub and you can't get anything? Oh, on state-owned devices, that makes sense. But on, like, a regular citizen can't have it? I don't get it. I don't get it. Wine Yogi says you could still access TikTok in Montana. I live in Northwest Montana and just followed you. All right, good. Because that would be outrageous. Montana's the craziest state in the union. Texas? Helen, corn hub. I'm just not saying the word. Just corn without a C. Corn with a P, Helen. I'm just not saying the word so Bob doesn't get a limited ad revenue. Corn with a P. You know what I'm saying, Helen? Brown chicken, brown cow. Brown chicken, brown cow. Texas too? Texas? Banned. What happened to freedom of speech? Cornhub is just it's this website, and you could just see fields and fields of corn and do whatever you want with that. Some people get very excited by it. No, you're not naive, and you're not naive, Helen. I don't know how old you are, but I mean, a work computer, TikTok makes sense for it to be on a work computer. That makes sense to me, but for the public, can't. England doesn't have TikTok? Come to England, we don't have it anymore. Have what? Cornhub? I mean, that makes sense, I guess. I mean, I don't agree with it, but I guess it makes sense on government. So citizens can still have it then. Oh, free speech. Oh. She meant free speech. All the different types. There's all different niches of corn you can look up on Cornhub. We need more cowbell. Is that on here? Does Bob have that one on here? I don't even remember.
Elmo knows where you live. Elmo knows where you live.
Uh-oh.
Elmo knows where you live.
Sorry.
Hot pocket. Hot pocket.
What is this? Bob has, what is this, a new one? How's my hair?
How's my hair?
What is that from?
How's my hair?
What is that?
Yes, science.
No, Charlotte, I'm not showing the corn clip. This is Bob's channel. I'm not gonna show it. If you guys don't know, when I was streaming, one day I accidentally showed corn, and that was a day. That was a day, let me tell you. Oh, brother, where art thou? I still haven't seen that. Don't tell Bob. It's corn. It's got the juice. That's a TikTok thing. That was the best day. Wasn't the best day for me, Madeline. Wasn't the best day for me. I had to end the stream. I had to delete it. I mean, if you want to hear the corn story, I accidentally on Twitter shared an account that had that showed corn, and then I was like, "Oh my Lanta," and I had to stop. My kids were watching, and they said that I showed the Devil's Tango. Oh, what a day! Hi, Anja. That was the first time you were on the stream, Brooklyn? I was trying to show this account that stole my merch, there's this account that stole my merch. And I was like, this is not my merch. This account has it. And I was trying to scroll down to show this account that stole my merch. And it turned out not only did they steal my merch, but they broadcast corn. And in retrospect, if I read the name of the account, it was like at stepsister sex. In retrospect, if I was paying attention, I may God, the greatest day. I should have. Yeah, the kids were watching, and then all of a sudden, Shannon hears them say, "Dad showed the Devil's Tango." Oh, what a day! Speaking of TikTok, could I? I'm gonna give you guys a little confession from me. Little confession to me about TikTok. I think those dances, the people that do those dances, I think they're so talented, and I wish that I had the ability to do some of these dances people do on TikTok. I don't know why. I have no rhythm. I would never be able to do it, but sometimes I'm so amazed at the dances some of these people do on TikTok, and I wish I had the ability to do it, but I don't. Like there are some talented mofos that do those dances. And sometimes I watch these TikToks and I'm like, man, I wish I could do that when I know I could never do that. No, I can't, Amy. I could never do it. I could never do it. I could never do it. Oh my God, Susie Q. I saw that. Susie Q. What was that documentary on TikTok on Netflix? The guy, and they're still in the cult, and the guy takes all their money. Oh, what was that called? I saw that. I was like, one of the women, her sister is completely in it, and they only let her sister come out for like photo shoots, but really her sister is totally in the cult. I'm not doing TikTok. I can't, guys. I have no rhythm. I couldn't do it. 7 million? 7M? That's the name of the documentary? 7M? It's like it's a cult of this guy who gets all these influencers to like follow him, and then he takes care of their like social. I don't know. It was a whole thing. Dancing for the devil. That sounds right. Dancing for the devil. I think that's it. Dancing for the devil. I think that's it. I think Dom's mom is right. Let me confirm. Oh, it's the same thing. Dancing for the devil, the $7 million, 7M TikTok cult. That's it. Dancing for the devil, the 7M TikTok cult. Yep, that's it. No, I've never seen the Finger of God. I have not seen that. What if me and Shannon doing TikTok dances is the missing link? I assure you, Brooklyn, that is not the missing link for my retirement. I can assure you of that. I haven't seen any new filings for Grandma Gotti. All that I know is that the jury selection has been moved up a day to September 16th, with the trial likely starting that Tuesday or Wednesday. That's all I know.
Yo,
there he's back.
Thank you. I went down there.
Just talk on TikTok with the people, Bob. TikTok.
Oh yeah. What's good with the TT? What's good?
Well, I was telling people to buy some shit for my TikTok because I have just a whore. If someone sends me a free sample, I'm going to make a video. So I've made several videos. I also admitted that I think I know people make fun of like the dances they do, but some of them are so talented, and I wish that I could do those dances, but I cannot do them. But also, I admitted that there's a song that's in my head from TikTok that
I saw that. I made this guy.
Yeah, you made the not approving, the questionable
stink
face
guy. I like to call it the stink guy.
Stink guy. Yeah. So I have a song in my head. Sometimes it happens. So yeah, that's about it. You have a little snack, a little snack ski.
Yeah, thank you so much. I needed that. I was hungry.
Figured you might.
Went down there, snarfed, did some good snarfing. Snarfed, like I really, when I say snarfed, I mean snarfed. I put it down. I heard you on like a baby rant. Maybe it was a baby rant.
About what?
I don't know. I couldn't hear the words. I could just hear you.
Was I ranting? I don't think I was ranting. Was I? Maybe.
I think you were just you were loud. Like from downstairs sounds like a rant. So you were just effusive, excitedly speaking on something, obviously.
Pepper pot. The devil's tango is what my kids referred to doing the business when I accidentally streamed some corn. They called it the devil's tango. So
what do you mean? Streamed corn? What do you mean?
Bob, you never heard this story?
No.
I was streaming one day, and there was this account. Someone bought. This is when I had merch. My merch store is down, but someone there was an account on Twitter that stole my merch. Like they were selling court jester shirts as if they were me, and someone bought something from them. Someone
what?
So I'm like, what the? So I'm sharing this account with the people, and I'm like, look at this. Here, look at this tweet. They have my. And then I start scrolling down the account, and they didn't. And not only did this account steal merch from people, because there's so many accounts that just take your design and make it their but they also stream some corn, but with a P, if you know what I'm saying. So I'm scrolling live, and I'm like, oh and it was like 5. I was really quick, and I'm like, oh my god, and I turned it off. But my kids happened to be watching that day, and then Shannon hears them say, "Dad streamed the Devil's Tango." I had to stop the stream. I had to delete it. I'm like, they're gonna delete my account. And in retrospect, I should have known, because the because I watched it again. The of the Twitter account was at stepsister sex. So I probably should have figured out that it was gonna show some corn, but I didn't think about it.
Yeah, listen, dude. I never look at that. You know what I mean? I never look at it.
Yeah, I was just looking at that. They stole my freaking shirt.
Yeah, they're infringing on my shit. These sons of bitches.
Yes, that was 9 a.m. 7. It was 9 a.m.
I'll wake you up in the morning, boyo.
that was a year. That was something.
Yeah, yeah. There's all kinds out there, man. There's all kinds out there. Oh man, yeah. I really snarfed, Jay. I think I ate too fast. Allie made me. I cut up an avocado. We need to go to the store. It's desperate times over here at the model. We are very short on any kind of sustenance. So I had one good avocado left. I cut that up, and then Allie whipped up some fried eggs. And I just mixed them with a little salsa in a bowl. Pretty tasty. It's pretty tasty. I mean, desperate measures, Jay. Desperate measures. It filled me. Allie's the best at making eggs. She's the greatest egg cooker.
I am the worst at making eggs. I try to make an omelet, and I always fuck it up every time. It seems so simple, and I fuck it up every time when
I can cook. I can cook. I cannot. There's two things that I cannot cook for whatever reason. That Allie is her grilled cheese are delightful. They're always perfectly cooked. And her eggs, man, I pretty much handle the dinners, but in terms of the eggs, man, she's the best. Her eggs are just she always crushes, and it takes some skill to make over easy. You know what I mean? It's she does the whole thing, the pan, and flips the egg over, and she'll cook 3 at a time.
That's impressive.
She's got mad skills.
Have you seen the people that get that? I don't know what it's called. It's an outdoor grill, but it's a griddle. It's outdoors and it's a grill, but it's awesome. Blackstone, maybe is it called? Those things are, and people cook their full breakfast on those things. Those things are amazing.
No, I'm looking it up right now because
I think that's what it's called. Yeah, Blackstone. There it is. I was right. That's another thing I saw on TikTok where people will make these amazing breakfasts on those things.
Oh yeah. All right. Let's see. So yeah, is it
Oh, Dom's mom just got one.
Oh, she did? Does she rave?
Dom's mom, do you like the Blackstone? Some people will do the they'll
it's a full griddle.
Yeah, like they'll do like the hibachi on those things. It's crazy.
Yeah, man. The full griddle. Yeah, they're only like $300. I love griddles.
Taryn turns into a hibachi chef every weekend. Dom's mom says she loves it. A lot of people are fans of the Blackstone. Look at this.
Look at that. All right. You hear us, Blackstone?
Yeah, exactly.
Hello. Probably just sold 10 Blackstones. I'm going to buy one. I never even heard of it. Oh, wait. What happened here, Ned? I'm outing Ned. What happened?
Oh, they wanted me to show the the instance when I showed porn. I'm not showing
Pornhub. Yeah. Thanks, man. Wake up, the channel's banned. What happened? See, I'm making my way through the chat. So where's everybody at? Everybody's straight on this one, right? This guy's definitely guilty. You don't even need a poll.
I haven't seen one person.
And it's not 100%. My head will explode.
No one coming in here with free Robert Tellis. I haven't seen that yet.
Free, but I was telling everybody there's one account on Twitter that's been giving me pushback on the Tellas thing. I'm like,
What do you mean giving you? What do you mean give you shit about Tellis like he's innocent?
Yeah.
What? I mean, I guess I shouldn't be surprised. Do you have the audio on?
Yeah, can you not hear it?
No, I can't. Unless it's my computer. Yeah, why do you need something?
No, I got an A.
Weird.
I'm 96%.
Nice job, babe. I knew you would. Babe had her first assessment at her new job, and she got a 96. Like I knew, an A. She got an A.
I mean, we had no doubt.
No one else has audio either.
What's that audio? Let's see. I'm gonna remove it. I want to put it up. That'd be a StreamYard thing. I can hear it.
All right, so the stage ready.
There we go. I hear it now.
There's also that the thing that you said would be produced and admitted later. If we got that, the K3.
No, that's the thing.
Oh,
You guys
that
want
is
me to
what
go
it is?
back?
Okay.
Yes, that we missed like let's just go back. Just here. They were arguing a little bit about what they were arguing.
I mean, I guess we should try to make a record of
Yes.
So it sounds as if the FOIA request, that production based on their policies claws back personal information. I don't know if they've been able to acquire that information through the process of this investigation. You know, the state has all of the messages, which has been produced to the bench. So they have that as well. So we understand why there can't be a joint stipulation to those messages, but certainly, you know, this issue will be inquired into cross based off of this testimony. If I had no issue, you know, I'll be inquiring based on the policy that he was aware of. So that'll be happening. Whether they want to admit Teams messages that are just limited only to business information, that's up to them. But we don't have a way to efficiently produce that to them.
So we don't have a stipulation.
We don't have stipulation, but in discussing this with the state and with Mr. Tellis, we are just going to leave his testimony as it stands, and will not be seeking to admit. There's been an argument that he'd open the door, but that's set aside. He is not going to be seeking to admit the information that was provided to him at that time. Is that fair?
Okay.
Yeah.
All right, so the state's ready.
There's also that the thing that you said would be produced and admitted later. If we got that, the K3.
No, that's the thing.
Oh, that is what it is?
That's what I'm
Okay.
talking about.
Yes, that's.
Okay, thank you.
Yes.
It's marked as K3 for the record, but obviously we just won't admit it.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Bring him in. Oh, I'm sorry. Mr. Tellis, you can take the stand. Sorry about that. Thank you.
Oh, I wanted this jury to see him take the stand with his stupid walk.
Look at that gate. Well, so like, I guess people were asking if he's going to get to do a rebuttal. So I think that was confusing me. Would he have the opportunity to re-narrate? is more where it is. It's like I think he'd be able to do like a redirect. It's not a rebuttal, but it's like more of a redirect. So that I thought you guys were talking about like after, because rebuttal is a very specific things. Rebuttal is after the defense rests, then the state puts on a rebuttal, and then the defense never gets to put on a rebuttal. Like the state gets the last word. So I was confusing, but yeah, I don't know why he wouldn't be able to do a redirect, and his direct is a narrative. So,
Ooh, he's taking notes.
Oh,
with his adult crayon. It's grease pencil. What is that thing, guys? You guys know what that thing is on the table in front of him? Like in front of the pad? What is that? That little black thing.
I don't know what that is. It looks like
I noticed that today. That's what it looks like. Look, baby protect.
Well, now we have to play it, Jay. We have to.
Elmo knows where you live. Elmo knows where you live.
Kidding. Oof.
All rise for entering jury, please.
There we go. What we've all been waiting for. Oh man, I just hope he gets really angry. That would be amazing.
That would be who's get up there. I think Schneider Peter's the guy to do it too.
Yeah.
Thank you, everyone. Please be seated.
Does the state stipulate to the presence of the panel?
Yes.
Mr.
Yes.
President? Okay, you may begin your cross-examination.
Thank you. Good afternoon, sir.
Sure.
And it's Mr. Tejas, is that correct?
Yes, sir.
Okay. I want to start first with see if we can agree on a couple of things, okay? I was listening to your testimony. I'm going to publish States 311. I was listening to your testimony, and if I heard you correctly, many times during your direct or during your direct, you stated that this is the killer of Mr. Gammon, correct?
I didn't necessarily, but I'm sure it is.
I mean, if I heard you correctly, you kept saying, looking at the killer, this guy. I know you're not saying that's me, but you don't doubt that whoever that is killed Mr. Gammon. That would be fair, right?
Yes.
Okay. You had mentioned one of the things that struck you was you watched the autopsy, or you saw the autopsy photos, and you were struck by the violence of it, correct?
No, sir.
No, you did not. Were you bothered by the photographs?
I was.
And why is that?
Gruesome. I'm not used to seeing dead people.
Okay. I think you said it was ugly. Is that correct?
I may have.
All right. And you had told this jury that you felt like it looked like someone who knew what they were doing. Is that right?
Yes, sir.
You believe this was a professional hit?
And that's what I believe.
Okay. And you believe this killer is kind of almost like someone hired to do this job, like an assassin, essentially, right?
That is what I believe, yes, sir.
All right. Now I want to take a look at this picture for a second.
Oh, all right. Oh, okay. Got nervous.
the assassin seems to be wearing a giant sun hat. It's a pretty big hat, right?
Yes, sir.
It's fairly noticeable, right?
Yes, sir.
You think that might attract attention?
I would think so.
Okay, but this is a professional.
Right.
All right. And this professional is also wearing a bright orange shirt, correct?
Yes, sir.
Professional?
Yes, sir.
But wouldn't that attract attention?
I think that's part of the reason, actually. If I could elaborate.
No. You believe that professional assassins want to draw attention to themselves when they're carrying out murder. That's your testimony?
When they're framing someone, yes, sir.
So the answer to my question is yes. You believe professional assassins like to draw attention to themselves.
It depends on what the nature of their goal is, and if it's to frame someone, yes, sir.
So the answer to my question is yes.
Yes, absolutely.
Okay. Your professional assassin is wearing a big saddlebag, right?
It's a big bag.
Right. He's wearing Nikes, correct?
Correct.
Not generic shoes, Nikes, isn't that right?
Right.
Okay. Gray Nikes, is that right?
Correct.
All right. Let's cue over to the overhead, if we could, or to the computer, if we could.
We'll show the shoes that he owned like days or like whatever that picture was taken.
Playing the PIO video from Exhibit 338. So this is your assassin walking in the middle of the day, correct?
My assassin?
All right, Paul. This is the assassin, the killer, correct?
Yes, sir.
All right. Seems to have a little bit of a hitch in his getup.
Yes. I don't know. I guess it's an opinion.
And you don't disagree that's from, you've seen all the footage. That's the killer's car, right?
Yes, sir.
It's a maroon Denali. Am I right?
Yes, sir.
You own a maroon Denali, isn't that correct?
I do, sir. Yes, sir.
Let me at least get to. Let's look at it for a second. So there's no doubt that the killer took a maroon Yukon Denali to Garman's house to perform, as you have explained to us, to be some sort of professional hit.
Yes, sir.
Okay. So I'd like to publish the PowerPoint if we could. It's still from Exhibit 338, Your Honor. But it is the PowerPoint video. And I want to turn our attention to slide number 72. This is after Mr. Garman has been killed. But if we watch this footage, isn't it true that we see the killer come back to the scene?
Yes.
And the killer seems to be looking around as if he forgot something, right?
I've watched the video. I don't know what he's doing.
We don't know.
Right.
But we know a professional killer killed someone in broad daylight, made it a point to park on a completely different street, but then for some reason decided, oops, I forgot something, and drove all the way back.
My belief is that he wanted to make sure to commit the crime, and then when he was done, he wanted to make sure the SUV was seen in front of the house.
So let me get this straight. We've watched the footage, right, Mr. Tellis?
Yes, sir.
Isn't it true that the Yukon parks on Wintergreen initially?
I'm sorry, I wasn't paying attention to the streets, but I mean, if you say so, yes.
We'll put it to you this way. He didn't park on Bronze Circle, did he?
Not initially, no.
And by your logic, if the killer wanted to be seen, shouldn't he have just parked on Bronze Circle originally?
I would have thought that, if he wanted to make sure he got the job done first, that he would not have actually parked the SUV in front to begin with. That's my belief, because again, that isn't me.
So you have a killer who goes all the way out of his way to park on a completely different street, walks the whole length, does the killing, drives out of the complex, and then makes a U-turn, comes all the way back into the complex, pulls up, gets out, looks around for something, and you believe that's all part of the assassin's plan?
And again, I don't know what he's doing in that video.
No, I'm just using your words, your thought process.
Absolutely.
You believe that was all part of the plan?
I do. It wasn't me. So,
Sir, doesn't that look a little amateurish?
I would like to think that I wouldn't use my own car if I was actually the person who did this.
Well, well, doesn't it look a little amateurish to take the steps to park on the side of the street, then you forget what you dropped, probably your murder weapon, who knows, wear this goofy sun hat, a bright orange shirt. I mean, if you really think that looks like a professional killer?
I do. Again,
Okay.
it wasn't me. So,
Okay.
yes.
All right, sir. And when you looked at the car, you thought, gosh, that looks just like my vehicle, right?
Except for the rims. Yes, sir.
Sure, we'll get to the rims in a second. In fact, let's talk about that right now.
Yes, sir.
Let's go to slide 41. One second. So, slide 40. All right. So you see that picture right here of the rims?
Yes, sir.
All right. Sir, do you see, if we're talking like clock positions, 12 o'clock, 1 o'clock, you know what I'm talking about? If I'm referring to that?
The 12 o'clock is north.
Yes. So 12 o'clock is
Or up.
totally to the top, and then you've got 6 o'clock is to the bottom. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
So look at this bottom right-hand picture. Isn't it true that when you look at the front wheel, the spokes on this wheel are not all the same size, correct?
Right.
They alternate in thickness,
Correct. Correct.
At the 12 o'clock position, it's a narrow spoke, right?
Yes, sir.
And then the next two on either side of it widen out. Isn't that right?
Yes, sir.
And in the 6 o'clock position, that's a fat, wide spoke. Isn't that correct?
Yes, sir.
And it's surrounded by two narrow spokes. Isn't that correct?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And it totals 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. 6 different spokes. Isn't that right?
Yes, sir.
And just to be clear, whenever you look at one spoke, let's say the 12 o'clock position, when you look at the opposite position, it's the thicker one, right?
Yes, sir.
And so if you look at a smaller one, if you look the opposite direction, it's going to be thicker, correct?
Yes, sir.
And that, when we look at the picture of this widened spoke on the killer's car, you see that on this wheel on the front, and you see it on the back wheel. Isn't that right?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Publishing 322. We could cue over. That's your car, isn't it?
Yes, sir.
There's no doubt about it, is it?
No, I don't believe so.
That is the car that you don't normally drive. Isn't that right? Because you drive a BMW.
And I drive it occasionally to make sure that the battery doesn't die.
Right. Let's look at your wheels, because your testimony was, my rims are different. Let's look, no, sir, question pending. Let's look at the front tire. You see the front tire?
Yes, sir.
The one closest to the 12 o'clock position is thick, am I correct?
Yes, sir.
The one directly opposite that, closest to the 6 o'clock position, is narrow, isn't that right?
Yes, sir.
Just like the car in the video, isn't that correct?
It has the same type of rims, yes.
It does. But that's not what you just told that jury on direct examination. You said you looked at a tweet from General Bob Custer and you felt, oh gosh, my rim.
Yes,
You
because
relied on some person in the Twitterverse to give you peace of mind about whether or not your car matches the killer's car.
yes,
So now looking at your rims, because let's look at them. There are 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 spokes on that wheel, correct?
yes, sir.
Just like the killer's car.
Similar
Right.
to the killer's car, yes,
Not
sir.
similar, exactly like it, correct?
But they're not the same rims.
Good. Sir, then let's take it this way. The 12 o'clock position is a fat, wide spoke, correct?
Yes, sir.
The 6 o'clock position is arrow, correct?
Yes,
When we look at the photograph of the killer's car, it had that same pattern, isn't that right?
yes, sir.
And when we look at the other rims, let's say we're looking at a rim here in about the 1 o'clock position, it's narrow, correct?
Yes, sir.
And when we look at the opposite, it thickens, correct?
Yes, sir.
Just like the killer's car in the video, right?
Again, similar to the killer's car.
Right. And it's the same way on all of your wheels, isn't that right?
Right.
Okay. Now, if we could cue back over to the PowerPoint presentation. Let's look at these windows. Bottom right-hand corner, sir. The front windows are not tinted, are they?
No, sir.
But the back ones are, aren't they?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Let's cue over to your car. Your front windows are not tinted, correct?
That is correct, sir.
And your back ones are, correct?
That is correct, sir.
Okay. Coincidence?
I don't think so. I think the killer got a car like mine.
Okay. So you would agree your car looks exactly like the killer's car?
No, sir.
No, it doesn't?
There's a difference with that paint on the lower left-hand side that Mr. Maga testified about.
Okay. Let's talk about other similarities. We've seen footage from the video with the visor down, right?
Yes, sir.
I mean, I could pull up the slide, but we don't need to because you remember seeing it on the survey, on the videos, right, from the PowerPoint?
Absolutely, sir.
Okay, publishing 317. And look at that. Your visor's down, correct?
Yes, sir.
Okay. You're suggesting that your professional hitman in the funny hat knew about your visor as well?
I'm saying that Mr. Mogg pulled my visor down.
Ah, but you didn't see that, did you, sir?
I didn't see him do it, but
Right. You didn't see it with your own two eyes, correct?
that is correct.
You're just telling it out of whole cloth, correct? You're speculating. Isn't that right?
I'm speculating just to the extent of who exactly did it. But sure.
Right. You don't even know who it was, correct?
It could have been another officer, yes.
Okay. So now it's not just Officer Mogg that's part of this conspiracy. There's other officers too. How many officers were part of this conspiracy?
I don't know.
Well, please tell me. How many do you think are involved?
I couldn't tell you, sir.
So you have no idea, but you think it might be Mogg and another officer, but you just can't come up with a number,
Well,
correct?
Mr. Mogg actually made some false representations about what happened. So yes.
Okay.
I mean, so
Sir,
I don't know what his motivation would be otherwise.
Sir, isn't it possible that in your rush to drive back home, you just didn't even realize that the down visor might even be something of significance? Isn't that possible?
No, sir.
No. So you believe that it must have been the police, but you never witnessed anything like that happen?
I just
Correct?
know that I did not commit the murder, so that could not have been
Okay.
my
I
car or my
understand you're
visor.
not taking responsibility, sir, but just to get back to my question, you never saw anyone manipulate your car, correct?
I never saw anyone firsthand, no.
Thank you. But the visor is down, just like the killer.
And
Correct.
anyone could have removed it at any point in time,
The
sir.
answer to my question is yes. The visor is down, just like the killer's Yukon, correct?
Anyone could have moved it at any point.
So the answer to my question is yes.
At
The
what-
visor is down, just like the killer's car.
You're talking about, obviously, at this point in time.
Your visor is down in your Yukon, just like the killer's Yukon, correct?
And again, without knowing who did it, yes.
Thank you.
Only guilty man in Shawshank.
You were here yesterday and you talked for approximately 2 hours. Do you remember that?
Yes, sir.
And then you came here this morning and you talked for another hour or so, correct?
Yes, sir.
There's one thing I didn't hear you mention. The DNA. I'd like to talk about that with you. You're not disputing that your DNA is underneath Mr. Gehrman's fingernails, are you?
Yes, I am.
Okay. But you've heard the testimony. It's there, correct?
I don't know if it was there or at what point it might have gotten there, sir.
Okay. I'm not asking you how it got there. Are you really denying that your DNA is underneath the fingernails?
Without knowing the truth, yes, I am.
Okay. Well, you've heard witnesses testify.
Right.
So what, the DNA lab's in on it too?
I don't know. I don't know at what point. I don't know what point
How
this
did-
sample was
how did it get
collected.
there? Sir, please tell this jury, how in the world does your DNA get underneath Mr. Gehrman's fingernails?
I don't know because I did not kill Mr. German.
You have no idea how it could have gotten underneath your fingernails, correct?
Under my
I'm
fingernails?
sorry, under his fingernails, correct?
I don't know that it ever was, sir.
All right. Let's do it another way. You and Mr. Gehrman are not friends, are you?
No,
Okay, you don't hang out with him ever?
sir. I did not ever hang out with Mr. when he was
The answer to
alive.
My question is yes. You didn't hang out with him ever, correct?
I did not.
He's never invited you over to his house.
No, sir.
You've never hung out, had drinks at a bar, correct?
No, sir.
There would be really no opportunity for him ever to put his hands on you in any sort of social situation, correct?
Correct, sir.
And yet, these two people who are not friends, your DNA just happens to be underneath his fingernails, correct?
No, sir.
Okay. You just don't think it was legitimately placed there, correct? Or are you just ignoring the testimony of all of the witnesses that talked about how your DNA was underneath the fingernails?
Again, at some point or another, I believe it was planted because I did not kill Mr. Gurman. So,
Great. And by that logic, if you believe it was planted, you were at least admitting, yes, my DNA is underneath his fingernails, correct? Can you at least agree with me on that?
whether it came from a sample of fingernails or a different sample altogether, I don't know. I couldn't tell you, sir.
The answer to my question is yes. You're at least acknowledging my
No, sir.
physical DNA is underneath the fingernails.
No, sir.
Okay, great. So you're just going to disregard what all the other DNA witnesses said about this, correct?
And,
Okay, that's fair. That's fine. Totally fine. Let's I still want to touch on this. You would agree that if I came up to you and I scratched your face or scratched your chest, there's a possibility I could get skin cells underneath my fingernails, right?
Yes, sir.
Okay. You would agree that if someone was trying to fight for their life and were scratching at the killer, they could potentially get DNA from the killer underneath their fingernails. That's a possibility, right?
Is that speculation or is that?
No, I'm just asking you if it's a possibility.
I would imagine so.
Okay. Let's talk about your house for a second. When they went over to your house, they took a look underneath your couch. Publishing 224. That's your couch, right?
That is my couch.
And underneath your couch is a shoe and a chopped up shoe, right?
Right.
Okay. That's the gray Nike, correct?
Pure so, yes, sir.
Publishing 228. That's what it looks like, correct?
Yes, sir.
It's gray in color, correct?
Yes.
It is a Nike brand, correct?
Yes, sir.
It has a black swoosh, correct?
Yes, sir.
It has 4 horizontal or at least vertical bars in the middle of that shoe, correct?
Yes, sir.
All right. You would agree with me. That's the shoe that the killer was wearing, correct?
I don't know that that's the case.
You don't know? Well, it sure looks a heck of a lot like it, right?
Yes, it could be the same model, but it could be a different size.
Sure. Let's just look at it.
I don't disagree that it's the same model.
Right. It's the exact same type of shoe, right?
Right.
Okay. So we're not in dispute about it. We can agree on that, right?
Right. Yes, sir.
And your DNA is in those shoes that are found in your house, correct?
I don't know that to be the case.
Okay, but that's the whole thing of it's a setup and I think the DNA people are framing me. Something along those lines, right?
Whether it's them or someone else.
You've
sure.
heard the results. The results say that your DNA is in that shoe. We did hear that, correct?
That is what we heard.
Okay. And you just think it's just another part of the conspiracy to somehow get your DNA into those shoes.
So I believe that there are officers who, when they think that a fellow officer needs help plugging holes in the case, that they're willing to do what they have to.
Okay. All right. You characterize this case as a case that has holes?
I think that Detective Jappy decided he wanted me for this, and everybody decided to assist him because they thought.
Jappy's a part of it now, too.
Oh, he's always been.
We've got the DNA lab, we've got Jappy, we've got Mog. We haven't even touched Compass yet. We will. We'll get there because they're part of it, too, correct?
So they paid Detective Jappy, yes.
Okay, great. Well, we're going to get to all that in a second.
Of course, absolutely, sir.
So here's the thing. Are the shoes underneath the sofa of your house, are those actually your shoes?
That I don't know for sure. I do have similar ones, but again, I have not,
Oh, you similar. Publishing 360.
Mhm.
It's the same shoe, isn't it?
It is potentially the same shoe as the one, yes.
Oh, sir.
Mhm.
You're not doubting that this is a photograph of shoes that belong to you, correct?
Right.
Okay.
This is me.
So this wasn't planted evidence, right?
The picture of the shoe, no.
Okay, great. And you were claiming ownership over that shoe, right?
Right.
So it's gray in color, right?
Mhm.
It's got the black Nike swoosh, correct?
Right.
It's got the 4 black horizontal bars in it, right? And you would agree with me, when you wore those shoes, you probably left your DNA behind there in those shoes, right?
Yes, sir.
And you're saying now that it's just a pure coincidence that the exact same type of shoe sitting underneath your couch in your house with your DNA on it, that's not the shoe?
Remember that I was under surveillance by Detective Jappy, and this was on a day that I was under surveillance.
Let's get back to my question, sir.
Yeah.
You're trying to tell me that the shoe that you see in that photograph, that you claim ownership on, that you say you put your DNA in, that looks identical to the shoe that's underneath your sofa, underneath the recliner. You're saying those two are not the same shoes?
I don't know that they are.
Okay. It's just another crazy coincidence, right?
When somebody chops up a shoe and puts it under the couch, that's a little strange.
Right. And here's the interesting thing. Look at the date on this. This is August 19th,
Mhm.
right?
Yes, sir. And
We're
again,
talking,
surveillance started at 8:16.
right? No. But this image is in your phone, right?
This particular image, I'm sure I've likely texted it to my wife to say, "Hey, I'm rock climbing indoors."
So here's the thing. How? Oh, so you're saying, okay. So you believe because you were under surveillance, what? That they knew the type of shoes you were wearing?
Yes, sir.
Okay. You've seen the photos from the surveillances, right?
I have seen some of the photos from some of them. Not everything was
You're
produced to me.
not wearing the Nikes.
Not everything was produced to me, sir.
Okay. Of what was produced to you, which was everything,
It was not.
you're not wearing the Nikes on the days that you're surveilled. Isn't that right?
This 8/19
Sir,
was
I need you to
during.
focus on my question. Isn't it true on the days that you are surveilled, you're not wearing the Nikes, correct?
That is not true.
Okay. So we'll pull them and we'll take a walk down that lane, because every single day, isn't it true you are not wearing the Nikes?
That is not true, sir.
Okay, you're wearing your little moccasins, the gray ones, the topsiders. Remember those? You own those, right?
You own the gray
topsiders, right?
What are topsiders? I don't know.
I'm dating myself, I guess. But they're like a boat shoe. They're kind of
Very
like it's like almost like a grayish felt, but they're not Nikes. You were wearing those when you were surveilled, correct?
If you want to put the photos, I can confirm
The
whatever.
answer to my question is no, you don't know the answer as to what shoes you're wearing on the days you were surveilled.
I have like a tan shoe that I probably wore during some surveillance.
Don't worry. We'll get the photos and we'll go through it.
Absolutely.
Let's see the little moccasins.
So here's the thing. If Compass Realty framed you, how in the world would they know about these shoes?
Again, I said that I was under surveillance by Metro on this date, 8/19, and obviously they took photos and they provided those to Detective Jappy.
Okay.
So
what? And then Jappy did what with them?
Pass them to whomever he needed to. Again, I didn't commit the murder, so.
Okay. So, sir, there's no way Compass Realty could know you had shoes like that.
They're not without being informed.
Okay. And this, your phone isn't produced until after you're arrested, correct?
I don't know when it was produced.
Okay. You had your phone with you on the day that you're arrested, right?
Yes, sir.
Like, you didn't give it to Jappy in early September, did you?
No, sir.
No, you had it with you the whole time until you get arrested, right?
That I know, yes, sir.
And that was on September 7th, correct?
Yes, sir.
Therefore, the only way anyone could learn that information inside your phone would have to be after the murder was committed, correct?
No, sir.
Okay. You think there's a way that someone could have found the contents of your phone prior to the murder?
We heard earlier about the fact that someone can actually hack phones, yes. And whether it was that they found it that way or by surveillance.
We heard about the hack. It was just a question asked by your attorney. No witness ever testified that your phone was hacked, correct?
But you asked if there was only one means, and no, there's more than one means, sir.
Okay. Sir, let's just be clear about one thing. You have had possession of your phone through the entire month of August of 2022, correct?
It wasn't in my sight 24/7.
Sure, but you weren't loaning to anyone, correct?
No, sir.
You didn't give it to Compass Realty, correct?
That would be weird.
Yeah, it would be. You didn't give it to Eric Jackie, correct?
No, sir.
You didn't give it to Cliff Mogg, correct?
No, sir.
Because you didn't even know who Cliff Mogg was at that point, correct?
No, sir.
You didn't give your phone to anybody from Metro, correct?
That's correct, sir.
All right, so now let's get to some of the other interesting things that are in your phone. Oh, by the way, and you also have DNA on the scissors, right? Or are we denying that? Or is that one you're at least acknowledging because of the cooking thing?
No, my blood was on those scissors.
Okay, so Metro got that one right.
Yes.
That wasn't a frame job.
No, well, I do think that they used some of the DNA from that, but
But before we move on, I gotta ask you this too. So, like if Metro's really, so you think Metro's framing you for this?
as I said before, I think that we've got some officers who are overzealous and who've decided to help Jappy plug holes in his case,
Sure.
not knowing what his relationship was with Compass Realty.
Here's a
Objection,
sir.
If you'd be allowed to answer the question before.
Okay,
Next question, please.
sir, I got a question for you. The Las Vegas Metropolitan Police Department wanted to frame you. Why didn't they put the murder weapon in your house?
I think that maybe, I don't know. I mean, it's a good question. I mean,
Great question, because if the murder weapon that had Garman's DNA in it was inside your house, wouldn't that be an even better case?
yeah, but at the same time, I think if,
But it's not there, is it?
no,
No, it's not. Even though, according to you, they control everything, they don't put the murder weapon on you?
mhm.
Does
Well,
that make any sense?
I think it does.
Okay. How about this? If Compass Realty wants to kill you, why don't they encourage Metro like, we'd really like you to put the murder weapon in there? Why didn't they do something like that?
I don't know.
That seems really odd that the most significant thing is not in your house, correct?
I think what's odd is that 5 days after the murder, that supposedly there was a shoe
So the answer
and
to my
also a
question-
hat in my house.
So the answer to my question, the most significant piece of evidence, the murder weapon, is not in your house despite your theory you've been framed.
That's correct, sir.
Let's talk about this. We've seen the picture
I'm just going to say this real quick. This entire trial, streaming this entire trial was worth it just for this cross-examination.
of the killer. What's the most notable thing, by far the most notable thing on the killer's person?
It's either the hat or the shirt.
It's the shirt, right?
Mhm.
And that shirt is not in your house, is it?
No.
If Metro or Compass or Rita or Cliff all wanted to frame you, why didn't they put the bright orange coat in your house?
I couldn't speak to that. All I can tell
Doesn't
you is,
that sound not very professional if they're trying to set you up?
I don't know, maybe for plausibility's sake, they put half the
Oh, they
stuff in
want to
there. I'm
dial
not
it
sure.
back.
I don't know.
Okay. Here's another thing. Why don't they cover your car in Garman's DNA? Why did they do that?
Because they didn't have access to the car until the day that Mr. Mogg took photos.
If they have, I mean, they control everything. They take it to their CSI garage and they rub it full of DNA. Why is there no DNA of Garman in your car? I mean, if they want to frame you, why isn't it there? Do you have an answer for that?
Sir, I don't know.
Okay. But one of the things that we do know is that prior to your arrest, you do in fact wash that car, correct?
The exterior only.
You still wash it, correct?
Oh, yes.
And your testimony to this jury was, after Rita told me about the tweets about the car that I found so strikingly similar, I went out and washed my car. You told them that on direct. Isn't that correct?
No, sir.
You mean Roberta?
I meant Roberta. After Roberta told you, gosh, that looks just like your car, and you read John R. Custer's tweet, you went out and that prompted you to start washing the Yukon.
No.
That's not your testimony.
No. I said that I washed all 3 vehicles.
Great. Including your Yukon.
Yes.
Right. Because you'd agree if you only wash one of them, that might look a little suspicious, right?
I don't know that I was planning things to be suspicious or not suspicious, sir.
Okay. But let's just be clear. You would agree with me, washing things can make evidence go away. Isn't that right?
I would think DNA evidence would be inside of a vehicle, not on the outside, sir.
Okay. Sir, you'd be surprised.
Okay.
But that's
well,
not the
I guess
point.
I guess I would be
Washing
surprised then.
My question is this: washing things can make evidence go away, correct?
Could it possibly? Yes.
Thank you.
Only guilty man in Shawshank.
Let's continue down the path of what's in your phone. Going to be, oh, I hope I didn't ruin this. I'm going to be, let's see if this pulls up. We're going to be publishing Exhibit 354. Sure.
have lots either because you watched the Tommy Randolph trial or he looks exactly like Rob Schneider.
Let's close out of this. Let's look at, all right, let's look at this. Well, let's do it. We'll do it this way. We're gonna, if we could just cue over for a second to the overhead. This is this extraction report that has a lot of images regarding Google Maps in your phone. Do you remember hearing testimony about this?
That's what I heard.
Okay. And the date on this is August 12th of 2022. Isn't that correct? That's when these files appear. Isn't that right?
That's when it purports to have appeared.
Okay. Sir, you would agree with me. You don't actually have to go to Bronze Circle to get Google Maps to generate these images, correct? All you have to do is go to the website. Isn't that right?
For any location, sure. Yes.
Sure. And this is what, about 2 to 3 weeks before Mr. Gehrman is killed?
If we can trust the date, yes.
All right. So, sir, let's. I'm opening the folder that says Bronze Circle. If we could cue over, please. That's Jeff Gehrman's house, correct?
I have come to learn that it is his house.
That's a great point. You've come to learn that because prior to this all happening, you had never been over to the house, correct?
Correct.
You'd have no reason to be over at that house, correct?
That is absolutely correct.
You don't even know where he lives because I'm sure Mr. Gehrman didn't give you his personal address.
That is absolutely correct.
And yet the weird thing is, when we go through these images, when we start getting to like the Google Maps data, like that's his house, right?
It looks like that is the house.
Yeah. Same thing, that's his house, right?
It appears to be.
Like if we look over here in the back, that's literally the very spot where Mr. Gehrman breathes his last breath. Isn't that right?
Objection, knowledge, speculation.
That's the very last spot that we see Mr. Gehrman from that body cam, right? He's lying right over there.
It looks like a similar area.
Similar. It's the area, isn't it?
If you say so, sure.
So you don't believe that's the spot?
I mean, it looks like the house, so I would think.
How about there? Isn't that where Mr. Gehrman was found by the police?
And I would think likely so.
And the very spot that his body is lying is inside your phone.
That is very strange. I mean, how does someone plan to have a victim in a particular area at their home? That's again.
So you would agree with me that if you were planning to kill someone at their house, it might be a good idea to get a lay of the land, right?
I've never plotted to kill anyone.
Oh, I didn't say you. I'm just talking hypothetically. You would agree with me that if you were planning to kill someone, it might be a good idea to get a lay of the land, correct?
I object to the hypothetical question. He's not an expert. So.
overruled, he can answer.
Let me ask you that question one more time. You'd agree with me. If you're planning on killing someone, it's a good idea to get the lay of the land, right?
I don't know. I don't know what the circumstances are. I don't know what you're talking about as far as where you want to, do this deed or whatever.
Mr. Tellis, if you wanted, let's do it. You don't want to answer the question. We'll do it another way.
Again, I object from characterization.
Mr. Tellis, if you're planning on doing something, you want to prepare for it, correct?
It depends on what you're planning to do.
Okay. How about your work? As a public administrator, did you prepare every day to go to work to be competent at what you're doing?
Yes.
Did you do that because it's important to do the job correctly?
Yes, sir.
And if the stakes are really big, you want to make sure you're super prepared?
Yes, sir.
Okay. There's over 100 images of Bronze Circle neighborhood in your house, correct? In your phone. Isn't that right?
I don't know that they are, sir.
Okay. Well, then let's start clicking.
Plus two, again, I wouldn't use my card. It's
not my question. My question is, this is contained in your phone, right, sir?
I don't believe so.
Okay, you don't believe so?
If it is in there, I didn't put it there, sir.
Okay, so the answer is it's there, but you didn't put it there, correct?
Again, I do not know that it's there, and I certainly did not put it there.
Okay, so we're just, okay, sir. You did.
You're asking me to testify something that I can't tell you is true.
Right. But you did hear the testimony of someone coming and said, I looked in his phone and that stuff is there, correct?
That's what they've said.
It's the same phone that your expert looked at, correct? To extract Celebrite data from, right? It's the exact same phone, correct?
Sure.
Did you ever hear Mr. Aguero ever say that your phone was compromised in any way? Did you ever hear that from him?
We never asked him that question.
Okay, but he didn't say it, did he?
The question was never asked.
Right. He looked at your data, he prepared a report, and alerted no one to any problems with your phone, correct?
I don't know.
I object to, he was not called upon to review the phone. He reviewed the Celebrite extraction from the phone. So I object to this line of question.
We can move on. You heard from Matt Hovanek from the DFL department. He testified that there weren't any issues with this phone, correct? When he looked at data that came from it, correct?
He said that, I guess they try not to modify contents of things, but he didn't say that it was impossible.
Okay. Here, well, we can do this too. You got up on direct examination and you went through message by message by message, and you didn't complain about any of the messages that were on September 2nd, correct?
I dispute.
I object this to complain.
Sure. You offered testimony to this jury about the timeline, correct?
Yes.
You went text by text and phone call by phone call, and you explained things, right?
Right.
At no point did you say, oh, there's a problem here, correct?
Correct.
You had no problem with that information, did you?
Right.
Okay. Sir, do you find it a little bit strange that when you find information that's helpful for you in your phone, you don't think there's a problem with it, but when there's damaging evidence in your phone, you believe maybe it's been hacked or compromised?
I do think that if someone was trying to frame me, that obviously they would leave the content that I made on the phone as well as whatever they decided to put on there. Yes.
And as we see here, like there's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 different houses are being photographed, correct?
If that is truly what was on my phone, then supposedly sure.
Okay. Here's a good example. In this image, there's a security camera being focused on in the image, correct?
That's what it appears to be, which brings up a question that I would have.
There's no question pending, and you're going to get a chance on redirect. You'll be able to say whatever you need to say. But let's be clear. There's an image that isolates on a security camera for the next door neighbor,
Jay.
Mr. Gehrman. And it's right there, isn't it?
Yeah, it is. There's one right there.
And here was something I remember you told me about. When you started out, what was your first job again?
IT.
IT. You've got a technical background, correct?
Right.
I believe even on direct examination, you described yourself as a techie, correct?
Absolutely, yes.
So you know your way around a computer, right?
Right.
Fair to say you know your way around different software, correct?
Right.
fair to say you know your way around a cell phone, right?
Right.
You certainly know how to use Google Maps, right?
I think a lot of people do.
Right. Anyone could use that, correct?
Right.
And you would consider yourself a fairly thorough person in your work as a public administrator, right?
More thorough than to do something like that, sure.
You consider yourself detail-oriented?
I do.
Okay. Can we cue over for 1 second to the overhead?
Can you hear me now? Test, test.
There's over 132 images in your phone focusing on that. Would you say that's a lot of detail?
If that was on my phone, I guess I would say yes.
Okay.
I just said for that he needs to write it down with his adult crayon for later when he was like, you could talk about this later. Write it down with your little adult crayon. Save it for
grease
later.
pen.
And then let's
Your
talk
grease
about
ball pen.
The Popeyes thing, publishing 364. Do you remember these images?
Yes.
Okay.
I remember them being presented as being allegedly on my phone.
Right. The testimony was it was on your phone. You just don't believe you had anything to do with it, correct?
Again, I don't know that they were ever on my phone. I know that I did not take those photos.
Okay, so you're just denying what you heard.
I am saying that whatever the testimony is, that it could have been placed on my phone, or who knows.
The testimony was it was found on your phone, correct?
It was allegedly found on an image of my phone.
Okay.
Oh, an image of it. That's
So,
Only guilty man in Shawshank.
we could cue over to the overhead or the computer. We talked about being detailed oriented. You would agree this is numerous images from the same spot, correct?
It appears so.
And if we kind of look, and I just can't see because of the monitor. I mean, we're looking at that's a sedan, correct?
Yes.
Sedan, correct? Well, it's like a minivan, but it's gray
It's
in
like
color,
a crossover.
right? And that's gray in color, right?
Sure.
And that's a truck that's kind of a whitish gray, right?
Mhm.
Another gray car, correct?
Sure.
Another gray sedan, correct?
Mhm.
This one's a Honda, right?
Sure.
Or maybe that's not a Honda. I don't want to misspeak. That might be a Kia.
It looks like a Honda.
Hyundai.
Oh, okay. It's a Honda
I think, or unless it's a Hyundai.
or a Hyundai. I'm not
know.
sure. It kind of looks
It's a
like
Honda. Move on.
We've got an SUV here, but there's a lot of images here, correct?
Yes.
Okay. And according to this report, if we can cue over,
Even if he is planning a murder, what is the reason for taking all these photographs?
He was trying to catch
101.
Gurman's
Correct.
car. He has a gray Honda.
That's what it alleges.
That's a lot of photos, correct?
It would be.
It looks like surveillance, doesn't it?
It looks like a stupid way to do surveillance.
Right. It looks kind of amateurish, doesn't it?
Right.
Not professional.
Right. I wouldn't see how that makes sense.
And then, sir, another thing located in your phone were these. Can we cue over to the overhead? Sir, what are we looking at here?
Looks like it's a identification of a vehicle that is owned by Mr. Gurman.
It's a Honda, right?
Yes, sir.
And we know from the photographs earlier, his Honda is gray, correct? We saw from the photos.
I don't remember. I wasn't paying attention to the color with the earlier testimony.
You
Sorry.
have no reason to dispute me if I told you that the color of the car was gray, correct?
I don't, sir.
Okay, and we saw in those images, lots of gray cars were getting snapped, correct?
Yeah, I saw a black one and a white one, but yes.
And you know what that program that's pulling up that information is, don't you, Mr.?
That I do, yes.
That's IDI Core, correct?
Right.
That is proprietary software that is in fact used by the Public Administration's Office, correct?
Yes, sir, it is.
It gives the person at the Public Administration's Office the ability to look up personally identifying information about people, correct?
Yes.
Okay, and we can see here that Jeffrey Guerin is being looked up on IDI Core, correct?
What I remember correctly looking at this was it was looked up by address.
Well, that's just one report, sir. Let's look at this result. We can see
What's
he's
the
connected.
what's the search term?
There's no question pending, sir.
Okay.
Take a look at registrants. What's the registrant?
Again, it's Jeffrey M. Gurman.
Right. And if we look down, what's the first address associated with this?
P.O. Box.
Okay. And then when you go to the next entry, what's the address associated with Mr. Guerin?
7216. It's the second one related to Mr. Gurman. There's a first one related to Mr. Gurman. That's the P.O. Box, which is current. The second one is 7216 Bronze Circle, Las Vegas, Nevada, 89. I can't read this.
Mr. Tellis, that's where Mr. Guerin lived, correct?
Yes, sir.
That's where he was murdered, correct?
Yes, sir.
And this image of his personal information and his home address is located inside your phone.
Again, I don't know that it is.
Okay, so we're just, again, we don't have to do the dance, but you're just not accepting the testimony that it was located on your phone.
That is correct.
Okay, all right. But you'd agree with me that from just that bottom there, that looks like a desktop monitor, a Dell desktop monitor, correct?
Correct.
And again, this has more information about Mr. Guerin's cars, correct?
Yes, sir.
This is IDI Core, correct?
Right.
Software that is in your office, correct?
The office that Mr. Jappy visited, yes.
Okay. This is more, this is more IDI Core images, correct?
Appears so, yes, sir.
Let me just come out and ask you. This is your desk, isn't it?
It probably is.
Yeah. Let me ask you this. During your official duties as the public administrator, I mean, you didn't have like a case with Mr. Guerin at all, right?
No, sir, I didn't.
Okay.
And what was the search term to find that?
Well, one of the search terms was 7216 Bronze Circle, correct?
Can you show that to me?
Sure. $7216 Bronze. Pick you over to the overhead. Can everybody see that? Oh, it's much better over here. This is terrible. So you can see that, right?
Yes, sir, I can.
And the date, the created time is 8/23/2022 at 6:05 p.m., correct?
Yes, that's what it purports to be.
Okay. And that was a weekday, wasn't it?
I'm sure it was because, I don't know.
And there's one more thing. This wasn't converted into UTC time. So if we subtract 7 hours, that's at 11:05 a.m. in the morning on 8/23, correct?
And again, I don't know if this document's been modified via a PDF viewer or not, but it purports to be of that day.
Do you recall the testimony? Well, no. You recall the testimony of Matt Levanich, which said this was not converted, and when you convert it, this search was conducted at 11 o'clock in the morning, correct? You recall him saying, I'm not asking if you agree with it, but you recall it being said.
I know that I didn't do the search, so I couldn't tell you definitively.
So I'd like you to focus on my question. Do you recall Mr. Levanich saying that here in court?
That's what he said.
Okay. And just to be clear, publishing 351, there it is. That's a weekday. That's a Tuesday, correct?
Yes, sir.
Did you typically have random people coming into your office using your desktop software?
Again, that could have been modified in a number of ways.
So,
a number of ways, sir.
That's not my question. My question is, as the public administrator, did you allow people to go into your office in the middle of the day and manipulate and use your computer?
I didn't allow it, but that's not to say that it didn't happen, sir.
So the answer is, you had an edict that said you're not allowed to do this, correct?
But if I wasn't around or whatever, I don't know.
Okay. I mean, you would hope as the head of the department, they would have at least not used your computer, right?
I would have hoped, but you'd be surprised what happened in that office.
Okay. Right, because of the conspiracy? Right. Okay.
Oh, he's just loving it. This is like a dream for prosecutor.
It's like a once in a lifetime to have someone this.
And for him to get on the stand.
Isn't it true?
Yes. Yeah.
I think we've heard from both your expert and Detective Jappy that there was no outgoing messages from your phone between 8:48 a.m. and 2:05 p.m. Correct?
Right.
Okay. You mentioned, or at least we've kind of heard this comment about, well, maybe I was hacked. Just to be clear, you never reported to anyone that your phone was hacked prior to September 2nd, correct?
I wouldn't have known about it because there didn't seem to be anything wrong with the phone at the time.
So the answer is you've never reported any situation that
I didn't have knowledge of whether it had been or not.
You've never reported that your phone was stolen, correct, prior to 9/2?
That definitely did not happen.
Okay, you never reported that your house was broken into prior to 9/2,
I
correct?
did not. Nope.
And there aren't any text messages on your phone complaining about being hacked, right?
Again, if I was hacked, I might not have known it.
Well, and sometimes when we notice we've been hacked, some people will send out emails to people like, oh, ignore this email, I've been hacked, things like that, right?
Yeah, there are various types of hacks, sir.
Right. But there's nothing like that on your phone either, correct?
No, and again, that doesn't necessarily mean it wasn't hacked, or that somebody didn't create a false image later or add files to that image later.
Okay. So, sir, I want to now talk to you about this conspiracy a little bit. Is Rita Reed in the conspiracy?
Well, she certainly took money from Compass Realty and Adam Fenn.
So the answer is she conspired to murder Jeff Gehrman?
I don't know to what extent she had knowledge of anything other than to make sure that I got taken down.
Taken down. So she conspired to have you framed for the murder of Jeff Gehrman?
I don't know that she was privy to that particular part of.
So she's not part of the conspiracy?
I can't say either way, sir.
Okay, so you're not tying her to this?
I don't have any evidence to tie her to this.
Can we rule her out?
Objection, if you'd be allowed to answer.
Sir, go ahead, please finish.
What was the question
I'll
at this
ask the
point?
question again. Can we rule Rita Reed out of your conspiracy to murder Jeff Gehrman?
I think it's weird that maybe it's not weird. Obviously, you've got to try to minimize the concern that I have with this and try to make me seem like I'm crazy for it. But there's the evidence to back up what has been occurring. So that is what it is, sir.
Okay, so let's focus on my question. Can we rule out?
I don't know that we can either way, sir.
Okay, so it's possible she's part of it.
I would be surprised, but I couldn't rule it out.
Okay, so it's possible.
Anything is possible.
Okay, Alicia Goodwin, is she part of this conspiracy?
Again, part of the conspiracy, sure. Part of a conspiracy.
Let me specify. Is she part of the conspiracy to murder Jeff Gehrman?
I would think it's unlikely.
Okay, so we can rule her out.
I mean, again, I couldn't rule anything out, but certainly I think it's unlikely.
So it's possible.
Again, anything's possible. So.
Okay, so we can.
That's what I said. I said unlikely, but
Okay.
If we
understood. How about Mr. Cahill? Is he part of the conspiracy to kill Jeff Gehrman?
Yeah. And again, highly unlikely, but
You're not ruling it out.
Without further evidence, I cannot rule it out, sir.
Okay, so it's possible.
Again, anything is possible, sir.
Is Thomas Monroe, who's part of Compass Realty, I believe, is he part of this conspiracy to murder Jeff Gehrman?
Thomas Moore?
I apologize. Thomas Moore. Is he part of this?
I would think that would be likely, yes.
Okay, likely. Okay. And Compass Realty as a business as a whole is part of this as well, to kill Mr. Gehrman, correct?
Again, if you recall, the best way to take me down would be to frame me for Mr. Gehrman's murder. And so, yes, I do believe that.
And I want to write that down. You said the best way to take me out is to frame you for killing Gehrman, right?
Yes, sir.
I'm paraphrasing, but essentially that's it.
Absolutely.
Okay. you would agree, and I think you told this jury extensively on direct examination, what a thorn you were in the side of Compass Realty, correct?
I was, yes.
You fought them at every turn, correct?
Absolutely.
You thought what they were doing was improper, correct?
I think I proved that.
Okay, you thought that so much of their wrongdoing that you actually went to the police about it, correct?
Yes, sir.
And you were, till the moment that you were stopped working in that office, you fought against Compass Realty, correct?
I believe when that order was entered on August 30th, that shows that. Absolutely.
And the issue for Compass Realty is because you were the public administrator, correct?
Right.
You stood in their way from doing the things that they wanted to do in terms of independent administrators. Is that right?
Yes, sir. And in fact, again, that order was going to allow me to dig into them and actually prove without a doubt that Detective Jaffe was just ignoring criminal conduct, sir. Yes.
So here's the thing, though. You said that they did something else. They also donated to somebody. Who did they donate to?
That's Reed.
How much money did they donate?
$10,000.
So they thought, and let me get this straight. This is, in your opinion, the things that they were doing cost in the millions. Is that right?
Absolutely.
This is $1 million scheme that they're running, correct?
Mm-hmm.
And all they could muster to fund an opponent was 10 grand?
No, campaign laws prohibit anything over $10,000.
So did any other independent employees of Compass Realty shell out money for Rita?
So there's, again, Adam Fenn and also
How
Compass
much?
Realty.
How much?
$5,000 each. And so, you know, that's all that they needed in order to.
So if I'm hearing you correctly, you have described yourself as the sole impediment for their multi-million-dollar scheme, and the only thing that they could come up with financially to stop you is just $10,000?
No, sir.
Okay. That's your C&Es that you submitted. That's all we have, right? It's like 10 grand.
That's 10 grand on our campaign contribution report.
Right,
That is not all the money that they've given to anybody to, again, to engage in this
Are you
activity.
speculating at this point?
Okay.
Okay, please finish the question.
Again, without being able to firsthand investigate, because Mr. Gurman was murdered and I had been arrested and been sitting in jail for 2 years, you know, yeah, perhaps I'm speculating, but if I'd had that authority like I'd intended, you know, I would have uncovered the various different ways that they actually tried to, you know, thwart me. All the attorney's fees that they paid in order to pay these attorneys who would, again, this was an escalating situation that
Right.
started basically, well, go on.
I mean, I think we're a little far afield of my question at this
Sure,
point.
okay.
I don't know that was as responsive to my question. So let me direct you back to it. You would agree like $10,000 is really not that much money. In the world of countywide races, 10 grand, not that much, correct?
In the world of county races, it's the maximum contributions for these two guys or these two entities. But
Those two guys, but listen, if we're talking about, like, you know how politics work. If there are businesses or special interests, they pool their money together behind a candidate, right? You don't know that, but you were.
it depends on the situation. It depends on the situation.
Sir, are you going to sit here and tell this jury you've run for political office twice and you don't know that businesses or special interests pool their money together to back a candidate they really want? Are you really telling them that?
And again, I don't have firsthand knowledge of that because I've never had that happen for me.
Right.
Now, if you're talking about political action committees, I don't know, what do you, PACs?
Look, the bottom line is, all they donated was 10 grand, correct?
I think that's a mischaracterization of
Fine.
everything they've done.
Let's move on. And then here's the crazy part. They won, right?
And I still kept fighting them, yes.
No, sir, you were a lame duck as of September 2nd, 2022. Isn't that right?
But I still continue to fight Compass Realty.
That's not my question. You're out of a job in that you're not an impediment as of January 1st. Isn't that right?
As of January 1st, but I was right then.
So you're trying to tell us that Compass Realty was so upset with you that they backed a candidate who wins, but then they just can't wait any longer, so they murder a reporter? They can't wait the 3 months?
I would recommend that the jury watch the video and again, see the time at which the order was filed. And I think you might agree that, yes, that is absolutely the case, sir.
So the answer to my question is yes.
That
Compass Realty, even though they successfully backed a candidate that defeated you in a primary, They couldn't wait another 3 months for you to leave office, correct?
Because I've got the authority to really crack things open
So
right then.
So again, he's answering the question. These are fairly complex questions. They require complex answers.
Sure that each of you lets the other.
Sir, are you finished?
I am now, sir.
Okay, so then my next question is this. If they hated you so much,
I don't think they know me to hate me, but sure.
well, I mean, they're willing to kill people over you, right?
I guess they would have hated me, yeah.
Right. And if they hated you so much, why didn't they just kill you?
That's a really good question, and I would like to answer it. My belief as to why they did.
Please tell me why they didn't just bother killing you.
Because if they'd killed me, would that have stopped Nevada State Division from investigating them? No. If they killed me, would anybody have felt the duty to continue my work because I was actually doing this? I think so. So murdering me would have not discredited me. It would not have put me in a position where all the work that I was doing just got left by the wayside. It would make no sense to kill me.
So your theory is that Jeff Garman is collateral damage?
When you've taken into account the fact that months earlier we had this public feud, it's a pretty convenient way to do this.
So the guy who writes the articles that ends your career, they reward him by killing him?
Well, again, like I said, it was a pretty good way to do this.
And let's not get it twisted. Rita and Alicia are part of the conspiracy that loop in Jeff Garman, and they're in cahoots with Compass. So they're like, you know what? Thanks, Jeff, but you got to go. That's what you're suggesting?
And like I said, I don't know that they knew about that particular aspect of the conspiracy, sir.
Okay.
I mean, I would certainly think that they wouldn't, because you're right. I can't imagine that they would know and be okay with that, sir.
Isn't it also true that Roberta testified that once you lost, Rita Reed was actually reversing the things that you did in the office, right?
That would be her prerogative at that point.
Okay. So changes were even afoot before you had even left office, correct?
Sure.
And you even told us that once Rita took over, nothing came of the things that you wanted to, like none of the things that you wanted investigated were ever done, right?
I was talking about the fact that I had this investigative authority against Compass Realty that I had just gotten just a few days before Mr. Gurman was murdered, and she never picked up that torch and ran with it. And it's clear why she didn't, because Compass Realty gave her that money, despite the fact that, as you saw, sir, she, and these homes, theft, sir.
So the answer to my question is yes. Rita Reed never followed through with the things that the authority that you had, correct?
Regarding Compass Realty, yes, sir.
Thank you. And just to be clear, she was going to have full authority as of January, right?
Yes, sir.
And the authority could have gotten Compass in trouble, but that risk was eliminated once they put Rita in, according to your theory, right?
Once she actually became the public administrator, that would be the case. But while I was still, as you call it, a lame duck, I was still coming after them, sir.
Okay, so your thought is murder was the only way.
There might have been other ways, but it was again, if they didn't do it, they sure had a windfall for it that they didn't expect.
So how did Compass break into your home to plant this evidence?
Like I said before, I don't know how it got in there, but I did not put it there, sir.
How did they plant the hat?
Again, I don't know how it got there, but I didn't put it there.
How did they plant the shoes?
I don't know how it got under the couch, but I did not put it there.
How did they get your DNA in there?
Again, I don't know when and where that DNA was allegedly obtained, so I couldn't say, sir.
How did they put the images in your phone?
Again, I don't know if that was in my phone or on a corrupt image or what have you. Again, you cannot say when or where any of this occurred, really.
And again, when they executed this warrant, the police, they did that also in the presence of your wife, correct?
Not exactly, sir, if I may. So
the answer to my question is no?
Not all of them did.
Okay.
And so...
No question pending. I appreciate it. You'll have a chance on redirect.
Okay.
So let's start focusing on May of 2012, or May of 2022. Sorry about that. Fair to say that the dynamics in the office aren't great at that point.
That's correct, sir.
Rita and the old guard are unhappy with you and the new guard. Would that be correct?
Yeah, sure.
And the members of the new guard included you, Roberta, and Nicole. Would that be accurate?
That was just some of us.
Okay. There were a couple others?
I believe there were actually 10 folks, and after Jay retired, it was just 4 old guards, so as has been stated. So 6 of us who are, and that didn't include me either. So I guess it'd be 7 of us versus the 4 people who had gotten there before I did.
Okay. So you agreed to do a sit-down interview on May 11th of 2022 with Jeff Gehrman, correct?
Yes, sir.
Why did you agree to do this interview?
Because I wanted to dispel the notion that, there was any concern.
You were being accused of a series of things, including creating emotional stress on your employees, correct?
Right.
Bullying?
Right.
And engaging in an inappropriate relationship, correct?
Right.
Okay. When you sat down to do this interview, did you want to get the truth out?
To a certain extent, yes, but when it came to the office issues, yes, sir.
Okay. When you sat down, when you spoke with him, were you truthful in your interview?
Not entirely, no.
Okay. What were you untruthful about?
About the extent of the relationship with me and Roberta Lee Kennett.
Okay. What was different? What did you say versus the truth?
I said that, she and I had no affair, but, regrettably, we did have, and when I say regrettably, I think we both regret the mistake, but we had a romantic affair with each other.
Okay, so you did lie to him, correct, on that topic?
I didn't think that was for the public's business.
That's not my question. My question is...
I did lie regarding that particular issue, yes.
Okay. Now, you would agree with me, at the moment you sat down for that interview, you were in the throngs of a re-election campaign, correct?
Yes, sir.
You would agree with me that the public administration job was something very important to you.
I mean, sure. Yes. Obviously, again, it was important at the time. Yes.
I mean, well, listen, you told us a little bit about your story. I mean, right? I mean, you put yourself through law school. You opened up a law firm. You were elected to this job. You were proud of the work you were doing at the PA's office, correct?
It absolutely was.
Okay, and you wanted to remain in that job, correct?
I certainly did.
Okay. And you would agree with me that if you had been entirely truthful, that may not have helped your election prospects. Would that be correct?
That was certainly not the sole motivation for lying.
And I understand that, but that is a factor, correct?
I don't know. Again, I don't know that I necessarily consider that to be the primary factor, or honestly consider it to be a factor at all. My main concern was having any embarrassment or any, for both of our families, that kind of thing.
And listen, that's totally fair, right? You're concerned about your family. Maybe you're concerned about Roberta's family. Understood. And that for you is the main reason why you're not being truthful about that.
Right.
Okay. So you sit down. Did you feel after speaking with him that you thought Gehrman would give you a fair shake?
I did. I thought we had a pretty good conversation. I walked outside with him. I told him more about a lot of the issues that had occurred at the office before I got there, and about the way that, the strange things that had happened. That I won't get into it, but yes, I thought by the time we were done that, that he understood what was really going on at the office.
Okay. And when he, sorry, excuse me 1 second. When that was published, you were very upset, correct?
Yeah, I was shocked at what ended up coming out versus what we had discussed. Yes, sir.
Were you devastated?
I don't know if that I ever, consider myself devastated on anything. I was certainly upset. I was, hurt for, that this came out, but that was that day.
Sure. And on that day, and let's just be clear, because not only does it potentially jeopardize your work, but it jeopardizes potentially the family stability. Fair?
In a sense, yes, my wife did forgive me, but you know, it certainly, it wasn't good optically for, you know, obviously my children and, you know, have them teased by other kids or what have you. So from that respect, it was a little hard on them.
And here's the thing. He didn't have to write it the way he did, but he chose to do so, correct?
Certainly, yes.
And you told him, you talked to him about how upset you were when you saw, I'm assuming, an advanced copy of it, or at least before.
No, I believe it was actually after it was released. I think people have been misstating the date of the article because I think my text was after. I don't know if it got republished and the date changed or what have you.
Yeah, so, and like if we publish 353A, we can see here, the date on this is May 16th, correct? Okay. But you agree sometimes what happens is like the RJ will throw up an article online at night, and so maybe it's the night before, and then maybe in a publication it's for the next day. Something along those lines. Okay, so because your text messages with Mr. Gehrman reacting to this actually happened on the 15th, isn't that right?
Right, sir.
Okay.
Right.
So I want to talk about that if we could. If we could cue over. Now on direct, you said it was a bummer, right? Or was that the election loss? I can't remember. I don't. Which was the bummer?
I think I mean, and maybe I can't remember what was a bummer per se. The articles certainly were not. I wasn't happy about them. Yeah.
Well, let's turn to this message. It's on page 4.
Mm-hmm.
And you state, I don't know what to say. I told you about how much this has all impacted me. You heard from employees who are being harassed by these people. Provided you proof. I'm assuming that's proof, correct? It says prove, it's a typo.
It might have auto-corrected and yeah.
Understood.
Yeah.
Provided you proof that I was doing my best to actually smooth things over after I had to make hard decisions. Still, you wrote an article that makes me sound like I'm the guilty one. That was not fair or balanced, correct?
Yes, sir, I wrote that.
You were very, very upset when you wrote that.
Yeah, and I guess it says I'm very distraught right now. Clearly, there are typos in my message.
And you held him responsible because he was the one who chose to write the words, correct?
Again, at the time, I was upset.
So the answer to my question is yes. You held Mr. Gehrman responsible because he chose to write this article in this particular way.
If I had to hold anyone responsible in any sense, I guess the context that you're saying, I mean, certainly not enough to murder him.
That wasn't my question.
Okay, I guess I'm trying to get a sense of what the wordplay is here.
Well, it's not wordplay. You held him responsible. He chose to write it that particular way, right?
On that day, I felt that, again, he would totally misconstrue things. So I was upset with him, and I told him I was upset with him.
Okay. So that's how you were feeling on May 15th, correct?
Mm-hmm.
And you even say, I've done so much for that office. I told you I've been followed and that I caught Rita following me. You decided to take it on her word that she wasn't, however clearly she was. It seems to me you valued sensationalism or the value of a potential takedown than actually telling the truth. Thank you for helping him drop more pressure on my life.
Yeah, and I think that was a typo with the him. It was probably a them instead.
Understood.
Yeah.
So, I mean, you described this probably as a hit piece. Would that be correct?
Honestly, yes.
A character assassination, correct?
Yes.
And he's the one who chose it to write it that way, correct?
Correct.
And then what happens is about 9 days go by and he reaches out to you again, correct?
Yes, sir.
Now, the primary election was held on June 14th, correct?
I don't recall, but you're probably right.
Okay. So we have one article that gets into not just the inner workings of the office, but is hitting you on personal stuff. And now he's reaching out to try to do another article, right?
Right, sir.
Fair to say, you've got to be upset.
I don't know if at this point I was still upset. I couldn't remember. I know that I had to, at a certain point, start to try to, basically combat this with my own narrative to try to, again, win the race.
Right. You're so concerned about Jeff Garman's articles that you start literally creating websites to try to fight against it, correct?
I wanted the truth to come out, yeah.
Right. That's how significant the article was to you.
In the sense that I wanted to win the race and I needed to dispel what was in the articles, yes, sir.
You must have felt that this guy is just personally out to get you at this point.
Not personally out to get me. I thought he was a friend of John Cahill's. Later, I found out that Alicia Goodwin's father was a friend of his.
That must have been infuriating.
I mean, it is what it is. You know, like I said, by the time, about a month later, I think you see my tweets. I'm more just trying to.
Well, we'll talk about different things over time that we see from you. But moving on, you end up providing a written statement, correct?
Yes, sir.
I imagine you're hopeful that you're going to get more of a balanced article from him, correct?
No, sir.
Okay, you're just hoping he'll just publish something, correct?
I'm just hoping that it wouldn't be too bad because I'd already figured by this point, it's like, well, you know what, he's going to do what he's going to do.
But it was pretty bad, wasn't it?
Again, it's
the same stuff, right? He's trashing you, correct?
But you know, there's a certain point which you kind of get desensitized to things.
Sure.
Right. So by the time the fourth article came out, I was like, oh, whatever. Right. I will say that when it comes.
On objection, he's answering the question.
I know, but sir, the witness is non-responsive to the question.
He's answering the question that's posed, and it's a complex question.
I'm asking him to ask the question again.
You're upset because he's trashing you, correct?
Yeah, I couldn't say at that time that I was still upset or just trying to fight to win the race.
Okay. This was not helping your election, was it?
No, that it certainly wasn't.
So then we have, let's do this. Let me back out.
And
hold on a second. I'd like to now turn to some items that pop up in your phone kind of around this time. So there is this image from May 20th. I'm going to publish that. This was found in your phone, correct?
Yes, it was, sir.
You're not denying that this was something actually in your phone?
No, and I can tell you why I did.
I'm not asking that question, but the title of this is How to Push Down Negative Search Results, correct? Correct?
Yes, sir.
Okay. We have these kind of inflammatory tweets that you're tracking where they're talking about you, correct?
I was not tracking these. These were given to me by Roberta Lee Kennett.
Okay, so people are sending them to you, right?
Yes.
And then you have this message here to Mr. Kinsley. And just to be clear, that is a message that is being kind of issued out on the 15th, which would have been like that day that article came out, right? Is that correct? Because you had said, because the article was dated, the original one's dated 5/16, and we had that conversation about it released earlier, right?
Right.
Okay. So let's look and see what you say here. Isn't it true you tell Mr. Kingsley, I'm working to bring the full truth to light? I guess I want to focus on, you're kind of maintaining the same posture that you had with Gehrman, right? About these things, some things are true. None of this stuff is true, right?
Well, and again, like I said, I'll point out that I did lie in this message because I did not want to publicly embarrass my family further.
Right. And to be fair, it's understandable. But so this is something that the potential impact on your family is so significant. You're even telling people in this context, like it's not true, because that's an important thing to protect. Fair?
I don't think that my wife would have left me, but certainly I didn't want them to have to go through any embarrassment or any pain.
Sure. And I want to focus down here at the very bottom, because I know you said, I was kind of over it and things like that. Isn't it true you state here you have no idea how hard it's been? You say that, correct?
That was that same day, and that was referring to the troubles that I had with the ladies in the office, that no matter what I was doing to try to actually make peace with them, giving them raises, whatever things that, still, again, I had to be a cheerleader for the other employees while trying to minimize the damage they were doing.
Okay. You say I'm truly devastated, correct?
And that was again on the same day that I texted Mr. Gurman.
So the answer is yes.
Yep. And
Out to county officials to see if there's anything that they can do to help rein in Rita Reed's behavior?
that I don't recall. I mean, if you got something to show that, as long as,
Okay.
I don't know.
All right. So,
I did talk to HR about how to best handle disciplinary issues, and got their advice and did things appropriately.
Okay.
If that's what you're referring to.
I'm just asking. And so now that brings us to the primary, which is June 14th of 2022. You would agree with me, when that day began, you were hopeful that you were going to win, correct?
You're always hopeful when you're running for an election.
You had gone out, you had canvassed neighborhoods, correct?
Yes, sir.
And you were expressing to your friends and family that, I think we're going to pull this out, correct?
Obviously, you always want to have an optimistic face no matter what, but I wasn't 100% sure that I was going to win or not.
Okay. But ultimately, you lose. Is that correct?
That is correct.
And you don't place second. You end up placing third. Is that right?
Right. All three of us were pretty tight, though, but yes.
Right. And I'm going to approach with what's been marked as stage proposed 377. Does that appear to be kind of the accurate outcome of the election?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And that's a fair and accurate depiction of those results?
I think so. Like I said, it was pretty close.
At this time, we're asking State Commission to admit states 377. Sure. Sorry about that.
Bob, I'm going to sign out. I got some stuff to work on.
Okay, I love you.
Love you, dude. Take care, everybody.
Wait, let me pause it real quick. So can you cover the closings tomorrow morning?
What time will they be?
For you, I think 1:30. If she starts at 10:30.
She starts at 10:30. 1:30. I should be able to do it.
All right, I'll text you in the morning just to make sure.
All right, sounds good.
All right, brother. Thanks.
All right, later. No problem. Bye.
Oh, sorry.
So when we look at this, you don't lose by much, do you?
No.
I mean, a little more than 2,000 votes, correct?
Right.
Jeff Garman didn't write any articles about Carolyn Escobar in a negative fashion, did he?
I wouldn't think so.
I mean, leading up to his election, he didn't do that, correct?
Correct.
He didn't do that about Rita.
No.
Fair to say, in your opinion, if Jeff Garman hadn't written these articles, you probably end up winning that primary.
Probably yes.
It had to be crushing, correct?
No, it was disappointing, but again, I knew that my chances were 50-50, so I was prepared for a loss. And I think my conciliation post on Facebook was pretty clear that, hey, you know what? We tried really hard. We gave it our go. But, I'm going to go serve families as a probate attorney again. I'm ready to go back to work. And, and I got a lot of support when I made that post.
Okay. But everything that you work for is gone because of a couple of articles that say things that you don't think are really true, correct? Especially about the work stuff, right?
It wasn't the articles per se. It was obviously Rita and Alicia.
Who got Jeff Garman into the fold to publicly tear you down.
They did, yes.
And he agreed to do it. So now I want to focus on just 2 days later. 2 days later. Oh, can we cue over? Sorry. 2 days later, Jeff Gehrman writes to you, correct?
Mm-hmm.
At this point, you are kind of right on teetering on the verge of like conceding, correct?
I think it took a long time for the count to occur. It was like almost a week. So we were, again, this is a while back. So if I remember correctly, we were still waiting for the final outcome. And yeah, so this was.
So you're down as of May 16th. You're losing in the race, correct?
It was kind of like similar to what you saw on that report in the sense that things kept going up and down, but it was I think if I'm not mistaken, it was somewhere in those 1,000, 2,000 between the three of us, but Rita would go up, then Caroline would go up, and so it was more of a tug of war between them and that was pretty much in third place at all times.
So it's very close, right?
It was really close.
You don't know how this, at this point, as of June 16th, you still don't officially know how this one's going to shake out, correct?
Based on the fact that I never came out of third place during the whole thing, I was pretty sure that it was done.
Okay, but nevertheless, Jeff Gehrman comes calling again, correct?
Mm-hmm. And it's about that truth website that I created.
Right, and you just say it's fine at this point. They won. Do what you like.
Mm-hmm.
Fair to say you felt resigned at this point?
Yeah, like just what's it going to do at this point? Whatever,
Well, he wrote another one, correct?
Mm-hmm. That is, yes.
Fair to say you weren't happy with that coverage. It wasn't positive, was it?
Again, I don't remember if I cared or not. I know I started to poke fun at him on Twitter, but it came to a point where it was just me trying to, I think, see if I couldn't get him to put more light on my website.
Okay. And so then on June 18th, he publishes this article number 3, correct?
Mm-hmm. Excuse me, I'm sorry, Your Honor. Yes.
And then just 6 days later on June 22nd, he publishes a 4th article about you officially losing, but pointing out that you remain combative, correct?
Yeah, which again was inaccurate, but sure. Yes.
Okay, so again, it's inaccurate reporting about you, the 4th one.
Right. And like I said, by this point, I was just having fun with it.
Well, let's be, Mr. Tejas, you didn't like Jeff Gehrman by this point, did you?
I mean, sure. I did not like him.
You hated him. Isn't that correct?
And I don't know if hate, there might have been various points throughout that where I might have felt like that, but I don't know that he was not a central figure in my life. I'll put it that way.
He is the figure that ends up causing you to leave your job as public administrator for Clark County, correct?
Again, I don't blame him per se. I blame Rita and I blame Alicia.
Sir, you just told this jury that if those articles weren't written, hold on, I'm not finished. You just told this jury, like 5 minutes ago, that if Mr. Gehrman hadn't written these 4 articles, you believe you would have won the race.
Yeah, but again, if Rita and Alicia hadn't gone to Alicia's dad to ask for this favor, those articles wouldn't have happened.
So the answer to my question is yes.
Who I would hold most responsible is not Mr. Gehrman.
Sir, that's not my question.
Okay.
My question is, you believe if Mr. Gehrman had not written these 4 articles, you would have won the race, correct?
I do believe that, yes.
You hated him by this point in time, isn't that right?
I could not say whether I hated him by this point in time, and if how long I might have hated him,
Roberta said you hated him.
Roberta is entitled to her own opinion. I don't know that I ever said I hated him.
Okay.
Oh, you hated him. You crapping.
So now we're in July. Fair to say working in that office had to have been hard in July.
So after the election loss, I ended up So I guess just back up a little bit. When Mike Murphy came into the office, it was not a directive from Clark County. It was a request. Jeff Wells said, hey, you've got this situation. I think, maybe if we bring in Mr. Murphy, he could help you kind of be an independent, arbiter of sorts. And he said that, you don't have to say yes. This is not, we have no right to force this on you. It's entirely up to you. And I said, you know what, sounds like a great idea. Let's do it. So brought him in. But then again, that got misconstrued, it is what it is at this point. But so once I lost the election, he and Rita had taken over the duties primarily. And I did, most of my work from home, coming in a couple of days a week, just to, do things here and there.
Okay, so to go back to my question, was July hard? Yes or no?
I guess my answer would be not as, I didn't have to deal with the first, the day-to-day frustrations I used to deal with when I was in the office 50 hours a week.
So you came in less, correct?
Yes, sir. Mm-hmm.
Rita assumed more of a responsibility.
Right, sir.
Even though you were still the acting duly elected public administrator.
Right. We decided, just.
Okay. I'm going to publish Exhibit 340. We can cue over to the Elmo. On June 13th, I don't know if you are aware of this back in the day, but an email is sent out. I'm sorry? July, sorry about that. July 13th of 2022, Jeff Garriman is making a public records request, correct?
Yes, sir.
Now, in July, you have already lost your race, correct?
Right.
So the election isn't at stake. Is that correct?
Right. Correct.
You will be gone in a matter of 6 months, right?
Right.
And now Jeff Garriman is asking for all emails between Public Administrator Robert Tellis and the State Quarter Roberta Lee Kennett from January 1st to the date that this is fulfilled, correct?
Right.
He also wanted all of your communications, including messages between you and Roberta, correct?
Right.
He wanted you to wanted the county to provide all text messages between you and Roberta, correct?
Right.
From your personal cell phones, correct?
Yes, he did, but he was not allowed to have them. But yes,
Sure. Understood. But that's how far this is going. And additionally, and I didn't read that in the middle, it included a request for Microsoft Teams messages as well. Isn't that right?
Right.
Okay. Now, sir, you are familiar with the county's policy. Well, let's do it this way. You testified to this jury that, before the records request went out for the Teams messages, you had reviewed them and you didn't have any issues with them, correct?
And I'd love to elaborate on that if I could.
I need you to focus on my question. Yes or no?
I had an opportunity to, yes, I did have an opportunity to review them before.
Judge, it's a two-way street on this one.
Okay, if you can answer the question, yes or no.
I haven't finished the question yet.
Oh,
Then I can ask Mr. Warner if he wants you to answer the question.
I need you to listen. I need to finish the question.
Oh, I thought you were done. Sorry.
Well, yes or no. You testified on direct examination that you reviewed Teams messages and you did not have an issue with them, correct?
The production that I understood was going to be sent to Mr. Gurman, yes.
Right. And just to be clear, you were familiar with the county's policy about what gets produced in a public records request, correct?
Yes, sir.
And so isn't it true that under this county policy, personal messages would not be produced under a public records request?
That is correct.
Okay. So any personal communications between you and her wouldn't go out to Mr. Garriman, correct?
That is absolutely correct.
And that is why, and so you're like, I don't have any issue with that other stuff going out, correct?
Correct.
Okay. But let's be clear about something. The election's over, right?
Mm-hmm.
And Jeff Garriman.
Yeah, yes, I'm sorry, Your Honor.
And Jeff Garriman seems to still be digging about you and Roberta, isn't that right?
Yes, but there's nothing to dig, provided obviously that I if he was going to receive what I saw, then there was nothing for him to dig.
I mean, you would agree, I mean, reporters typically don't ask for records requests unless they're planning on doing a story, correct?
Sometimes I think they're just fishing to see if there is a story.
And according to this records request, he's fishing about one thing. It's you and Roberta, right?
Right.
Okay. Which you told us back in May when you sat down with your interview with Jeff Gehrman, the number one priority was to, protect your family and not really dig into that, correct? Or at least disclose that, correct?
I'm sorry.
You told us when you met with Gehrman on May 11th, you had said, I was truthful about some things, but I wasn't truthful about everything. The one thing I didn't want to talk about was the indiscretions. And you said that the reason for that was I was really concerned about my family, correct? Right. Okay. The election's over. You're on your way out. And now this guy is wanting to ask more questions about you and Roberta, right?
Yeah.
It's not about you and Rita, right?
There's a I know that there was a later request for those other emails that got appended to this, but I don't know if you remember that with Mike Murphy and Rita.
Just in this specific request, he's not asking for communications between you and Rita, right?
Correct.
He's not asking for communications between you and Alicia, right?
Correct.
It's just about you and Roberta.
Right.
He's not leaving it alone, is he?
I think he's still fishing.
That had to have been frustrating, Mr. Tellis.
No, it was not, because I knew he wasn't going to have anything based on what I reviewed from the production.
Okay. So it's your testimony that the possibility of a fifth article didn't concern you at all when the potential source of the request is just about your communications between you and Roberta. You're telling us that's not a concern at this point in time.
Again, I can explain to you how things.
Yeah, yes or no? Is it a concern or is it not?
Not at the time that I reviewed those documents. No.
Okay. So now let's now jump forward to August 8th of 2022. On that day, Dan Coolin emails you and starts to tell you about the production request, that it's going to start to happen, correct?
Yes, sir.
Okay. That's on August 8th, right?
Yes, sir.
Do this quickly here.
Still know if you need to go into all this shit.
4 days later, in your phone, the Google Maps and bronze circles start popping up, correct?
No, sir.
Read this out to me. What does that say?
That says August 12th, 2022.
Great. Publishing 364. This is the street surveillance. Please read out to me what the date is on that.
August 15th, 2022.
Okay. You would agree that August 12th is just 4 days after August 8th, correct?
I would.
You would agree with me that August 15th is just 7 days after August 8th, correct?
I would.
And if we go back to the overhead, 354. I want you to read the date on entry number 1 on that.
The modified date?
Yeah.
8/23.
Okay.
2022.
Hey.
I wish I could do the math on that one. I feel like that's like about 2 weeks after August 8th, correct?
Somewhere on there.
We also heard from Nicole Lofton, correct?
Yes, sir.
Nicole Lofton was employee of the public administrator's office, correct?
Yes, sir.
A member, as you describe it, of the New Guard, correct? She was on Team Telus, fair?
Sure. Yes.
Okay. You had text messages between you and Nicole Lofton through the course of your time as a public administrator, correct?
If you've got them, then sure. I don't recall.
Okay. Well, I'm going to approach for a second. So I'm going to show opposing counsel what's been marked as Exhibit 376. It's just an excerpt of some things, but take a look.
And you just excerpts it on the entire.
Yeah, the cross
It's not the
definitely
full
lost
concept
some,
of thing. There's a lot of messages there. I just wanted to kind of
Start
narrow down.
off.
I'm
Start
going to approach in
getting
a minute, but I need to get an understanding.
going into a
By
lull.
August, beginning of August 8th, by August 8th, how are you feeling about Jeff Garriman's next upcoming article?
Great.
I don't recall.
Okay. Are you concerned at all?
I don't recall.
Okay. Well, let me show you what's been marked as Exhibit 376, proposed Exhibit 376. Why don't you just take a minute and flip through those and let me know if you recognize essentially what you're looking at there.
Yeah, I agree, Mega. Unnecessarily. Sometimes less is more. Kind of feel like the more he gets into it, the more it seems like he gave it some credence. It's like, I thought he effectively handled it earlier, just the ridiculous nature of it. I mean, now he's trying to really establish the motive, which obviously doesn't need to be established, but juries love motives.
We're getting close to it.
Give that timeline exhibit that was Mr. Rex.
It would be a good time for a break as well.
Yeah.
Sure, we can do that. That's fine.
All right, at this time, we're going to take a break during this recess. You're admonished not to discuss or communicate with anyone, including your fellow jurors, any way regarding the case or its merits, either by voice, phone, email, text, internet, other means of communication or social media, or read, watch, or listen to any news or media accounts or commentary about the case, do any research, consult dictionaries, the internet, or reference materials, do any investigation, test a theory, recreate any aspect of the case, or in any other way investigate or learn about the case on your own, or form or express any opinion regarding the case until it's finally submitted to you, and we'll be in recess for 15 minutes. Thank you.
All right. Next one, jury.
What you say, 15 minutes? Yeah, like, I mean, this little elf right there, that little bald Q-tip, that dude has, over the past 2 years, convinced himself, psychologically speaking, that he didn't kill anybody and that this whole thing is what happened. You can tell by the way he's testifying. It's like he just, like, he actually thinks that he was framed up. It's like his psychologically, he's blocked out, blocked out the fact that he's killed this guy, and he's just sitting up there with this whole concept. So it's curious because Schneider Cuter came in so hot, like just gut punches, so enjoyable to watch, and then you hit the lull. And he clearly knows this case forwards and backwards. Like, he doesn't need to look at jack shit. He doesn't need to look at notes. He's not looking at bullet points. Like, he knows what he wants to get after. And, and he started to get, I think, maybe a little too, like, I don't think it's going to affect the verdict. I just think it's unnecessary. I think that he probably could have stopped 40 minutes ago and we would have come back with a very, very quick verdict on this case. Because it's like, just think about how you're feeling. Like, I was in it first half hour, 40 minutes, and then we all hit the lull. That's exactly how a jury feels. You're at the edge of your seat. You're like, ooh, he's going at him hard. And then, he hits a lull. Now, right here, like I said, I think he's obviously trying to establish the motive, like just how much these articles and the fact that he lost the race was really impacting him, because there's a counter argument that could be made. It's like, well, you know, he was still a lawyer. People lose elections. They don't typically go and murder people. I mean, like I was saying the other day, it's like if you're in public office and you don't have thick skin, you're doomed. Like that profession absolutely requires thick skin. There's certain professions where you just have to have super thick skin to survive mentally. Otherwise, you're going to be just feeling like shit every day. Like, you know, it's like defense lawyers. We have to have very thick skin because typically people misconstrue, misunderstand what we do. People hate us, you know, so it's like you have to have that thick skin to be able to, you know, just kind of plow through, keep your head down, nose at the grindstone, do the work, you know, fight the fight. And you can't worry about that shit. And it's the same with politics. It's probably worse in politics because it's such a public thing, you know, and you've got the public voting for you. And it's always going to be of interest in terms of public officials. Like they're always going to be on the radar of the media, of reporters. You know, if they do anything untoward, it's front page news. You know, if you're an elected official and you get a DUI, you're plastered on the front page of the paper. You know, if you're a public official and you get into some domestic situation with your spouse, you're on the front page of the paper. So it's like, those are just things that you have to know going into that. So the concept for him, like if I'm Tellez on the dreaded redirect narrative, like I don't know about y'all, but I'm dreading that. I'm hoping he keeps it real short. You know, like I'm hoping he just tries to clarify a couple things that he thinks that Schneider-Cuter got wrong, and he's not going to sit there and just kind of go over the whole goddamn thing again, because none of us need that. Most importantly, the jury does not need that. So what are you guys thinking? Like, in my estimation, he could have stopped the cross, like I said, 40 minutes ago, getting the exact same verdict in the exact same amount of time, which I think is going to be quick. I saw somebody say they thought it might be, I don't know if maybe it was Dave. Somebody Googled fastest verdict. It was deep up there. I don't know if it was like 23 minutes. Yeah, like the problem with that is that you want to believe that there's some semblance of a deliberation going on back there. That's why you don't come back like that, because that just, all that means is they didn't deliberate at all. Like, I actually think that could be an appellate issue, is that the jury decided not to deliberate. Now, the pushback on that is that this case is open and shut. You know, you have to be living on another planet to buy this dude's theory. You know, it's like, and it was so great because Schneider-Cuter was just hitting all the notes, right? He was hitting all the shit that you need to ask him, all the things that he's not going to have answers for. You know, he didn't harp on the finger nearly as much as I thought he would. I mean, he certainly got into it. He frankly didn't harp on the DNA as much as I thought he would. I thought that he would really dig in on that DNA, but then again, dude doesn't have any answers. It doesn't help you when you're cross-examining somebody to continue to hammer away if they're going to continually not have any answers. You know, at some point it's just like, move on. Made my point. It's hard as a lawyer to know when you think that your point has been made. You know, you try, because like you want to have like really tailored, tight directs and cross examinations. You don't want to run long. You don't want the jury's eyes to glaze over. You know, but it's like those points, like Allie in particular, like when she's got a point that she is adamant that she needs the jury to hear and to understand, you know, she'll come at it 4 or 5 different ways throughout her cross. Like she'll revisit it because it's something that she feels is so important. I would do that to a certain extent, but not quite as much as Allie. Allie, you know, and Allie in terms of crossing was, she tried her best to always make sure that every important area in question was asked, which is frankly impossible. Like you're never going to walk away from a cross-examination, especially a cross, not so much a direct, but a cross-examination, feeling like there's not something that you missed and that you wanted to hit. Because it's just, you can't do it. It's like, you know, your mind is racing. You can script out a cross, you know, trying to anticipate how the witness is going to answer so that you can work on the flow. But, you know, you can never really predict how it's going to go completely. And, you know, things take turns. You have to think on your feet. You have to, you know, like that. That's why the most important thing in terms of lawyering and on trial work is knowing your facts. Like you got to know your facts upside down and backwards. You got to know everything. You got to know names, the dates, the timelines, all of it. You've got to have it all committed to memory so that it's not you pouring through a bunch of papers trying to figure shit out on the fly. It's you having the knowledge base and the ability to be able to be quick on your feet, to think. And like, that's why I love this prosecutor. He's quick, you know, like when I was saying yesterday, he gives off like defense attorney vibes. It's because he gives off defense attorney vibes. Like he just, his demeanor, the way he kind of carries himself, it's got a little bit of that snark that you see more from defense attorneys in terms of kind of like those little biting comments at the end that he'll sneak in there occasionally. You know, that those are all kind of like defense attorney traits, more than prosecutors. Like you just don't see prosecutors doing that quite as much. They're typically more buttoned up. Like this, like Schneider Cuter's a dude I'd hang out with. Like him and I could go hang, just laugh uproariously about this incredible opportunity he had to cross this guy with like these facts. It's like, forget about it. That's dream scenario shit. Like as a prosecutor to get like with just powerful facts where you're typically never going to get the defendant on the stand, to be able to just dig in. And on top of that, not only having bad facts and really powerful evidence against them, but also this seemingly crazy theory of his, you know, it's just like a cornucopia of just tasty morsels to keep plucking off the cross-examination tree. It's like I'm sure if I were to be able to ask him, like, was this one of his favorite crosses of all time? He'll tell you, oh yeah, just don't get to do it. You know, like it's rare that you get to go to a defendant like this. And especially where the lead in was that dude just gave a narrative, just puked out this whole story. So, so is there anybody in the chat who thinks that Tellez has potentially made points with the jury? I mean, the one thing that I'll say is like, he has not cracked that little dude. Like he hasn't gotten him to be defensive. Like Tellez has maintained his composure the entire time. The entire time. Which that's hard to do. Like think about just in your regular life, any kind of situation wherein somebody's coming at you hard and you don't crack, like you don't snap back, like you don't get, like maybe Mark, maybe that's the answer. Maybe that's the answer. Maybe that is it. Maybe he's incapable of maybe he used all his rage up in the crime. Maybe he's all raged out. Because I'm just telling you, it is very hard when you're sitting on the stand and somebody's accusing you of something. It's just, to maintain your kind of your same tone and tenor throughout the whole thing. It's hard to do. It really is. It really, really is. Despite the fact that we all know that he's completely full of shit. Like that's the other part of this thing that kind of like has me somewhat impressed that he's just kind of, he's held the line. Despite the fact that Schneider-Cuter has really effectively just pointed out the ridiculousness of his theory. And it just doesn't make any sense. And that it doesn't add up. And this dude is like, just like, you just typically see, and I don't know if it's a psychopath more than a sociopath. It seems to me it's like more of a sociopathic type of thing than a psychopathic type of thing. But, so I like, if you guys didn't catch that, Jay and I were trying to quietly communicate during the cross there. Like I said, if you guys are new to the channel, please make sure that you like, share, and subscribe. We always love new subs. We love having new family members join us. As you can tell, we have a great community here. Best chat in the land. Trademark pending. I'll die on that hill. But tomorrow, because of what I've got going on, unfortunately, and fortunately both, Jay is going to cover what I'm assuming will be closings tomorrow and verdict watch. So that'll be over in Jay's neighborhood on his channel. So make sure that you're throwing your notifications on. It's like when you fight through kind of like a slow trial like this, and I think we can all agree, we've seen more exciting trials than this, right? Like this wasn't one of those trials where it's like just one compelling day after another. This wasn't it. Like today was the day that I was most looking forward to, because I really wanted to hear the cross, especially in light of the fact that he was just untethered giving a narrative. I've never personally seen it in a case where somebody is represented by counsel. Obviously you see it when people are pro se because they have to do it. But here where he's got an attorney, it was like a awkward situation. But like I said earlier, my best guess is that his counsel is thrilled that he didn't have to go and direct examine him, because we like, as defense attorneys, guilty or not, you always, like, when you're getting that verdict come in, you feel it. It's just like, it's a weird thing. It's really hard to describe. I was watching the Peterson thing, and I like, and just so you all know, I was contemplating doing a live tonight. Kind of going, Dizzy's made me the thumbnails. I've just got too much shit to do tonight leading up until my road trip tomorrow. So I think I'm going to get like I think what I'm going to do with the Peterson thing, where plus I want to have Allie on there with me. And she's really trying to get some work done. So I think I'm going to do that potentially Monday evening. Plus I wanted to give people the weekend. I think a lot more people will have been able to watch kind of both. I'd like to see people watch both because they're very different. And I'm talking about the Scott Peterson documentaries. And I get it. Like Peterson felt different than watching Casey Anthony to me. You know, for some reason, like her, I don't know. It's probably because she was found not guilty, right? Like that was probably the thing where that was like a tougher pill to swallow. This guy's sitting in jail, you know, in 15-minute bits on the Peacock one, being able to like discuss with this documentary filmmaker, who I don't know, like she put some pretty like tough questions to him. But I'm thinking that maybe we'll do that Monday.
You can take the scanner and you can bring the camera in, right?
Yeah, I was trying to make it.
I got thoughts on it.
Oh, no, they were up there. No, they were up there. Never mind.
Where you follow Mike Garcia season, you know that I'm of the mindset the media, especially the mainstream media, especially back in that time, really sway the way a trial turns out. And I think everybody in both documentaries acknowledges that was an issue. It was an issue in that trial. So yeah, I'll decide over the weekend, but I'm looking at Monday so that people can check out the docs. It's definitely going to be more interesting if you watch the doc. So, for sure. Yeah, that's kind of how I thought. I watched that thing, Pammy, but I mean, she's a very convincing liar. Very convincing.
They're already gone.
I'm just terrible. What's the worst liar? Which I think is a good quality. They're really shitty. Do I sound like I'm in a fishbowl? It's probably because of the. Does it sound like I'm in a fishbowl when the sound from the court's not playing? Or do I sound good? Do I sound normal? Yeah, I've been. Yes, Bob. What, Afton? Yes, it sounds normal. Or yes, I sound like I'm in a fishbowl. It's whacking out again. Oh, man. That's weird. I wonder why. Now it's normal. All right. It's so weird. It's probably my internet too, or it's StreamYard. StreamYard can get a little weird sometimes, a little strange. Wait, I saw a comment that I wanted to address. Thank you for letting me know, CH. Yeah, Jody Arias. Like that's by like I've talked to Kirk because I've wanted to have him on lives. It's like I don't really do lives. You know, I mean, obviously he does the court TV shit. So, but I talked to him. So I think I'm going to be able to, I think we're going to do a pod episode. I want to do a straight up pod episode with Kurt Nermy, who is Jody Arias's attorney. And just that crazy story, how that shit went down. Cause that case, like man, she's one of those clients. Brutal.
All right.
Oh, hot Atlanta's hot as hell. Deep South shit. Humid.
Thank you, everyone. Please be seated.
Does the state stipulate to the presence?
Yes, Your Honor.
Mr. Cassidy?
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay, you may proceed.
Thank you. Sir, you had a chance to review those text messages?
Yes, sir.
That's a fair and accurate depiction of some of the text messages you had with Nicole.
Yes.
Correct?
Yes.
At this time, we'd ask that these be admitted. State's supposed to be 76.
No objection.
So again, just to set the stage, like how are you feeling in early August about Jeff German and his articles?
Like I said, I don't know that I thought any way about
Great.
German in particular.
Oh, great.
Right.
Okay. All right. So
It's just not a genuine answer. I was fucking furious, man. I was furious.
That's just the ones in green. That's you, correct?
Yes.
That's just the first page. It goes back to August 17th of 2021. Is that right?
Yes.
All right.
Diminishing like how angry you is does not help.
This message is from June 15th. That's the day of the primary, or at least the day after the primary, correct?
Yes, sir.
I think you state, is it true you state to her, good morning, full results aren't in yet. It's about a three-way tie with me last by around 2,000 votes. The precincts I'm counting on aren't in yet. And Nicole says, praying, right?
Mm-hmm.
And you say, me too.
Yes.
Turning to what's marked as page 64, just on the actual pagination. We look at this bottom email at 6:15 at 12 o'clock p.m. She writes to you, folks are prancing around like you conceded. Did you? Do you remember her writing that to you?
Not until I see it now, but it's been a while.
Okay. And then your response is, it seems true, your response was, no, I'll check the website to see if a winner was declared. And she responds, okay, correct?
Yes.
I think you indicate that if I lost, I will protect you until you can get a new position. Is that right? And she responds, I appreciate that. Is that correct?
Yes.
It isn't true, then you say, I'm so sorry, Nicole, I tried so hard, I almost made a comeback, but it's done, correct?
Right.
And that's at 3:16 p.m. on the 15th, isn't that right?
Right.
And you say here, unfortunately, too many people bought the lies, isn't that right?
Right.
And when you're saying that, you're referring to the voters, correct?
Yeah.
And the lies were propagated by those articles, correct?
Yes.
That Mr. Gehrman wrote.
Right.
We look down here at the end. She says, I'm so sorry. Will you work until the end of the year or resign? Isn't that right?
Yes, sir.
And she says, thank you for believing in me. Isn't that right?
Yes.
Fair to say she cared for you and how you treated her in the office, correct?
Right.
All right. And you told her back, I very much believe in you. You have been my best employee. I'm so sorry that I couldn't pull it off. Isn't that correct?
Right.
And she lets you know that you fought hard. Isn't that right?
Right.
And we see here on 6:15, you even say to her, I'll stay on until the end of the year, although if they aren't messing with you, I don't know that I'll spend a ton of time in the office, correct?
Right.
Essentially ceding power to Rita Reed, correct?
Right.
And Rita Reed is friendly to Compass Realty, correct?
Right.
And so your intentions were to step away from that office or lower your profile even as early as June 15th of 2022.
Right.
So you would be less of a threat to Compass Realty even then, correct? Because you'd be stepping away and not spending a ton of time in the office.
No, sir. The evidence proves otherwise.
Okay. And then we look here at text on June 21st. Nicole says, now Alicia is in the other cubicle counting the files that were left in there. These people are so sick. They spend half the day trying to get you instead of working. The you she's referring to is yourself, correct?
I don't know if it was that or, generally saying you in that sense, like, because I don't have files in a cubicle.
Okay.
So it might have been, that perception that, I don't know how to explain that. I think you get it.
Contextually, she's talking about the old guard, correct?
She is talking about them, but as far as whether she's talking about herself or me, I don't know.
Understood. But she believes these people are sick. Is that right?
That's her opinion, and they did some pretty tough stuff.
Well, and it appears you share that same opinion. You say yes, like they think it all still matters, correct?
Right, like they're still trying to sabotage me, but it's pointless at this point, right?
Well, you say it's pointless, but we'll get to that in a second.
Sure.
You then also say she's probably trying to get fodder to pass to the reporter, correct?
Mm-hmm. Yes.
So the reporter is still on your mind, isn't that right?
Just from the standpoint that they're still trying to concoct things, and that's why I decided to stay away from the office so they couldn't concoct anything anymore.
Because the articles were damaging, correct?
They were damaging, yes.
Professionally and personally.
Primarily professionally, because obviously I had to figure out something else to do for work, which again, I'm a lawyer, so I guess, rehang my shingle if I can, do whatever I can.
And that's a really interesting point. On August 8th, we've seen how that's the day you get notified that Gehrman wants stuff between you and Rita, correct?
Correct. Mhm.
I want to look at page, what's marked on the bottom is page 110. Isn't it true that you tell Nicole at 12:28, you're dealing with a lot, I'm sorry. For me, this may have a long-term impact. I have people that no longer talk to me. Also, I'm worried in this digital age that the articles could potentially follow me around for years to come. I'm actually worried I might not have any good employment prospects after this, correct?
Yes.
And it just so happens that you were then informed that Gehrman is snooping around looking to potentially do another article, correct?
Yep.
And you're telling Nicole in confidence that you believe your future employment is jeopardized because of the articles, right?
Yes, but the damage was already done. So it's not, whether he wrote another article, he wrote 10 more articles, it was irrelevant at this point.
Well, apparently you don't say that though in your email. You don't say in that, that text message. You don't say, but the damage is already done, do you? You don't say that in that message, correct?
Well, it says that the articles are going to have an impact, and you would think that would refer to previously published articles. So I think that it's assumed that, it's done is done. So
Sir,
if he goes on and does 10 more articles, same net effect, really.
Right. Sir, to go back to my question, isn't it true you never use the words, the damage is already done, correct?
Not in this particular message, no.
Right. And you state, also, I'm worried in this digital age that the articles could potentially follow me around for years to come. I'm actually worried I might not have any good employment prospects after this, correct?
I'd say it'd be better than if I had actually murdered Mr. Gehrman.
So, sir, we're going to go back to my question. Isn't that what you wrote in the text message?
Yes.
And 4 days later, Google Maps images start popping up in your phone, correct?
No.
7 days later, on the 15th, surveillance is being conducted on a street, correct?
Not by me.
And on the 23rd, multiple images of Gehrman's information about what car he drives and where he lives is literally being screenshotted of your desktop computer, correct?
Not by me.
Because if it was you, that would be a big problem, wouldn't it?
For conclusion, it's argumentative.
It is argumentative.
We'll move on.
Phrase it.
No, we can move on.
He doesn't even need the answer. The question itself is good enough.
Publishing 342. Then you receive this email on 9/1, correct?
Yes, sir.
You receive it at 5:45 p.m.
He's very relaxed, man.
And we heard from Roberta who
Here in
talked
the world.
about this, right?
Right.
And she had indicated that the release of the information to Gehrman was just around the corner, correct?
Right.
Let me find this.
And I knew in advance that it'd be only.
Sir, there's no question pending.
I love when he says that.
5:45 on September 1st, you get the information. You get notified that Jeff Gehrman is soon to receive personal records requests related to messaging and communications between you and Roberta, correct?
No, it was not personal.
Okay, I didn't mean that. I meant, I apologize for my misstatement. Communications between you and Roberta, correct?
Business related, yes.
Right. And then at 11:20 in the morning, just a few hours later, Gehrman's dead, right?
Yes.
Let's talk about September 2nd, 2022. You had testified on direct that you had, your daughter had asked you a question, you responded around 8:48 in the morning, correct?
Yes, sir.
Okay. You said at that point you then hung out at home, correct?
Mm-hmm.
Around 10ish, you went for a walk, correct?
Mm-hmm.
You said you...
Yes, I'm sorry, Your Honor.
You said you then came home, isn't that right?
Yes.
and you said that you went to the gym around 12 o'clock,
Somewhere around
12:09,
there, yes.
correct? I think that's when you log in around 12:09.
That's when I checked in using my phone at Planet Fitness.
Okay. And that's the Planet Fitness that's on like Fort Apache and Charleston, right?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And it's kind of just down that road, right? Down, what's the road? So you live on Spanish Steps?
Correct.
And then the road to kind of make your way out to Piggott, what's that one called?
South Hassel.
Okay. And then if you made a left to go by Piggott, what's that big road?
Red Hills.
Red Hills. And Red Hills can kind of get you up to that corner, right? Where the
You
Planet
go through a
Fitness is.
roundabout. You can go north from there on Apple, and then you head east to get to Planet Fitness.
Okay. And I think what you had, before we do that, let me ask you this. So what car did you take to the gym?
BMW.
All right. Oh, so it's kind of, what's the color? It's not quite gray. It's not quite brown.
I think it's brown.
A brownish color. It's kind of metallic-ish.
Right.
Okay. And you took that route that we just talked about. That's how you got to the gym. Correct?
Probably.
Okay. Oh, another question. So, and we're circling back to something, but your belief is what's Jappy's role in the conspiracy? What exactly did he do?
I'm not certain to what extent, but obviously he's the one who initiated the surveillance that was done on me that went from, I believe it was August 16th all the way through September 7th. So despite his testimony also that they only do surveillance every other day, if you look at Cynthia Sauerland, the surveillance pages from that, you see that they're done back from, one day to the next. And when I requested that these surveillance logs be provided to me the first time, I received only 3.
Okay.
Then when I pointed out the fact that there was a surveillance log on September 6th that mentioned September 1, then lo and behold, now there was 4. Okay. I believe that there were actually surveillance logs for every single day, and they just weren't turned over to me. So I believe that, that Jappy knows that I didn't kill Mr. Gurman.
Okay. So do you think it's a little strange that if Jappy wanted to frame you for murder, he would clear you of all wrongdoings with the allegations of taking bribes?
I'm already here on this charge, so I don't think he needs to worry about another charge.
And so if the job's done, why waste his time with Compass Realty?
In what sense?
Well, he testified that after you got arrested, he spent another 4 or 5 months investigating Compass Realty and then brought charges to the DA's office. Why do that?
So, and this is an interesting point, because if you look, well, I guess you can't look, but the file into me was over 100 gigabytes in information. That's quite a bit of information. The file into Compass Realty was only 3 gigabytes worth of information. It appears it was just a token investigation because, again, he didn't do the stakeouts that we discussed. He very clearly said that he believed that this personal property was leaving the homes. And it's shown in 500 pleadings that, again, there was no personal property taken from these homes, no vehicles that were actually, I'm trying to finish answering your question, sir.
Okay.
There were no vehicles, again, for which the titles were traced. He didn't investigate the issue with the homes being trashed ahead of time to lower their values so they could almost double on the next sale. So, again, that's, as far as I'm concerned, when he refuses to do a legitimate investigation on me, again, I'm doing just 3 gigabytes worth of data. I think it was just a sham investigation. He didn't do any of those other things he promised he would do.
Sir, isn't it true you told us on direct examination, you bemoaned the Attorney General's office for looking at your case for like a matter of a month and then just not doing anything with it? You did say that, right?
Nope.
You never complained about the Attorney General not taking your Compass Realty allegation seriously?
I did not bemoan and I did not complain.
Okay. Did you say they didn't take it seriously?
I didn't say they didn't take it seriously.
Did you say that they only looked at it for like a month or 2?
They only looked at it for a month.
Just a month?
Yeah.
And Jappy looked at it for 11.
But again, he didn't do the things he promised.
Yes or no? He looked at it for 11 months.
Yes, but it was a sham investigation. Okay. It was a bogus investigation.
Okay.
Didn't do what he said he was going to do.
All right. Oh, let's talk about Zach. You like Zach, right?
I think he dislikes me more than I dislike him. I didn't really, personally, I didn't have qualms with him. I didn't, He didn't waste my headspace.
Okay. And that's good to know. The disagreement that you had, do you really think it was like a total fallout over this Ottawa property?
I don't. No.
Okay. Because to be honest, like you did continue to do business deals with Zach after Ottawa.
Yeah.
Right?
I think what Zach was upset about,
Sir,
if I may.
Sir, my question is yes or no. You continue to do business deals with Zach Schilling after the Ottawa sale?
Yes.
Okay.
Absolutely.
And now at this time, I'm going to show opposing counsel what's been marked as 388, 389, 390, 391, 392, 393, 394, 395, and 396. Sure.
What else you got for me, Rob Schneider?
Sir, I'm going to show you first 390, 389, and 388.
Cocky little motherfucker.
Do these look familiar to you?
Hold on just a few moments, because I want to look at where he actually changed realtors, because when I do my redirect, this is all going to become relevant.
Okay.
Yeah, he's sitting there thinking that he's got like Schneider Cuter like sucked in on this shit, like that he's, you know, in some kind of way acknowledging that it's possible. And that's not what Schneider Cuter is doing. But
do you know what that is?
I do, but it doesn't say who the realtor was on this.
Well, and I would turn your attention to 388.
Okay.
Look here at the bottom. Sure.
Yes.
388. Does that help? I mean, look at the address.
Of course.
We got our address here.
Right.
And that corresponds to those documents. Do
Correct.
these appear to be like a listing agreement, kind of an order closing the sale of a certain property, a check going out to Mr. Schilling?
Yes.
And these all appear to be fair and accurate depictions of those?
And this is Ottawa.
The Ottawa property, yep.
And just let me write a note if I may.
Sure.
And you're okay with this?
Obviously, we're going to receive copies of this, so.
You have, they've been already produced.
So what is the date here?
Go to the back page, the very last page, maybe it kind of shows some dates.
Okay. Yeah, thank you.
Okay. At this time, we'll ask for admission of stage proposed 388, 389, and 390.
No objection.
And then I want you to take a look at 396, 395, 394, 393,
T-Dog.
392, 391. And let me know if these appear to be
Why, Mega?
Listing agreements.
They think that Tellez is going to try to make a run for it. You'll never catch me, coppers.
Yes, they are, sir.
Okay, and those are fair and accurate depictions of those agreements, correct?
Yes,
Mr.
sir.
Schilling?
Just 1 second.
Sure. Thank you very much. So Ottawa was the property where you guys had some sort of disagreement about a valuation, right?
Yes, it was more a little bit of sour grapes on his end, but yeah, no, it wasn't, as far as I was concerned, a big deal.
Right. So, but when we heard kind of cross questions and testimony from Zach about there being this disagreement, Ottawa is the one that we're talking about, correct?
Otto was the one where he felt like he was cheated, but that wasn't the case.
Understood. And just publishing 388, this was kind of the licensing agreement to bring Zach Schilling on, correct?
Right.
And if we look here, oh, okay, it's showing up there. Zach Schilling is there. Sorry, this one was kind of cut off. 389 is a court order that establishes that the sale was approved for this Ottawa property, correct?
Yes, well, basically it's just that this is the deed after the docs have been finalized, everything's done.
Understood. And publishing 390, we'll do it backwards, but that's like a check that got cut to Zach in relation to this property, correct?
Mm-hmm.
And the date on this is 3/22 of 2021, right?
Yes, sir.
Okay, so despite this disagreement, isn't it true that the public administrator's office continued to use Mr. Schilling for properties that you needed to have sold that came through the PA's office?
Yes, I never disputed that.
Okay. Well, I mean, we heard some testimony about like, oh, Zach didn't get a lot of business at Trail. I think Nicole may have said things like that, correct?
Right, and it's true that he actually had his business reduced, but I'll go into that.
Well, okay. So, but publishing 391. Oh, sorry. We're requesting that 391 through 396 be admitted to evidence.
I have an objection.
Thanks. So we've got here in 391 on June 8th of 2021. This is a deal with Zach, correct?
Right.
We've got another one here, 392, 612, another deal with Zach.
Right.
394, 716, another deal with Zach.
Yes, sir.
393, this is a 611, 2021 deal with Zach.
Right.
Publishing 395, 814, 2021, a deal with Zach.
Right.
Publishing 396, 10, 621, another deal with Zach.
Right.
All post-dating the big disagreement, correct?
It, again, was not a big disagreement, and as far as I was concerned, and the issue that he truly has with me will come later, and I can discuss that.
Okay, but bottom line is money continued to flow from the public administrator's office to Zach Schilling for the work on these houses, on these deals, correct?
Not nearly as much at a certain point, but yes,
My question is
yes. Mm-hmm.
Thanks. All right. You mentioned you're a tech guy, right? A little bit of a techie?
I think you asked that before, yes.
Are you an Apple guy or a Google person? When it comes to phones, what are you?
Well, I have a Google phone.
Yeah, I knew it.
We've seen this timeline, right? We've seen this timeline on publishing states 374. I want to turn your attention to this page. It's entries 23, 24, and 25. You covered these messages and calls from your wife on direct examination. Do you recall doing that?
Yes, sir.
I believe you had said that you were out walking around. You received this message, and then your wife called, and you just didn't want to get back to her, and that was kind of what happened with that. Is that correct?
Right, I was really close to home. I was going to walk in the door, so why? Or walk through the garage, I should say, and so why?
Right. And I think you said, "Honey, I'm home," right?
Something along those lines.
Because
Honey, I'm home.
And that was just minutes later, right?
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
Yes, ma'am.
So there wasn't any concern. It was just a picture of your daughter in this call. You were just going to take care of it, right?
Right.
Okay. Nothing else?
As far as like messages and things go, or?
Well, anything else you want to add to this, sir?
I don't think so.
Your wife doesn't have a Google phone, right? She have an Apple?
Yes.
Oh.
And Apple's got all these crazy products. They've got what's the thing that you put on your wrist?
AirTag?
Kind of goes with your phone. What's that one called?
Some of the Apple Watch.
The Apple Watch. Does May have an Apple Watch?
She does.
Did you ever watch Steve Jobs' presentations when he would get up and say, just one more thing? You ever see him do that? And he drops like a new product or anything?
No.
Never seen that before? Okay. Well, let's take a look. I'm publishing 3. I don't even know if I've shown this opposing counsel. This is just.
You got to get the dun 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 ready. I feel it. This could be the. Woo-wee. I mean, he can't surprise them with some shit.
May I proceed, witness? Put the record reflecting showing opposing witness 378. Stage proposed 378. Those appear to be the messages that we're looking at in that timeline, sir. Okay, and on the back of this is the very image that she sent to you. Would that be correct?
Right.
And that's a fair and accurate depiction of that thumbnail, correct? And it's a fair and accurate depiction of what's up there in that timeline, correct?
I believe so, yes.
Okay. At this time, we got permission to admit stage 378.
No objection.
And you talked about these. I think you told us before on cross that these messages, they weren't hacked or anything like that from the police. Like these were the messages, right?
Right.
Okay. We're now going to publish 378. So this message, if you could, please tell me what is the time. Oh, it's kind of cut up a little bit. What time is that message sent?
At 10:36 a.m.
Okay, on September the 2nd, is that
Correct.
Then we have this other little blurb. It doesn't actually have anything there, but what is the time on that?
10:36.
And then we have on this following page another message at 3:16. Is that correct?
Mm-hmm.
I think she's kind of talking about how much, she's selling some cards and making some money, something like that, correct?
Right.
And you immediately kind of respond within a minute to her at around 3 o'clock, correct?
Right.
But you don't do anything here, correct? Because it's just a random message and there's no need to, nothing's being asked of you, right?
Right.
It's just a random message.
Right.
And, you just take care of it when you walk in the door, right?
Pretty much.
Showing opposing counsel what's been marked as stage proposed 379 through 387.
Yes. Love that. Thank you. Thank you. Charlotte, you didn't like Monk? Tony Shalhoub. Yes, please.
Before I approach, I'm just going to ask you one more time. You didn't delete anything off your phone on September 2nd of 2022, did you, sir?
Not that I recall.
Now I'm going to approach the stage proposed 379 through 387. Why don't you take a look at those?
Oh boy. Oh shit. What? Oh.
Okay.
Okay. Sir, do those appear to be messages that we just looked at from maybe some other device that we were just looking at through your text messages or your timeline?
Yeah.
Do those appear to be fair and accurate depictions of those messages?
Except there's an additional message.
Right, there's an additional message. That's your wife's Apple Watch, isn't it?
It is.
Okay, and that's a fair and accurate depiction of what that watch looks like, correct?
I believe so, yeah.
And with the exception of the one message that's off, everything else seems to be a fair and accurate depiction of your communication on that day that you were just telling us about on the timeline. Isn't that right?
So it seems, yes.
Okay. At this time, we'd ask for the admission. States proposed 379 through 387.
You could approach, please.
Approachal. There's an approachal. Ooh, I'm dying to know. What does the message on the Apple Watch say? What does it say? What you guys give me some guesses? What I mean, this seems like it's a gotcha moment, right? I mean, old Tellus's face there was like, oh my God, what? Oh, he looked a little surprised, didn't he? Like, oh shit.
Sir, you maintained that on the morning, September 2nd, 2022, you were at home, correct?
Right, except for when I went to take a walk.
You deny going over to 7216 Bronx Circle, correct?
Yes, sir.
Publishing 379.
Oh boy.
That is your wife's Apple Watch, correct?
I mean, it's got a picture of my daughter on it, so I'd have to assume that it is.
No. That's the same picture you just told us about from your text messages, isn't it?
Yes.
And it's at 10:35, correct?
Yes.
It says Friday, correct?
Yes.
It also says Rob up in the corner, correct?
Yes.
I'm now publishing 380.
Oh, shit.
Please read to this jury, what does it say underneath that photograph?
It says, where are you?
Where are you? You told us you were at home.
I did not. I said, actually, when I got the messages, I was still on my walk.
Sir, is it your testimony that you were at home on the day in that morning?
Not the entire morning, no. And I said that to you,
And
sir.
let me ask you this question. That message isn't on your phone, is it?
It isn't. I mean, if it was sent, it should have been, but
Sir, yes or no? That message isn't on your phone.
why it isn't, I wouldn't know because apparently it's not.
You why.
It's not on my wife's phone either.
Sir, I didn't ask you why. I asked you a yes or no question. That message is not on your phone, correct?
From what you showed me, it is not.
And you were in possession of your phone on that day, correct?
On that day, yes.
And you, as the owner of the phone, have the ability to save messages and delete messages, correct?
Yes.
Why didn't it show
Because
up
the
on the
person who holds the phone controls the information, correct?
At that moment, yes.
Right. And she's asking, where are you? Right?
Yes.
At that same time, at 10:30 in the morning, we've seen video surveillance of a car that you say looks just like mine driving in Mr. Gehrman's neighborhood, correct?
That is correct.
Sir, if you left your phone at home, you wouldn't have been able to respond to that message, correct? If you were not next to it, correct?
I think that's speculative, but
If you left your house and left your phone at home on the morning of September 2nd, and your wife's texting you, where are you? You wouldn't have been able to respond to that, correct?
But I did not.
I didn't ask you that. If you were not in your house on September 2nd in the morning, and your wife sent you a message with a phone you had left at home, it would have been impossible for you to answer that question, correct?
Again, this is a good answer.
You can answer.
I'll ask you again.
Again, that would have been if in fact that was the case, if in fact I left my phone at home, then sure, yes.
I have no further questions for this witness.
All right.
Okay, so at this time, we need to end early today, so we're gonna conclude for the day. I'll pack the terms of court just so we can talk about tomorrow's start time.
What'd she call it for the day? So, you know, you always want to end with a bang. Do y'all think that was a bang? I mean, it definitely catches him in a lie that he deleted. But why wasn't it in the Cellubrite? Like, was that one of the deleted messages that just snuck through the cracks of a Cellubrite extraction? I mean, it's weird that that didn't show up in the Cellubrite extraction. It's weird. It's weird. I just tested from my Apple phone. I text Allie. Yeah, and like, so when I text Allie, it shows up on my phone. What I text from my phone, it shows up in my phone's text stream or text thread to Allie. So, wife text picture from Apple Watch.
At this time, we are going to conclude for the day. During this recess, you're admonished not to discuss or communicate with anyone, including your fellow jurors, in a way regarding the case or its merits, either by voice, phone, email, text, internet, or other means of communication, or social media, read, watch, or listen to the news or media accounts or commentary about the case, do any research, consult dictionaries, the internet, or reference materials, do any investigation, test a theory, recreate any aspect of the case, or in any other way investigate or learn about the case on your own, or form or express any opinion regarding the case till it's finally submitted to you. We're going to start tomorrow morning at 9:30. So same thing, Officer Hawks will greet you and he'll bring you in. Thank you very much for your time and attention. You are excused till tomorrow morning at 9:30.
All right.
9. So 9:30. Oh, shit. So Jay's got to start at 12:30. All right. Starting a little earlier. He's trying to get that case knocked out tomorrow. That's what's going on. That's what's really up. All right. So there it is. We made it through the Bizarro World narrative and the cross. Effective cross in the sense that I just love Rob Schneider-Cuter. I think he's a really good prosecutor. I think he had some gotcha moments in there. I think that he was able to get a situation where he couldn't answer questions. You know, I mean, there's just some things that he's not going to have answers for. And, you know, and it got a kind of little long in the tooth there. Like, you know, towards the end, like that last like hour. Then he picked it back up, had the little gotcha moment there with the I mean, if he's deleted the message of where are you, it's pretty incriminating. My question is we're looking at the Cellubrite extraction. Why didn't it pick up that message being deleted? You know, that's weird. So, yeah, I think it's going to be, I think this thing's fait accompli. I think little Bobby Tellis, also known as Roberto Tez, is going downtown. So, of course, that'll happen after streaming the whole trial with y'all. I'm not going to get to see the verdict because I'm going to be doing a prison visit in Marion, Illinois. Actually, in Lincoln, Illinois. And then driving down to Marion, Illinois for what could be some very interesting interviews, though. All right, you guys, mods, I adore you. I adore you so much. Thank you so much for your hard work. These are super long days. And you guys hang in like just the amazing humans you are. So I'm so appreciative. We had a great crowd in here today. I think we broke like 600. Please make sure that you like, share, subscribe. Those really help the channel grow. Hopefully you like the content. Even if you don't, maybe you like another day's content. Maybe I won't get on your nerves on that day. It's worth subscribing and hanging with us. We like to grow the family. Got the best chat in the land. And so, which leaves me to you guys. Thank you guys once again, day in, day out. No matter what time of day it is, you guys are here every day. I adore you. I live for it. You guys are so great. You make my day every single day. I'm so thankful for all of you. And I hope that we bring home a nice, juicy, guilty verdict tomorrow. And remember, we're going to be over at Jay's channel. I'll text him. It's 12:30. I think I told him 1:30, but she's starting an hour earlier. So you guys just mark your calendars for that as well, because it is going to be an hour earlier. She's been starting at 12:30. So my time. So 1:30 Jay's time. So everybody over to JBN tomorrow. Jay will bring it home for us. And just know I love you guys. Family hugs. Thank you for all the generosity, for the Venmos, for all the supers, all the gifted memberships. You guys are the best. The best. I wouldn't still be doing this without you guys. Just know that. Ciao, Bella. Ciao.